Ready to bounce.
Play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is our show. You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down and play around, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we fall from the plane. But they still calling our name. Straight from the bottom we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came and we saw and we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Welcome to Season 10 of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga and to the last day before we jump into the playoffs, the most interesting, the most fiery, the most decisive day of the whole regular season. My name is Solari, I am joined here today by Magvayer, and we have 5 bangers before us, maybe, potentially, but that's a secret, even 6, but we'll see if we get there.
Could be. We definitely are in for a lot of important games. The most important one, of course, being the game between ESCA and Iron Wolves, because this has potential to generate some tiebreakers. And if it does, then we'll have one extra game to decide who will be the last team in the playoffs, who will be the 6th team going into the best of 5. And well, Komil Friends against Grypciocraft, this is the battle between 2 last teams. However, you can get some points at the end of the regular split. However, I expect Grypciocraft and Komil Friends to bring us some spicy picks like we did see yesterday in the game from Grypciocraft, which could definitely be amazing because they pulled off Nilach and Sejuani in the bot lane, so I'm ready for more of that.
I am very ready for more of that. I want to see some unconventional picks because as of yesterday we are seeing some games that are not really changing too much for the teams who are playing, are not changing too much in the sense of the standings for the end of the regular season. So we can expect to have some absolutely crazy bangers there in pretty much 4 out of 5 games. anything can happen. Look at the last game, for example, Exeed versus Orbit Anonymo. Both of these teams already know pretty much where they're ending. Orbit Anonymo have secured the second place for themselves. Exeed, unfortunately, are out, so you can play however you want if you're either of these teams. And pretty much same goes for 3 other games, except, as you said, for this one very important game with Iron Wolves going against Team ESCA.
Well, the game between Alior Bank team and Maturalni Forsaken, as we learned yesterday, also has some extra meaning in the form of the battle for the 3rd place. And as Bezum disclosed to us, they have a preference not to go against Iron Wolves if they make it to the playoffs. So them winning today could actually grant them the ability to choose what team they will face in the playoffs. So possibly Alior Bank team going to win today and secure themselves a 3rd spot. But for the first 2 places, it's already a deal done. Zero Tenacity in the 1st place, Orbit Anonymo with the top 2. They are not threatened by anyone else, and they are sitting comfortably in the upper bracket of playoffs going into the next month.
Yes, we already have a match scheduled for them. We know that they're skipping one first week of the playoffs that are starting very soon, but they will use this week definitely to prepare first of all for their first match and second of all for the EMEA Masters, because both of them are looking into a possibility to get there, but first they would need to win Ultraliga, of course. But right now the other teams are having an interesting spot, especially if we look at the bottom of the scoreboard. Grypciocraft, Komil Esports, Komil and Friends, we know already that they are out for quite some time. Exeed have actually joined them, but between them sits this ESCA Gaming, who are not out, but they are on the verge of being out for the playoffs run.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. But, you know, last season from Iron Wolves, that was pretty unfortunate, so maybe the luck will smile towards Iron Wolves this season. Unfortunately for Exeed, yesterday they were eliminated of the playoff run because of the win from Iron Wolves as well as Illuminar Gaming, so they no longer stand a chance of qualifying for the top 6. That's definitely a big disappointment for the organization in its first year of Ultraliga. However, they still managed to get a better score in the second season than in the very first one. So it's an improvement, but not by a large margin.
Not too much, but we might have some improvements here in the predictions. Some of them are going a little bit crazy, but for the majority of the day, everybody has their opinion made. We have the majority of people voting for Grypciocraft to take the game against Komil and Friends. The majority of us also think that in the 4th game, Alior Bank are going to be stronger than Maturalni Forsaken. And in the last game, everybody is pretty sure that Exeed stand no chance against Orbit Anonymo. But look at Kaspersky's predictions. The man is going absolutely bonkers today.
Oh yeah, well, he's gotta make up some points some way, so he will go for the most upsets possible. I mean, Maturalni Forsaken against Alior Bank team isn't a 50-50 game, but definitely a lot of people are believing in Alior Bank ability to win today. However, Iron Wolves and ESCA Gaming, most of us quite sure about Iron Wolves getting the W, which is logical given the fact how ESCA played yesterday and how Iron Wolves managed to get their win. But, you know, when the stakes are the highest, like I said before, like I said yesterday, you might crumble under the pressure. So I think that if you want to get some extra spicy points, that's going to be definitely the matchup where you can do it, because anything can happen, and it's not like the clear favorite to win it will take it so easily. So I can definitely stand behind ESCA, but I chose Iron Wolves myself because I believe that they are a better team, and if no extra shenanigans, you know, given the mental or given the actual form of the day will happen, Iron Wolves should win in the TRA.
Now, let's shift our attention to some of the, in my opinion, of course, which is the correct opinion in this case, most important members of every team. Let's talk about the support of every team, because we have some really brilliant people there, and I think they deserve some special attention, because we talk about the carries of each team. Yesterday we talked, not yesterday, 2 days ago, we talked about the MVPs for the mid laners, but look at the legendary support we had throughout the history of Ultraliga. We had Mistakes with 2 crowns on his head, and this season could, you know, very theoretically theoretically on paper be this season where he could have taken the second crown. But what I find the most interesting is that among all these supporters, we have Kabi, who already has one victory. He's playing right now in the team who are really looking into taking the first place again. So he could be sitting there with Mystics as the two only supporters to have 2 crowns on their heads.
Oh yes, and he could be a second back-to-back winner of Ultraliga, because Mystiques did it with Agarok, and then switching to Kick, he also won another title. For Kabi, it would be in this same team, of course being their Tenacity. But we had a lot of players coming into our league, but mostly Polish representatives. Delor, Vander, Wojtuś, Pyrka, of course Mystiques 2 times. And in the current pool of Polish and not only Polish supports, it feels like the 2 best candidates to get their title, or at least a shot at the title, is Chipsy and Minematic. Those guys have been playing on the Polish scene for a long time. They've been playing in the top teams, and they are definitely looking to seal their position as top supportive player in Poland by getting their hands on the title. For Chipsy, it should be just a little bit better, a little bit easier, given the fact that he's, you know, playing in the second best team of the whole Ultraliga in Orbit Anonymo. But who knows what playoffs will bring. Minematic with our bank team, he still has a good shot, but of course Kabi being the biggest favorite to get his second title.
No surprise, his plays on supports are exceptional, and it doesn't matter which support you give him, he is going to do 2 things, one of which is going to accelerate his team and especially his carries, and the second team taking quite many kills throughout this game, and I will not stop praising this man for that. Another support that can just my personal attention in this round of beautiful supports that we have in this season is going to be Serpy, because not only we have the absolute joy of loving him on the interviews whenever he joins us on the English broadcast here, because he always brings a lot of really interesting and positive insight into the team, but he also is such a vital component of his team, and his team has just secured the playoff spot yesterday, so let's see how well they will feel in the playoff.
Yeah, we will learn all about it. Well, supports, they are usually the unsung heroes of most games. It is so hard to get the MVP title if you're playing as a support, because often you can be the sacrificial lamb. Often you are the one that starts the fights. You don't have all the stats, you don't have all the tanky items to survive through all of those games. So usually your KDA will not be the highest, but we still have some stand-up players, and I believe Kabi, with a lot of MVPs to his own name, still being in the top of the MVP contention. But I've checked it today, and of course we have some Z10 players, but seeing how good all of these guys are, the MVPs were split across the board quite in a quite balanced manner. But for some other teams, for example, Orbit Anonymo, the standout player was Royson, so he is currently leading the MVP board, the MVP score with the 7 titles. He could get the 8th one today. A really impressive score from this guy in this season, showing us that he can develop even in such a short time.
Yeah, speaking of the MVP standings, when we saw the table for the MVPs, we have there 2 members of Zero Tenacity, one of which is Ryazaki and one of which is Kabi, so he is as well in the rounds one of the few supports having so many MVPs throughout the season. But how about we jump into the first game of today? Komil Friends versus Grypciocraft Esports, 2 teams who are already out, who are sitting at the very bottom of the scoreboard. For KNF, the only target that they have for this game today is to make it a win, because otherwise they are making an L and a history with most probably the longest loss streak we have seen in Ultraliga.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. Yesterday we talked about a possibility of going Komil Friends 1-17, a score that has never been achieved by anyone in Ultraliga. So that's definitely not something that you look forward to getting, but yeah. Komil Friends could set up that record. However, they are starting this draft with Kaisa, one of the strongest champs in the current meta, and it looks like Komil Friends will take it seriously and play for the win today.
It looks like. Kaisa, however, is not a champion that guarantees you the victory. We saw it already yesterday throughout quite some games and throughout this week in general, where Kaisa was sometimes finding some success, sometimes not really. But Grypciocraft have a plan in their hands, and they're opening with Yasuo, which is very unusual. There are compositions that play around Yasuo, but we rarely see teams opening with him. Okay, I think they're just going completely bonkers. Look at their first 2 picks. We don't see them right now before us. We're having a technical pause here. But it's Yasuo plus Qiyana. And unless there is some mistake that happened during the draft, these guys are just here to have some fun.
Yeah, we had a really quick technical whatever, so maybe the players didn't want to go in the end for Yasuo and Qiyana, but I believe that they should be going through with those 2 picks because Grypciocraft, they are just playing for content. They are a bunch of friends having some fun in the last games of Ultraliga. They know that it doesn't really matter for them if they get another win or if they lose one more game. It will not make any difference to them when it comes to the standings. So Grypciocraft can have some extra fun today, showing us Yasuo Qiyana. What else do you think that's going to pop up in their draft coming in next rotations?
Good question. Because KNF are not really buying it. Look at it. They're picking the meta stuff. They've picked Poppy for the jungle most probably. They have Nautilus with them as well. But Grypciocraft, what else can be there? I want to see Diana. Just because Diana and Yasuo probably is my favorite combination. Maybe Janna are at the top of that, just now to make sure that everybody has some sort of knock-up for Mr. Yasuo. But they have Ornn locked already, I believe, so he's providing some knock-up. If it works, and it definitely works for them. I have a technical question there, because I am having a brain lag right now, but Poppy, when she goes shield up, when she goes into her W, she is going to stop Yasuo from flying with his ultimate, right?
Yeah.
She should.
Well, I actually don't know. We'll probably learn about it, but I think that... because we are talking about the last breath, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it's not a dash, it is a blink. So Poppy, she doesn't stop Ezreal from Eing, so she also should not be able to stop Yasuo from using his ultimate. But I'm not sure. We'll probably learn all about it during the game, because there will be plenty of situations to actually test that out. Grypciocraft locking in Taric, because why not? So I wonder if this is going to be Qiyana jungle, then Yasuo in the mid lane, Ornn top, and Taric with something else in the bot. Or maybe they will go for double melee matchup in the bot lane, because Taric can have some good synergies with fighters inside of the bot lane. However, Komil Friends answering with Samira, and you love to see it.
Well, right now, Grypciocraft are flexing everything because Qiyana feels very good in the jungle. Everybody can go anywhere, but I love that KNF are finally responding to the madness that Grypciocraft throwing at them. They have Samira for the bot lane and Illaoi on the top lane, and I am a lover of Illaoi. She's such a fun champion to watch, and she is ungankable. She doesn't care who is gonna come her way, but if Vayne is coming her way, probably she will have to care, because this matchup is not easy for anybody to be playing against Vayne.
No. I mean, maybe it will not be even a Vayne in the bot lane. It might be Damkex on Yasuo, so they are shifting the lane champions. And if you look at it, Vayne is going to have a good matchup into Illaoi, because you can just dance around her, run around her, and deal a lot of damage with her silver bolts, while Yasuo and Taric having a lot of dashes in form of Yasuo E. This will enable Taric to get his stun on the enemies much easier and much quicker. So I really do enjoy what Grypciocraft brought to us in this draft, because they are having fun, they are enjoying their last games in Ultraliga, and they will show us a good entertainment in the form of this draft and of this game.
By the way, I quickly checked because it was bothering my mind very much. And yes, Yasuo's last breath is a blink, so it shouldn't be stopped by Poppy, because she stops the dashes and stuff like that, but not really blinks. So it should still work fine. Poppy is going to be pretty useful against quite some other champions, but not against Yasuo necessarily, even though he dashes as well, so a little bit of utility there. But I can't wait to go into this game, because let's put it this way. This is not going to be your typical serious pro game. There is nothing to be playing for, except, of course, for this victory for Komil Friends, just to not make sad history for themselves. Other than that, it really looks like both teams are just here to have fun. I think we should have fun too, because this game just promises to be very explosive. We have the champions that we haven't seen in pro game for ages. I will be looking at every single lane, to be fair, but especially top lane, because Illaoi, she's so fun to watch. She's so fun to play. At the only time when she's not fun is when she's in the enemy team against you, and you're like, yeah, I guess we just go next. Well, it's good.
Yeah, you don't gank Illaoi. That's one thing that I learned being an out-of-field jungler and going into Illaoi lane. She will 2v1 you, get the double kill, and snowball the game. She's really strong in those type of scenarios. However, if she approaches the team fight, her kit is not that well-rounded. It will be most likely easy for enemy team to kite around her and get the kill.
Allow me to slightly disagree here, just very slightly, because I used to play Illaoi many seasons ago when she was just released, before quite some changes approached her. But one thing that you should still remember about Illaoi, and it's another thing on top of don't gank Illaoi's lane, it is don't fight her when she has R up. And she wants to be in those team fights when she has the ultimate available, because she jumps in, and the more enemies she hits, the more tentacles are going to spawn around her. She's going to stop everybody in there. She's going to hit them with all the tentacles, and each hit is going to heal her up, and she's going to be unkillable and dealing tons of damage to you. She's going to be a menace in those fights. And while, yes, she does want to spend most of her time on the sidelines because she's super efficient there as a spike pusher, whenever there is a fight approaching her, she's like, yeah, come to me, bring it in, I have my ultimate ready.
And she loves those tiny places where she can get a multi-man ultimate. So also you've got to take into account the fact that the rift changes based on what dragon will be the soul. So some champs benefit from a rift that is going to be a mountain rift, because there's more tiny spaces, you can squeeze in between two walls. It will allow you to maybe set up some extra ambushes. Then you have some other champs like Nidalee that will benefit from the ocean rift, because there's more bushes that you can get your passive procs on. There's a lot of little things that can go the way of Illaoi, but the biggest issue I have with her in this game is that Vayne will probably not need any assistance, because she's a ranged top laner with Ghost, and any top laner knows that playing against a ranged champ that also deals damage based on your max HP that is converted into true damage is just a complete nightmare. If Vayne is left alone in 1v1 against Illaoi, she will most likely be able to punish her, to deny her farm, and to just set up slow pushes or freezes and make Illaoi's life hard. So it will be really important for Komil and Friends to maybe dive this Vayne, or also put some extra pressure, because in 1v1 she will become a complete menace.
She will. But yeah, Vayne should feel relatively fine there. She will have to rely on her dash quite a lot, because you need to avoid quite many abilities that Illaoi will be throwing at you, especially her E that takes the soul out of you, and then she bashes and dashes it, and after the bashes and dashes are done, you're going to be slowed down, which for Vayne could be a death sentence. She's very squishy. She doesn't really have too much damage during the laning phase. She's a very scaling champion. She doesn't want to be playing around her early game. So there are ways for Illaoi to punish Vayne, but the best way for the team to punish Vayne is going to be to switch the lanes and just not let Illaoi stand against Vayne at all.
Yeah, so switching lanes, when then you put Illaoi into a matchup against Ornn in the mid lane, but there's not that many walls around her, so putting your tentacles around will be much harder. We'll learn all about it, because there is still a possibility of Dunkex going to solo lane and Leku finishing up in the bot lane, you know, anything can happen. But I would expect Leku to play this Vayne into Illaoi, and they are setting up a 1v1 fight, I mean level 1 5v5 in the mid lane, or they will be just spamming emotes. Okay, that's a friendly contest. They are flexing their muscles, and I don't think that they're... What do we call it?
It's a runway! It's a showdown on the runway! I love it so much!
They are sounding the horn for some of the players. Dunkex was the first one to come in the middle of that.
Oh Oh my god, that was the best thing I've seen in Ultraliga so far. Forget all the like pentakills, forget all the flashy outplays, Baron steals with a Q or something. No, that was the best thing ever. And it was prepared in advance. This was communicated among the teams, and I love it. The only thing that would be better than that, if it cannot happen because we don't have the same champions allowed because we have the draft pick. But if only it was a blind pick, we could have had something like a Mundo Ball happening at the National Pit. By the way, I played it recently and it's super hard, but it's so fun at the same time. My hands were shaking like crazy though.
I can tell you that was the most wholesome thing in Ultraliga that we have seen for a long time. I remember, I don't exactly know if that was a season 6 or season 5, but we definitely had this finals where Matislav played in Devils 1, and unfortunately for some unseen circumstances he experienced some medical issues 1 day prior to the finals. He couldn't attend it, and fortunately for all of us and for him, nothing major happened. But we had this little screen with like a health potion or a health icon, the heart, little red heart icon, where our production did it last minute to get it into the intro of the finals, because of course Matislav was substituted by some other player. I believe that was Chayek then, or maybe Sinmivak. That was really wholesome and a really moving moment of Ultraliga. Of course, this in a little bit different of a context because the players arranged it, but we still have moments to look forward or look back to with a smile on our faces.
Yes, I absolutely loved it. However, let's see what else is happening in the game, because it still promises to deliver quite a lot. There were some exchanges on the bot lane, Jero catching out Jeopard quite nicely. Miko deals a lot of damage because this is Samira. You don't want to be fighting against Samira, especially when she has Nautilus at her side. She's exceptionally strong in the laning phase. And the switch that we predicted, and the production even predicted, happened on between the top lane and the mid lane. Yeti is right now making Grypciocraft... Why does he have Grypciocraft as his name?
Maybe did they sub in Grypcio, the CEO?
Production, do we have Grypcio swapping for the mid lane?
That would be insane.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Lee Sang is dead, but it wasn't the first blood.
Oh yeah, I thought that would be a 1-for-1, but for whatever reason, like, it didn't take the aggro.
Wait, it is 1-for-1 because Shadow still died in this exchange on the top lane. So there is still a kill for there is still a kill for Lee Sang, so he's still feeling fine. It was still an exchange 1-for-1, and he got the first blood. He had to use absolutely everything, but look at his opponents. They also used everything they had. Bot lane is still fighting. A flash forward from Miko. He's going in with a similar action, but he's overstepping.
Oh, maybe
Downkex is on the chase.
Level 6.
No,
Downkex can chase, but it's still Nautilus. He's tanky. You're not gonna bring him down this easily. But Miko definitely overextending, going into the enemy tower. That was 2 steps too deep, and he paid for that dearly. So, Grypciocraft was a small lead at the start of this game, but well, we still gotta find out if that is a real Grypcio in the mid lane. If he made his debut, if he can get the first W and have 100% win rate as a player, that would be amazing.
Oh no, Downkex! And Miko was there. Miko was trying to secure the kill, but in the end he didn't even get an assist from this one. Downkex died, but Miko is not happy about this death. He's still 0-1-0. Not good for him, but Kerim is very happy he has the kill. There's an assist in Jero, so the bot lane for Komil Friends is still fine because the support has something, and supports are more important than AD carries in the end. That's gonna be the topic for today. Oh, Shadowus is on the top lane. He's looking for Lee Sang. Last time it didn't really work for Shadowus, so let's see if this time it's going to be better. He's dancing around, doesn't have level 6. Nobody has level 6 in this exchange, but Lee Sang is going very low, and it's a kill for Leku.
Yeah, so Leku, in the end, he didn't finish up in the lane against Illaoi, but he's still doing great. He's 2-0 on Vayne, and she's this kind of a champ that can turn around a lot of games and a lot of 1v2s, 2v2s because of just the skill ceiling and the skill expression that is indebted in that champ. That's quite insane. So seeing Leku on a heavily mechanical champion is definitely a good sign. I mean, we really... what happened? Why did Damkix have... So, okay, explain to me, how does Tariq's stun work? Because for whatever reason, it wasn't applied on Damkix. And usually when you're in duo lane, the duo partner of Tariq also has the stun. And Damkix didn't have it, so
you need to throw an ability on him. I don't remember which exactly ability because unfortunately I don't remember exactly the order for Tariq, but you need to throw an ability on your teammate to make sure that this is going to prompt on them, if I recall correctly, because right now I'm feeling very confused as of why it wasn't the case there. But right now, see, right now it's working. Damkix is going to throw in something, but he's also dying. He has an ignite on him. It does look like he's surviving this, but look at what's happening here. Shadowas is getting 1 kill thanks to the ultimate. He's chasing Miko. He's getting a double kill.
Oh, Shadowas finally. He's free to pick whatever he wants. He can show us something that he was unable to play during the regular season. And he brings out Qiyana, you know, a solo queue type of a champ. Because Shadow was, at the start of the career, he was really focused on heavy ganking, Elise, Hecarim, stuff like this. And then he became this role player when he would also pick occasionally Listen from time to time. But I really would love to see more and more players try to play unconventional stuff, or maybe pick up something that requires more confidence out of you. That is why I love Illuminar Gaming in this season, because they don't really care about what's meta or what's not. They're just playing comfortable champs to them, and they are showing us that the confidence can take you into the playoffs, because they finished in top 5, right? So, you know, maybe Shadowas and Grypciocraft, if they went for not as crazy composition as this one, but Sam with a little bit more zing to them, they would be able to pick up some more wins throughout the season.
Quite possibly, but even if they get a win today, for example, it is unfortunately not changing absolutely anything for them in the grand scheme of things. They still are out of the playoffs for this season. It's going to be sad because in previous season we quite enjoyed having them in the playoffs and having them pretty high into the scoreboard. Damkix is looking for a way to go into Miko, but Miko is escaping absolutely everything. And right now, the double stun is working. I checked it is W of Tariq because I was feeling like I was going crazy. Like, what is this ability of Tariq? But yes, it is the W that you need to cast on your ally to make sure that both of the abilities are going to be cast.
Okay, makes sense.
The ability is going to be cast on you and your teammate. Oh, and they're not going in. No, they can't really fight right now. KNF are looking for ways to have exchanges, especially because Drake is up, but they cannot find any opening.
Well, finding an opening right now should be a little bit easier for Shadows, because he just came back from base with the Dazzle Blade of Draktar, a really strong upgrade for any Qiyana player. And the only issue with Qiyana in the jungle, I think, is that she is not getting as much XP as she would in the solo lane, so she's just a little bit behind the curve. And whenever you're playing assassins, those champs, they've gotta get the basic HP. Okay, let's see. Yeti, you are playing Ilawi, but 1v5, you stand no chance of turning it around.
Well, no items completed on Ilawi, so she's finding her life a little bit complicated with the Draktar already completed for Shadow, as he is very happy to go in and try to go for as many kills as possible, because after the hill it's the little moment of invisibility, and he's very happy to run away from any danger that might try to finish him on the spot. Very good, very early mythic item completed for Shadow, as he should be quite happy about this position, as should be Grypciocraft. They're leading with kills, they're leading with dragons because they got the first Drake in the game. They want to lead on the bot lane too, but they still cannot catch Miko.
But Samira should definitely not be found in the spot where she has to run away. She should be the one chasing her enemies and getting more kills, snowballing the game even harder. Damkix, really impressive that he already got to level 8, but now, what are they doing? Dashing forward.
They are having a brawl. That's the only way I can call it. Shadowus is around though. Do they want to attempt a tower dive? They have Jeopard almost full health. He can tank quite a lot for his teammates. If only they find a good opening. Damn kicks though is very low, less than half HP available for the guys. So yeah, they're not going to attempt anything right now. But they're attempting on the top lane. Look at that. Not them rather, but Komil Friends, because they looked for a way to go into Liku, but the teleport from On is coming in quite handy.
And don't forget about Tariq's ultimate. It is really strong in the situations where you want to dive somebody because you just soak in so much damage. And the ultimate...
They found Miko!
Yeah, it's easy peasy for them. Shadowus will not fall. That was a clean dive. When you have Tariq, that is maybe not the strongest laner, he still allows you to play around his ultimate and maybe get a dive. But finally will fall. He had a shutdown on his head. Let's see if Damkix can finish it out.
He's trying to chase Damkix, but Damkix is avoiding the abilities quite nicely. Look at it. He's hiding behind the crags to make sure that the Q is not going to be an isolated one. Now he's fighting with Lee Sang, but yeah, like that. You cannot really fight anymore, even with an exhaust.
Oh, he was trying to get the E through the wall, through the crugs, but he's not on that mastery level yet. I think you can definitely pull it off with some other jungle camps, like Raptors. With Krags, it's probably much trickier, or maybe even not possible. I don't know. I'm not playing Yasuo, and we don't usually see Yasuo. And if we see Yasuo, it's not Chinese TikTok, so people will not be doing tricks like that. Maybe it will happen one time in 1,000 games, but that's it. So, Komil Friends got some of the kills back, but now Shadowus approaching.
Oh, yo,
the Tariq in this draft just synergizes so well with so many champs. You have Yasuo, then you have Kiana, even Vayne can use a lot of his abilities. I'm not saying that Grypciocraft drafted around Tariq, but maybe Gepper just thought, okay, this is a perfect spot for Tariq, I'll go for him, and now it is working wonders.
It is! Lee Sang. Ooh, that was pretty risky. He's trying to go for Liku, but he cannot really finish him quickly enough. Only has the static shift available. Going to go for the Nature Street next, but he still needs quite a lot of time to complete it. We have the replay of the fight on the bot lane. Miko was caught this time, finally, by the stun from Tariq and from Damkix. And Jero at the same time was fighting, trying at least to fight with the enemies, especially with Jeopard and Liku, but, well, it didn't exactly work out for the team. Lee Sang, though, is on the cleaning duty, gets one kill, and then this beautiful fight from Damkix. Damkix dances a lot like a madman, trying to escape all the abilities from Lee Sang. Cannot dash here, stays with the Krugs, but that is going to be the end of the man.
A late exhaust because he exhausted like 1 or maybe 2 autos. Usually when you are looking to exhaust somebody, you want to do it during their highest DPM moment. So if Kaisa, she's got 4 stacks on you, and if she's about to use her Q, then you exhaust her, because then you exhaust the damage from the 5th stack, which is, you know, the explosion, and of course the Q damage as well. But, well, we still gotta take this game with and look at it through with the grain of salt, because of the composition, because of the stakes. We've just mentioned at the start that there's not so much on the table for both of those teams. Maybe an additional win, maybe a chance for Komil Friends not to go 1-17 and set up the worst record in the standings of in the history of Ultraliga. Right now, it looks like Grypciocraft has a small lead. I'm not even gonna call it an upper hand, a small lead. But Kaisa, she is the strongest member of Komil Friends, and right now with above 2k advantage, she could be the difference maker for Komil.
By the way, we still don't have confirmation from our production, but I am 99% sure that we indeed have Grypcio himself playing on the mid lane for Grypciocraft Esports right now. And fun fact from Twitter, and I love it. If Grypciocraft wins this game, Grypcio pretty much is going to be the only player with a 100% win rate throughout the season.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Grypcio, and he'll probably remain the only player with 100% win ratio in the history of Ultraliga, because this could be his first and probably the last game of career. Yeah, a kill from Leku, a lot of damage from Vayne. it doesn't really matter if you're a tanky or if you're a squishy, because she will always deal the damage based on your max HP. So, you know, it makes this wow effect on tanks because they are high HP targets. But if you are dueling somebody with lower HP, you will still be dealing a lot of damage to him because it's based on his max HP. So you're still taking away the max HP out of low HP target, which will result in them getting killed a lot faster. And well, Leku on Vayne, maybe he should have been playing it all along and not those Nars, Malphites and Cassantes, because he is making the difference this game.
Quite possibly. Especially we are talking about the current meta where everybody seems to be playing the double AD carry combination, so why not for Grypciocraft to unleash their Vayne on the top lane a little bit earlier. She is 4-0-1 right now, the Kraken Slay completed, feeling very good. Gonna add a little bit more lethality probably into her kit and feel even better than now. This game is delivering. I don't know about you, but I'm very happy to see what's happening on the map right now. Kedim, by the way, has the Herald on his hands, so we are going to see a boink in the turret on the top lane. The inner turret, is it going to be a double boink is the biggest question right now. Grypcio is on the guarding duty. He needs to stop the Herald. He needs to protect this turret at all costs to make sure it's only one boink. But nope, he's out of it, says Kedim, says Poppy. You're not going to be there to protect this turret, Grypcio.
Oh, but look at Grypcio. Can he find the Ornhorn? That was close. So Dunkex, he will not ult immediately. He will actually be the victim of this turnaround. But Ketim, he's fighting alone because Lisan, he's not sticking around. Poppy was left to her own devices and she will be executed by Gepard, who already scores a third kill for himself. That Tariq is doing damage.
Oh no. Kedim flashed right before death. This is the most unfortunate flash that you can ever have in your life when you flash. But in the end, it doesn't even matter and you still die as a result of everything. He has a gauntlet right now, so he is going to sustain quite some damage from the AD carries from the enemies. But, as you said, Vayne doesn't care. You don't really build armor because you need more health. But then if you build more health, she starts dealing more damage to you. So it's a tricky situation. What do you even build against Vayne?
Maybe you build damage to kill her before she kills you, because
or you build dodging a game.
Yeah, I mean there are some items that can work against Vayne really well. The very first one that comes into my mind is going to be the Frozen Heart, definitely, because of the passive of the item. It just reduces the attack speed of the attacker. Maybe Randuin's Omen also could be a good item. Something like Thornmail, because Vayne, she also has a lot of healing whenever she goes for the, you know, lifesteal items. But So maybe building armor instead of HP is going to work better against Vayne, because then the max HP damage is a little bit lower and her auto attacks deal a little bit less. So instead of Warmogs, maybe choose Frozen Heart.
Frozen Heart does sound like a very good option here. I like it. I need to think what else to have there, because Vayne is such a rare champion in the pro play, and it's always a little bit tricky to approach games like that when everybody's playing for fun and picking very off-meta champions, because with meta champions it's like, yeah, you build this, that, you know exactly what they are doing, but then you see Tariq and you're like, wait, which button is that ability that I'm thinking about and how is it called? And then Vayne, what do you itemize against her? And there is an answer, like somebody will be like, hey, this is stupid, you need to know this, because it's a very simple answer, but I don't remember right now. What I know right now is that there is a brawl happening everywhere on the map, and I'm just very happy to see it. I'm just genuinely excited to see what's next for both teams, because KNF have their Kais on 3 items, but Grypciocraft have everybody on their team on the Baron right now.
Well, I think we should check the counter champion website for that answer, but before that happens, they will start the Baron fight. Miko blocks the Ornhorn, but it looks like Grypciocraft will just steamroll over the enemies. Miko, he cannot get his ultimate ready, up and going, and the Inferno trigger will not be used that fight. Grypciocraft, they will just claim Baron Nashor in 21st minute of the game. Unless Ketim has something else to say about it.
Because why not? But he's trying. He's already in the pit. He's dancing around, but he is very low and he is dead immediately. And the Baron is dead as well. But Grypciocraft is so happy right now. They have Baron buff on everybody in their team. What else can they do? Absolutely anything. Whatever they want. The dragon is on the map. They don't need it. It's going to be a soul point, but it's just a counter soul point. But they can take it because they have the Baron buff. And they can split push because they used the teleport from on to get into this fight. But they still have, they should have at least one more available.
Well, Grypciocraft. I mean, and the Grypcio himself. Look at the guy. He is maybe 3k behind Kaisa, but he's playing Ornn mid, right? He's the man of the culture. He is what the team needed all along.
Yes.
I mean, it's really cool to see the owner of the organization play in Ultraliga. We know that this game is a bit of fun, but Grypcio himself, he's still showing us that he probably plays League quite often and he knows what to do and how to play it. He will get his first W on the board. He will probably join the Polish broadcast on the interview to, you know, see how he feels after getting his debut win.
I wish you would join the English cast instead. That would be much more fun. Look at Shadowas! That is the man who is having fun. Going to get a kill with the ultimate in the end. But wait, there's a double kill for Leku actually. He's the one collecting the kills on the map, right? And he's also collecting the turret shots, 2 of them on him. But he doesn't care. He has 2 items, he has the damage, and he doesn't care about anything else in the world right now. Who was thrown away? Somebody was thrown away by Poppy, but it doesn't matter again for Grypciocraft because they're still pushing in. They have the Baron buff, they have the minions, they see the turret, they know that they don't want to see it on the map anymore, and they're removing it. They're raising completely from the mid lane for Komil and friends, and they're still pushing in. Look at that. They're all here. They're all strong. Lee Sang is looking for a flank maneuver, but it doesn't look like the enemies are going to allow him for one. Licky is pretty low right now, so you might want to try to kill him, but can you even approach him? Tariq is around. They're trying to their own Jeopard, but Jeopard has the ultimate. Takes some time to cast it, but right now, as it's cast, everybody lives. They're running away. Nobody can kill them. And they're not even running away. They're graciously walking away from the enemy right now just because they decide to change the pace of the game a little bit.
Yeah, Grypciocraft right now, they only had to run away because Komil and friends respawning and at the same time denying the possibility of finishing that game right here, right now. So Grypciocraft, they will probably stick around for another couple of minutes, get another Baron buff or a good fight. Let's look at the fight yet again. Oh my god, so much damage from Kiana. That champ, when she's fed, is definitely not the most fun to play against. Damkex, go! He won it!
Oi, 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 oi!
He just crushed him with the tornado, but that was enough to get the last breath off, and he got the kill.
Yes. A first one. Actually, there is only 1 kill for Damkex so far. I am slightly surprised. Usually whenever you see Yasuo, you expect him to go bonkers, but in this game he has 2 other hyper carries who are going bonkers, plus he has Grypcio, but right now Shadow was one of those hyper carries. He's around Thierry, but he is not even going for a kill. He is just clearing the minion wave. Does Thierry want to fight with him? I think he might. He is tanky. He has 2 items completed. Doesn't look like
I think
they're
Yeti
though, but
is
on the
strong
bot
enough
lane.
on his own. But yeah, Komil and friends, they could die
Oh,
on the
no.
both side of the map. Lek, what an amazing dodge. Run away, and Shadowas, he will just stop the recall. Look at the damage. It is not enough to finish Yeti off, and he got the W, he got the R, and he's dead!
Ilaoi!
Yeah, can Komil and friends win through Ilaoi? Because right now, it looks like that is the only thing that's going on for them. And look, he's still pushing, he's still getting into the base. There's no inhibitor tower, so he actually could get the inhibitor down.
He absolutely could. And it doesn't look like anybody from Grypcio is going to stop him right now. There are some recalls, but there are no teleports. There's only 1 teleport, and it's an on. Vayne decided to go with Flash Plus Go so she cannot go into the base immediately and stop Illaoi from taking the inhibitor. Well, she's there already. She recalled. Kerim is still chasing down Grypciocraft, making sure that they are not recalling on the spot on top. There is a fight. There is a teleport coming in from Lisan. Can we see what's happening there? Yeti is super low, but Liku is very low as well. The minions are almost finishing him, and it is going to be a shutdown for Yeti. Another kill for Illaoi.
Yeah, those were the minions. For a moment I thought that Yeti maybe he's playing with Ignite, maybe he's got the red buff, maybe he actually did have the red buff because Leku was dying from a lot of damage that was being applied while he was not hit by Yeti or Lisang, and he gave up a huge shutdown. He was 8-0, now he's 8-1, and Komil Friends picked up a lot of gold in the process.
Miko got a kill. Right now, use the cleanse to get away from the control from the enemy. Grypciocraft is chasing about Poppy, saying like, nope, you are not chasing us anymore. Go all the way back to your inner turret and Ganaf still live. They are retreating with a kill in their pockets right now. It's just one kill for Samira. She's going 1-5 right now. That's not exactly the best result for her. But K and Nev are kind of bouncing back. They're getting the kills, and it's perfect time to bounce back because the Baron is going to be on the map. And look at Poppy, by the way. Look at Poppy. She just completed the Frozen Heart. I love it. I just want to see something like maybe Thornmail on top as well. And then Liku is going to have a hard time cutting through her.
Yeah, I mean, Leku, he would probably not be super happy to see that Ketim is completing more and more items with so much armor, and Grypciocraft, they lack AP damage in this draft, so this optimization from Ketim will actually be working wonders against all the enemy players. Look at Shadowbats, look at Tamkix. They will not be dealing any damage to that Poppy anytime soon, and she can just continue adding some more survivability, some more tanky items on top of the on top of those three that she already has.
And she's going to feel happier and happier going further into the game. Question is still for the remaining of the team, because Yeti has some armor, Yeti has some health, but is it going to be enough? Not sure, though. His health bar looks really dangerous right now for the enemies. Lisang is still squishing. He just got caught out. That was uncalled for, Lisang. You are dead because of that. Ketim is running away. Ketim is flashing away from the enemies. Shadow as Liku are still chasing him, but they have to turn around because Miko is on the guarding duties today.
Well, maybe Lisang should get some armor items because he's being blown up so quickly. It didn't even matter that Ketim was standing in front of him because Leko, he centered his sights on Lisang, and without Kaisa, it feels like Komil and Friends will be really struggling in the 5v5s. It is up to Yeti to get an amazing team fight. Let's see if that can happen. Grypciocraft, they are looking to turn. No, they are back to Baron buff. They are not super sure what to do. Ketim, he actually got the bar off, but he cannot get into the pit.
Wait!
Oh, how?
What? Yeti got the Baron! Yeti got the Baron, and it's a double kill for Miko right now. They are shredding through Grypciocraft. Grypciocraft is in the pit. He is stuck there. He is flashing away, but Yeti is still on the chase. He's still on the run, running around, jumping around with Grypciocraft, chasing him down or chasing somebody down. Whoever is around, Jerry is going to try to catch Grypciocraft to lock him down. Doesn't catch him with a Q, and Grypciocraft gets away, but this is a Baron buff for KNF.
It must have been the tentacle then, because Yeti he wasn't in the pit with the rest of them. We really need to see the replay in order to find out what actually happened, but for whatever reason, Komil and Friends, they get the Baron, and in the end, Ketim with his ultimate, kicking Shadow Ass long way into his own jungle was the crucial thing that happened here. Look, it's gotta be the tentacle.
A tentacle? It's gotta be. Yeah, damage. It's a slap.
It's gone. Oh, and
Illaoi just comes into the pit and slaps the Baron and gets the Baron.
Yeah, for a moment after losing Lisang, I thought, okay, Komil and Friends, it's gotta be Yeti turning this fight around. He's gotta, I don't know, ult, flash in, ult into 5 men, and get a pentakill. But he just casually steals the Baron buff with one of his tentacles that he cannot even control. That's skill, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the
pure
top
skill.
difference. Yeah, that's top diff.
Yeah. GG top diff, absolutely. Yeti is just stomping through this game. Yeti for the day, Yeti for the save. Yeti is securing the Baron. Will he be able to secure the game? Because Shadowaz is still around and Shadowaz is still killing Lee Sang. Poor Lee Sang, he's sitting on 3 items, but those are not doing anything because Shadowaz is hunting. And this is the best thing that you can throw against Kai'Sa. Doesn't matter how fed she's going to be. A good assassin jumping on her very quickly with a lot of damage is going to make her life absolutely miserable. Leaky right now chasing. Oh my god, he's going to be caught instead. He's going golden. There is going to be an ultimate from Tarek Prop on him, so he is still living. Bajero is on the chase. There's going to be the Onhon trying to knock everybody up, and this is the dead Liku. This is the dead Tarek. Yeti is absolutely unstoppable. Goes in with a double kill. Wants to have a triple kill because Grypciocraft is the only man alive in this fight right now. That's not going to be a kill for him, but that's a kill for Kerim. That's still a kill for his teammate. KNF are still pressing in.
They are just obliterating them. Komil and Friends making a huge comeback into this game. It is just Dunkix and Shadowaz left alive in that situation. They will probably lose the inhibitor tower as well as the inhibitor, maybe even the game, because look, Lee Sang is TPing in and Komil and Friends still with the Baron, but for the remaining of 5 seconds they are pushing in 5 men strong. They are looking to close this game up.
Yes! They want to finish it! No way! Liku is going to be up there right now and everybody else is pretty much alive. Look at that! This Kiana is going in with the ultimate. This Yasuo is going in with the ultimate. So much damage! But Lee Sang finally has the fighting ground. Double kill for him. Another kill for his teammate as well. KNF are still starting strong. KNF still want to help this game. They still want to have the W in their books.
It's 2v2 and Grypcio, he is TPing back. Let's see if Ketim can get a good stun, because they can definitely burst Leku down, but he is playing it perfectly. He's just chasing, he's using the final hour and the invisibility, and Leku, he will not fall, but neither will any of the remaining Komil and Friends players. Look at Shadowaz, that was huge. He actually saves the game for Grypciocraft with that ultimate.
That was just such a joy to watch. But finally some damage coming out from everybody else on the side of Komil and Friends. They have the items, they feel much more confident right now that they got to scratch so hardly the enemy base. What can they do on the map right now? A minute and 50 before the Baron is going to be up, a minute and 40 before the Drake is going to be up. 2 objectives spawning almost at the same time, but I think we both can forget about the Dragon. I mean, both of the teams can forget about the Dragon, and both of us as well, to be honest, too. Because the Baron is going to be the juiciest target on the menu. The Dragon will only make a soul point for either of the teams. The Baron might just be the game-decisive thing to take. By the way, look at Shadowaz. The man has collected all the items, yet he still hasn't even upgraded his boots. The audacity.
What boots would Shadowaz go for? Maybe he will even sell those and get the last item if he fancies. I mean, right now, you know, the dragon you're referring to, it's stinky cheese for both of the teams, because this dragon soul is not that impactful and you definitely require Baron buff to finish that game off. However, I would love to see those guys claiming the dragon soul just for us to see the fight around the Elder Dragon, because that is always a guarantee. Even if the soul is bad, you can get the dragon soul and then transition that into the Elder Dragon.
The Elders are fun because there is always a flip possible, but in this game, I don't think we're going to see flips. We might not even see the Elder Drake or even the Soul happening for either of them, because KNF are pushing in, they're opening the lanes quite a lot, and here, this is the state of the game where everything is going to be decided by one single team fight. Whoever gets this one is going to have so much time, because the death time is at 34th minute in the game, that they will be able to finish the game no matter what else is happening anywhere on the map.
Well, I really didn't think that this game would take so long after seeing Grypciocraft claim the Baron in the 20th minute, but Komil and Friends, they don't really care about it, and they still are holding on in that one. Right now, it is so hard to predict who's going to win. It really feels like Komil and Friends lately been on the upward trajectory and been recovering in this game, but Grypciocraft, one amazing ultimate like that from Shadowaz, or one strong, solid teamfight from Leku could also turn it all around for them.
The Baron is up. Look at Yeti, because he has the ultimate available. He can jump in, he can pop it immediately. And Grypciocraft know that they know how dangerous it is to be fighting with him right now. That's why Shadowwas is on the flanking maneuver right now, looking for the backline of the enemy, looking for Lee Sang, looking for Miko. Cannot find anyone with the ultimate, and that's a very important ultimate out of Kiana. And a flash out of her will take quite some time for both of these things to come back. So Grypcio are right now in a losing position. They need to go away from the Baron. They can try still to steal it, because look at that, Kinafer in the pit, Yeti is fighting with the Baron, everybody's fighting with the Baron. Shadowwas is around, can still jump in, doesn't have the ultimate, remember, but still deals a lot of damage, unless he's going to be locked in the place with Poppy, and it's a kill for Miko. It's a -1 for Grypcio, it's minus their jungler. What are you doing there? Why are you fighting all the way at the enemy base? It is a kill for Lee Sang. Lee Sang wants to finish the game, and Yeti wants to finish the game. Look at that, Yeti is going to stop them. Even the Ornhorn is not going to be enough. He's just stopping them.
Yeti is not about finishing the game. He's about getting some more kills, because he just turned around.
Oh my god!
That will seal the deal. A double kill at the end for Miko and Komil and Friends. They will not lose this one. They will not go 1-17. They actually get the last victory of the season, and they go 2-0 against Grypciocraft.
Grypcio is not going to be the only man with the 100% win rate. He's actually going to be maybe even the only player with a 100% lose rate in Ultraliga, which doesn't really sound as good as the win rate. But, well, congratulations to Komil Friends, because that was hella fun to watch. And the most important thing, as you said, they're not going 1-17, they're going 2-16. That was their only goal for this game, and they fulfilled and they delivered.
The only thing that I regret about this game is that we actually didn't have Komil himself playing in the mid lane, because back in the day when Komil and Friends just entered Ultraliga, they've had this one season where Komil actually gathered his real friends, and the name of the organization made the most sense because he was playing with his actual friends, and he was one of the players himself. Of course, you probably know that it didn't end well, but now, Grypciocraft, with Grypcio himself joining the game, it would be perfect if we saw Komil going face-to-face with Grypcio in the mid lane, because they both are the mid laners, I reckon, from the lane acquisition or whatever. It didn't happen, but we still had Grypcio. We still saw him show his skills on Ornn, blowing some Ornn horns, getting some good ones, and I'm happy that the last game of the season for both of those teams finished up being super entertaining and providing us with so much joy.
Joy, yes, indeed. We had a lot of it. I don't even know how to break down this game. Can we just take a moment to thank both of these teams for being with us through the season of Ultraliga, and especially for this very last game, because it was really entertaining to watch, and in general they tried their best throughout the season. Komil Friends, the second upsetting season in a row for them. Grypciocraft having a very good previous season, but in this one completely falling apart in shambles. But still, both of them tried their best until the very end, trying to counter the Summoner Street with a little bit of new tactics, new strategies, trying to play around the enemies, trying to find their identity, to resurface it. But unfortunately for them, it didn't really work out, and that's why they are on the last places. But we still thank them for being with us.
Oh, we definitely do. Let's see how the Komil and Friends will do in the relegation tournament, because Grypciocraft, thanks to their third place in the previous season, they don't have to worry about going to promotion tournament. However, Komil and Friends, more often than not, they are the ones playing in the promotion tournament when it comes to Ultraliga. Now we have some good memories from this game. Neku walking down. It's not the walk of shame, it's the walk of life.
Yes, it's the walk of fame for both him, for Dumbcakes, for everybody on both teams. That was the most wholesome moment I have ever witnessed in a professional game. That was just amazing. But yes, the game was really fun to watch. The beginning really looked strong for Grypciocraft. They were taking the kills, they were so strong. Shadowwas was unstoppable. But then Komil Friends finally unleashed their Ilaoi, or rather Yeti finally said, hey, I'm done with this, you know what, I'm going to solo this game, and he pretty much did. He was on the silence, he was killing people, he was taking the kills in, and after he got the first kill, it was impossible to stop the man anymore.
Ooh, stopping the man, that was really hard, but once Leku fell, it sounded all the problems to Grypciocraft, because after Leku gave up this huge shutdown, the game took a wrong turn for Grypciocraft. They actually started losing, and well, honestly, there was this steal. That is the most insane Baron steal that I have ever seen. It's like you have Ilaoi in the game, and she steals the Baron by random tentacle aggro on the enemy champ. Because I believe that the tentacles, they don't really hit Baron unless you kind of focuses it as Ilaoi, and she was out of the pit, so it must have focused on some other champ and deal the AoE damage into the Baron, which is just crazy. And maybe that was the turning point also for Komil and Friends, because without the Baron it would be much harder for them to get the push, to get the sieges down.
Yes, with no second Baron for Grypciocraft, they couldn't really continue pushing in, and they gave so much time for KNF to build up, to get the strength back in them, and to find their strength to fight back against Grypciocraft. So a huge turning moment for them, especially because it really seemed like the game should have been over for them with Grypciocraft taking the victory. But look at this last fight, the ultimate of Yeti. You don't want to be fighting within Ilaoi's ultimate because she deals the damage, she controls you, and then everybody else jumps in and deals the damage on top of her. And Yeti, the Ilaoi, is going to get the MVP of this game, and I couldn't be happier with this decision.
He had to get it, right? I mean, you are stealing the Baron with Ilaoi. You are playing Ilaoi in the first place. Yeti, that is a well-deserved MVP, and I think that's a consolation prize after the whole season for the Komil and Friends, to at least finish this season on a positive note, to at least finish the season smiling because you've got the win at the very end. And against Grypciocraft, you can tell everyone in the league that you're 2-0 with Grypciocraft. Not all the teams can say the same thing, because Grypciocraft got the 3 wins in the end against some others. So, Komil and Friends, they at least have this confidence and this, that they are sure that they are better than Grypciocraft.
At least that's very true. Yeah, all I can say is thanks again to these teams, because this game definitely delivered and I enjoyed watching it. And right now, the bar is exceptionally high for all the other games that are going to happen today. The next one actually is going to be Zero Tenacity against Illuminar Gaming. Zero Tenacity have nothing to win anymore, nothing to lose anymore. I want them to break out something crazy for their composition. And same for Illuminar Gaming, but we will find out whether it's going to happen or not right after the break.
To the top we go. Yeah. Tell me who gonna stop us now.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Only come over when I'm not sober. Yeah, I know high, but I'm trying to get by, quit pulling me closer, by pulling me under, got me losing my mind. You make myself hard to find. And I know this can't be right, but I just need some loving, and I'd rather be touching on somebody that I know, so we can both pretend again. Many nights I've let myself go too much, too far, too high. I'm so low. I need to feel something,
To the top we go. Yeah. Tell me who gonna stop us now.
Welcome back to the last day of the regular season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. We are back with some more action, with some more banger games for you, because the previous game just delivered everything we could have wanted from it. But right now, this is going to be Illuminar Games going against Zero Tenacity. What do we expect from this one, Magvayer? You gotta unmute yourself.
There you go. Well, what do we expect out of the last game?
No. Well, yesterday Magvayer's microphone has been acting up a little bit, so apparently today is still the day. It happens to the best of us, and it happens to the best of the microphones. I still cannot hear you. I will let you know when I finally can. Maybe it's in my microphones? No, mine are working. So I'm assuming that that's still your microphone. That happens.
That's weird. Maybe those are the headphones.
You could hear him. Okay, production is saying that they can hear him, and I still can hear anything. So maybe it's on my side. I will check. Please take it on.
Okay, well, the question was about Illuminar and Z10. What can we expect? And like the usual, the last game of the season, when there's nothing at stake, because Illuminar will not move up a place, Z10 will not move down a place. So there's a question: do you want to get some extra training, extra time before the playoffs hit, in order to test out your your A game, in order to actually see if you can go up against Z10, or if you choose to have more fun like Grypciocraft and Komil Friends did, because there's nothing at stake. So the teams, they have an open page, they can do anything they want. So it's all about their approach and all about the ideas. Illuminar Gaming, maybe they want some extra practice before best of five, so they'll probably try and get the win against Zero Tenacity. That would definitely boost their morale going into the playoffs. While Z10, they can probably bring some spice like they did yesterday in their draft, which was not as usual for them. It still wasn't as crazy as the one draft that we had in the game a few minutes ago. So who knows?
I am back, by the way. It was my microphones that were acting up on me, so I'm very sorry. They probably sound pretty weird on the broadcast, but well, happens to the best of us. That's the difficulties of having an online cast. Things happen, things decide not to work all of a sudden, but we're back, and I totally agree with you in the sense that we don't exactly know what exactly to expect from this game, but I am hoping that it's going to be the same as in the previous game, because we already have one super serious game for today. Of course, we're talking about the third game, where ESCA and Bulls are going to clash with each other to see who can take the final spot in the playoffs. But right now, both of them can relax, both of them can try some unorthodox picks, something new, maybe something actually in the preparation for the playoffs and for the EMEA Masters for Zero Tenacity, because they're still aiming to get there, something just for the preparation for the playoffs for Illuminar Gaming, because they will not have this week off that the first two teams who are getting into the second round are having. They're going to jump straight into the action next week, so they better be prepared for it.
They do. And well, you kind of pranked me, but I forgive you for that. No worries, Solari. We're... So let me see. Illuminar Gaming 9 and 8. Best case scenario, Iron Wolves is at the same place, but being 5th or 6th doesn't really matter, because then the third team still chooses from either one of you. Can Illuminar actually top Forsaken? Oh, I wonder. Let's see. 1-1, and then the rule about the wins in the second half of the split comes in, which I have no clue about how many wins both of those teams have scored throughout the second split. The second. So it's still possible for Illuminar Gaming, I think, to go and place 4th, just behind Alior Bank team. If Alior Bank team wins today and Illuminar Gaming wins today, they have 10 and 7 with Maturalni Forsaken. It's head-to-head 1-1. We will not have any tiebreaker. between those two teams, because we have just checked with our production and told us that there's a possibility for the tiebreak if Team ESCA, if ESCA Gaming wins with Iron Wolves. But besides it, there is no chance of anything else happening. So then it would probably mean that either Illuminar or Maturalni Forsaken are instantly on the 4th place, that which is decided with the rule for the number of the wins in the second half of the split. But I'll say that question, I guess, to the production.
Yeah, because it's just a tiny bit confusing, to be honest. But yeah, it doesn't really matter too much who exactly is sitting on which place. It is nice to be on the 3rd place, but as long as you are not the 1st and the 2nd, and as long as you are not 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, sorry. I'm having a brain lag today. As long as you're not in those places, you are pretty fine. Doesn't matter too much where you're ending, as long as you are making it into the playoffs.
Well, usually we don't have Ultraliga on Thursdays, so it can be a little bit confusing. But with the first and the last week of the regular season being super weeks, we have one additional day of games. Well, I wonder what is taking so long to get us into the game. Probably some technical issues on the side of whomever. So we can talk about what would you like to talk about, Solari?
About the draft.
Because that comes in. There you go.
Exactly. Woo, that was good timing. Very nice one. So we have Zero Tenacity on the blue side, Illuminar Gaming on the red side. Of course, Zero Tenacity are going to get rid of that nearly, but what else is going to be banned out? Something against Zeker maybe, like Tristana, like maybe Jace. Something against Ice, like that Samira that he just got the Penta very recently. Something against Kabi, like Rail, because if you leave it open, Zero Tenacity are going to first pick her.
Definitely. I mean, Zero Tenacity has been already experimenting just a little bit prior and ahead of the playoffs because they have this extra freedom. It is no longer possible for them to have a perfect split because they've dropped one of the games already to Maturalni Forsaken, so it's not about setting the records. If they drop another one against Illuminar Gaming, nothing major will happen. Of course, IHG winning to Zero Tenacity would boost their confidence coming into the playoffs because, well, it actually, yesterday talking to Serpi, I don't know what was your feeling, but it didn't feel like they are super excited for the playoffs or super confident, so maybe they need this one extra kick, this one victory that will change everything.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you, unfortunately. But Zero Tenacity are in for the win. Look at that, they're starting very serious. They're picking Jace for Zico, and we already know what Zico is capable of when he's playing Jace. He got his MVP. No, he didn't get his MVP. He got his MVP on the Blanc, but that was still a really good game from him when he was playing Jace was on the mid lane. So Illumina, they're also looking pretty serious. I am slightly, ever so slightly disappointed. They're looking in Sejuani right now as the first pick. Come on, bring in some spice, guys.
Maybe a Freljord duo. If you do play TFT, you know that Freljord right now, it is a good synergy. So you already have Ash, you already have Sejuani. Maybe then you add Braum, and you will have 3 of those. Quite a nice addition to most of the compositions. But Zero Tenacity, what will they answer with? Is there any type of a counter to the Freljord? Oh, my dog's going bonkers. I think someone just entered the room, so that might be the cause. But he will be sleeping. We had a long walk today, and he will be completely chilling, like Zico in the mid lane with this Jace. Z10 is not changing their team composition too much. It's actually something that's been quite popular throughout last 2 to 3, 4 games for them. It feels like this Rumble in the top lane for Color is becoming a go-to pick. And I believe that coming into the playoffs, you either risk by not banning it and then seeing if you can handle Rumble, or you have one additional ban that you've got to worry about, because Rumble himself right now in the meta is becoming stronger and stronger, but in their gaming they will allow it because they will answer with Gleb, something that we have talked yesterday about a lot. If Polsky can get a counter matchup, he will go for it no matter what.
And he has to count the matchup, which he is super happy about. Claire is going to be a meta slayer in the game. he can join the fights extremely quickly thanks to his ultimate. He has a lot of damage, and his survivability because of this Carl is immense. It is really hard to kick him out of the game completely, even if you are Rumble, which I have to agree with you, this is becoming one of the signature picks for Carl later on. And I like seeing it for him. But let's see what else the bans are bringing in, because Trundle and Zaya are going to be banned out along with Yasuo and Braum. Both teams are not joking around, are they?
Braum already off the table, so no more Freljordan synergy.
Yeah.
That was hard to actually get out of my system. I mean, there are some other champs from Freljord that are not in the current set of TFT, but they're still in League of Legends. And they still have to pick the mid laner from Mrozku. Is there anyone from Freljord that Mrozku might be actually getting his hands on? Lissandra? No. I mean, yeah, Lissandra is from Freljord, but then it's Mrozku.
Anivia.
Oh,
also style.
yeah. I'm thinking like, nah. How many champions from Freljord do you know? Is Gragas from? No, he isn't. He actually was going to Freljord to get some ice for his beverage, but he's not from Freljord.
I mean, they can pick Nico, and then she can turn into Sejuani or Ashe, and you're going to have a Freljordian.
That's a good one. What about Tryndamir? He's from Freljord. He's gotta be. He's the husband of Ashe.
He's banned.
So he's.
I know, Tryndamir,
banned?
not Trundle. Oh my god, no, he's not banned. It could have been a Tryndamir. You're right, but it's not going to be. We had the Silas from Mrozku.
Well, Silas kind of looks like he could be from Freljord, you know? Just look at the
He has a skin! He has a skin where he's a Silas from Freljord.
Okay, so Mrozku gotta pick it.
It still counts. Yeah,
it still counts.
Mrozku
what about Polski Kos and Sirpi? Can they pick some fancy skins? I feel like you're the expert on the skins, Solari.
Polski Kos not really, because Gleb is from Noxus, and I really doubt that he has any Freljordian skins. He has a little bit of purplish, bluish going in the Graf Clarilla skin, but other than that, I don't think he has anything blue going on. I would need to check, I don't remember all of his skins. And for Nautilus, there are plenty to choose from. He has quite many bluish skins, so you could go with pretty much anything for him. Especially the porcelain skin, that would look really nice with Ashe on the bot lane.
Yeah, I actually like those, and it makes Nautilus be just huge. He's enormous on that skin. Like, yeah, he's also cute. I think the cutest skin for the Nautilus will be the Astro Nautilus. But let's talk about Samira another time for Ice.
Yeah.
I feel like Z10 toward the end of the season, during this last stretch of the regular one, they are just going for those high stomp, high tempo team compositions. They mean business. It's no longer about being well-rounded in all parts of the game. We have some scaling left. We can go into the team fights. We have solid lanes. No, it's about Rumble just burning people. Samira just using Inferno Trigger and blowing everyone up. You have Jace on Zico who also goes bonkers. I like this type of Zero Tenacity because they show us the true scale of themselves, and it's not like Zero Tenacity, they have strong fundamentals and the enemy, they make one mistake, they will instantly be punished. It's like Zero Tenacity is actually testing the limits a little bit, and they are showing us how well they can play. They're showing us that they know the correct timings, the openings, and they are really shining with their ability to play League of Legends. I love to see these type of drafts for them.
To be fair, if there is any team that I would trust with a bot laner like Samira, it is Zero Tenacity, because we have seen them already playing around their win cons and understanding them very clearly. They're super clear all the way from the very beginning of the draft to how they're executing the game, especially the early game. Samira, we talked about her already throughout this last week and throughout this last 2 weeks, maybe even, I believe. She is the new shining star of the early game AD carries. She wants the attention. She wants the kills. She doesn't want to be playing from behind. She really would love to be playing from ahead. And we saw already what exactly Ice is capable of if he's set ahead. Maybe it's going to be another Penta for him. Who knows? He might just be maybe even the first player in Ultraliga to have 3 Pentas. But let's not get ahead of us too much here. What we need to see from Zero Tenacity is them playing around that Samira, and then later on in the mid game unleashing her, especially if she's ahead, and that Rumble, because the mid game fights for Zero Tenacity are going to be really explosive.
Well, if he scores a third pentakill, I will not even be bothered to check because I know for a fact that no one in the history of Ultraliga got 3 pentakills in the same season. There's probably like 2 or 3 players in total that got 3 pentakills throughout their whole career in Ultraliga. I remember we've had those videos, those materials of certain players talking about their time in Ultraliga, what was their favorite moment. And of course, the one that stuck in my mind for the longest time was Woolite talking about his pentakill during the Season 0 final that led to them winning the whole thing. So, you know, there you have those highlights. And 10 seasons later, Ice comes in. He does 2 pentakills in the single regular season. He still has best of 5s. Like, what would his favorite moment be in Ultraliga? Because you've got to choose from 2 pentakills and probably some other highlights. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. Maybe... I don't know. It's a lot to think about. He's just... Again, he went into this season with one clear goal for himself, a personal one, to prove that he can be a better AD carry for the team and just in general as Noah. And I already said it, but he really is proving exactly that to us.
I think after seeing how Noah performs well in LEC, Ice, as a replacement, he's got to prove a lot to us and to himself most likely too. So I'm happy that he is really having a good showing in this season of Ultraliga, because for the most part people think of Ice as a downgrade and as a replacement, but honestly, Zero Tenacity with Ice, in my opinion, looks even stronger. Maybe we still have to evaluate the addition of Zico, because he's still new to the team. It's his 3rd official, but he definitely brings a lot of positive energy and energy in general to the team, because he's just that type of a person. Color.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his ease anymore. Can Polsky pull something off? He's playing with the Ignite. While Color, he actually decided not to go for the Ignite. He usually does play with the Ignite, but not this time around. He probably respects the kill pressure from Kled, and he knows that in this matchup, in this 1v1, it will be harder to put a lot of pressure on the enemy.
Yep. It is going to be hard to kill that Kled, to be fair. Wait. Sorry, I have some strange noises in my house? But I guess it's fine. I guess I'm gonna be fine. It doesn't matter. If my house goes down, it doesn't matter. Because I just want to be casting this game.
Solari, you gotta check if you're not getting robbed or something.
Nah, my dog would react. My dog would alert me. And that's not my dog. Maybe it's a thunder, because it looks like it's gonna be a thunder around me today.
It's actually... the clouds are gathering around my block as well, and it's starting to rain. It's starting to
get
to
really
windy as well. My dog is also going a little bit bonkers because it might be his first storm of his life.
Oh, a milestone. That's adorable.
Yeah, the first milestone. I think so. He's gotta be a tough boy though. He's gotta be brave about it.
Yes. He's gotta be a very good and brave boy. You know who else has gotta be a brave boy? Both of these supports, actually, because they have a lot on their shoulders. Especially that Alistar, because while both of these supports do have kill pressure, for Alistar it is going to be so important to be both defensive and offensive in this matchup. Nautilus wants to be going in and creating space for his AD carry, because Lothan wants to be proking the enemy, he wants to be using his Ashe to the fullest, but for Alistar, he needs to be ready for if Serpy decides to go all in, but also he needs to be the one going all in. He has the Ignite, so definitely the kill pressure is there for his lane, and he has Samira. Samira has a cleanse, you don't need to worry about her too much getting in an uncomfortable situation with the enemies, and she has a lot of damage during the laning phase, just like Zico, because look at him, he's fighting with Mrosco under the turret right now, getting tower hits, almost hitting Mrosco, but mana is not there for him, so not enough.
Oh, these two mid laners going at each other's throats. You are guaranteed a lot of fighting in the mid lane from Zico and Mrosco. And Zico just gets away with the recall. That was so close, but Mrosco couldn't interrupt it. But, you know, We have those two players that really like to skirmish, those two players that really feel like they're superior mid laners to one another. Of course, with a lot of respect to one another, but you've got to show who is the best, who is the strongest kid on the block, right? So I expect a lot of fighting from Zico and Brosku, a lot of solo bolos, a lot of action, and just overall an interesting mid lane matchup.
By the way, there was a quick check done by our amazing production, and Silas is actually connected to Freljord, even without his Freljordian skin. But right now he's connected to Zico because he is dancing around him, and Krisha is around, but so is Ryazak, and Ryazak is jumping right in onto Mrozku because is relieved together have so much control. They take the flash out of Mrozku, and that's a really good flash to have. Stuns are going to be both of the junglers looking at each other, measuring each other. Ryazak is still fighting with Krisha, and it doesn't look like the fight is actually ending right now. Krisha getting stunned again, but he has to get out. This doesn't look like a fight that they can really take. Maybe Polsat cannot take this fight either because he's still dancing with Kala. He has Skal! Skal has just returned. He's trying to go for a kill onto Kala, but he can no, he can't finish him. He can't. He goes to live.
Oh, this guy is loco, also flashing the emote, showing the superiority to Color. EHG, they are not afraid to pick up the fight with Zero Tenacity members, and you've got to respect it. Mad respect for Polsat on pulling off that 1v1 kill. This guy is an expert on Gleb, and he definitely understands and knows the limits of such matchups. Rumble, it's not like in the end, it feels like he stood no chance because Polsat, he had everything planned out. He knew exactly how much damage he will deal. He knew exactly if he can get away with his Q shot in the mini form to get away from the tower shots. That was enough, and you get a solo bolo in the top lane.
And look at him right now. Just how many swords does a man need to have in his inventory to win a lane? Apparently 3 long swords and a little Doran's blade on top of that, says Polsat, because that's a lot of swords. He's very bulky. Oh, look at Serpe in the meantime going on to Zico. Cannot finish him, unfortunately, even with the Ignite, because nobody else is around to deal more damage to the enemy's mid laner. But that was a statement made by Serpe, a very decisive one, especially because Illuminar also just got the Drake a little bit earlier, and it's an Infernal Drake. And the next one is going to be the Hex Drake. So whoever gets the first 2 Drakes, which could be Illuminar in this case, is going to feel pretty happy during the early game.
Illuminar playing on the red side. Ashe usually has the upper hand when it comes to the laning. She has superior range advantage, and overall it is just so much harder for Samira to get the priority. So Illuminar Gaming could be looking to play around the dragons, but at the same time you have Polsat, who just got a solo kill, maybe go towards the top side of the map, get a dive on because Rumble is without the flash, collect the Herald, open up the map, and allow Polsat to snowball that way, because in the end, Ashe, she's not going to be your primary carry. It will be Silas and Gleb. Ashe, she will probably go into the Triforce, she will be more of a utility ADC. Of course, she will deal some damage, but it's not like the game is centered around her. So Krisha has a couple of options, and it's up to him what he decides.
So far, he only decided a little bit earlier to be around the mid lane. Right now, who is deciding is the bot lane of Zero Tenacity, getting the flash out of loath, and the Ignite is on him, and it's sticking. Serpe doesn't have the Ignite, remember, after the mid lane, but he's still going in right back onto Kabi, dealing a lot of damage together with AD carry, but they cannot continue this one. Nobody can continue going for any kills. Ice is still staying on the lane. He's still fine. A little bit risky, but not too bad.
Little too risky, but like you said, Polsat, he is fine, because he probably understands if you do not see Zico and Ryuzaki on the map, they might be hovering around the top side. So you've got to be playing with a lot of respect, because Rumble, once he gets his level 6, it is so much easier to start any type of a fight. Just think about Equalizer also as a tool of also as a zoning tool. You don't exactly need to deal damage. Sometimes you could just cut off the escape route from somebody, and it will allow Ryuzaki for an easier engage. So Polsat, while not having his flash ready, he's gotta be respectful about the possibility of the gank, especially with Kabi moving around the map. He's level 6 already, and it looks like Z10 will set up for a Herald fight. I don't know if Illuminar Gaming can do anything about it. It looks like Lotten will be actually moving towards it. He also sends Hawk that way, so they will have full info about the movements of Z10.
He also has the Crystal Arrow, so mind that he might just send it in there to help his teammates a little bit. Morosco is taking the ultimate away from Kabi. There is a Glacial Priest already coming in, and Morosco is fighting. Here comes the Glacial Arrow. He's going to hit. I don't even see who it is, but it's Kabi, and he is going to go down. Crash is going to claim the kill. Morosco, though, is going down as well, and it's the first kill for Ice. 1-for-1 exchange.
1-for-1, but also a Herald for EHG, so they should be definitely happy with that. Morosco, by the way, he's got some amazing ultimates in this game that he can steal. I'm thinking about the Alistair one, just gives you so much more survivability. Then you have Rel ultimate for good teamfight presence, as well as the Equalizer from Rumble. So you have a lot of options as Morosco, and you can decide on a long-range initiation, you can decide on a tool for the short-range engage. Let's look at this fight once again. That was a good knock-up from Kabi, but in the end he goes down to Krisha. Then Krisha is allowed to pick up the Herald, and EHG can just disperse and run for the hills, because 1-for-1 is completely fine with the addition of the Herald that they got.
Yeah, definitely that was worth it, even though they lost their mid laner in the process. However, you have to remember that they lost the mid laner to Ice, and Ice having 1 kill is not really good. Kala is taking so much damage in the process from Polsky, because that is a tough fight for Rumble to have on the top lane. But on the bot lane, everything is looking pretty good for Zero Tenacity. I was just talking about this 1 kill for Ice. Samira is finally getting the kills. Right now, it is only the question of giving her a little bit more, 1 more, 2 more, and this Samira is going to feel so damn good.
Well, I didn't see that coming from Gleb. He actually dealt a lot of damage on top of Color. Maybe because he also used the Ignite, but I'm not sure because it's still on the CD. I have not seen if he exactly did use it for that for that trade. You're talking about the bot side of the map where Ice is already 1k up on Lotten, and he will be shortly completing his first item in the form of the Duskblade of Draktar. This item allows Samira for so much more survivability, because usually when you're thinking about Samira items, she's playing in your face, she's playing in short range, so she needs a lot of healing, a lot of shielding. But what Duskblade of Draktar does, it makes her untargetable after she gets a kill or assist, which helps a lot to reset the abilities and maybe get the ult down.
Oh, Kali's probably going down in this exchange. So much control coming in from Krisha. 2 teleports are coming in as well, though. Zico is going to jump in, get a kill, but he is stunned immediately. This is too much damage. He's flashing away from the enemies. Krisha is around him. Zico is still trying to fire away. Almost finishes Zico, but that's not going to be a kill for him. No, it is. It's a double kill. Krisha is down, but on the bot lane, Ice is down as well. Luthen takes the kill, goes down, but that was worth it.
That definitely was worth it. Zero Tenacity, they should be happy with how this fight unfolded. Zico claiming also 1 of the kills, that is really important. And now they will probably look to get a good reset, because pushing any further will just not be possible. And right now, nothing much happening around the map. Is Sirpi going to go down? Kabi will finish him off, and in the supportal combat, he gets the W.
Support, by the way, yeah, but that's Kabi support. Kabi gets all the kills.
So, looking at this situation in the top lane, Zico, what an amazing dodge on the stun, on the chains from Roscoe, and then he's just dancing around. I mean, that really was perfect. But let's jump straight back into the action, because Color, it feels like he doesn't stand a chance.
He's golden. Wait, he's golden. No skull for Polsky Kos. Polsky Kos almost dead. Look at his health bar. But Kala survives this time. Cannot protect his turret from this Herald from Illuminar Gaming, but he survives.
Oh my god, I thought that Color is for sure done. He can even maybe allow Ryuzaki to get the kill. That was a perfect combo. And Zico, he finally is brought down. But it took so long for Illuminar Gaming. What a high tempo map so far. 30 minutes in, we already have 11 kills and a lot of action happening.
a lot of action indeed, with Polsky Calls overstaying just a little bit on the top lane because come on, Kali is for sure out, so what else could possibly go wrong? Oh, Ice is going to dodge the crystal arrow from Luthen, but he cannot dodge anything else. Gonna get caught by Serpy, but that's 8 because Kabe is still around jumping in, protecting his AD carry absolutely at all costs. No one can get to Ice. Well, they even can get to Ice, but nobody can finish him and kill him.
Well, it's the lack of the damage from Ashe and Nautilus lane. Nautilus usually has a lot of basic damage with Ignite on, but it just feels like with all the abilities from Ice and Kabi, where you can bounce back, bounce around with all the knockups, it will be hard to lock him down, to kill him in any of those fights. By the way, Lotten, it looks like he will be going for either Static Shift or maybe a Storm Razor, which is quite the unusual. What we like to see from Ashes nowadays is Kraken Slayer into the Triforce, the most popular build, or maybe Kraken Slayer into the Ginz's Rageblade, being the more DPM but less HP and less useful stats due to the lack of Triforce. But Lotten actually went for the Static Shift, and it looks like it doesn't really matter what type of ADC or a champ you play. Static Shift right now is just broken, and
No!
Welcome to the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, it is very dangerous to face check like that. Even if you're Serpy, even if you're Nautilus, you're still gonna get a lot of damage that you don't expect. And yes, Lothen with the stack is very interesting. Right now he is fighting Ice, which is interesting as well, but his wave clear is going to be unmatched in this game so far. He's still fighting with Ice. God damn it, these two AD carries cannot get enough of each other. But I really wonder as well what's going to be the mythic item of choice for Lothen. I feel that it still could be Triforce. He's going on to Ice with a Crystal Arrow. It's a cleanse from Lothen, it's a flash from Ice. I'm sorry, everything is from Ice, but Lothen is gonna get the kill. It is a kill for him in 1-in-1 scenario against Ice, the best AD carry we have in the league right now. Lothen gets the kill.
Okay, how many players can say it about themselves? I've got a 1v1 kill against Ice playing Samira. That cleanse was a little like he used the cleanse preemptively and then Lotten walking into the bush. This denied the vision from Ice, so he couldn't auto him to finish him off. That was actually super close, but also quite smart from Lotten. Really well done.
Very clean micro from Lothen in this fight, which puts him in a 2-1-1 position, and in a position where he still was the one to take down Ice in a duel scenario. Illumina also had the Herald, so they are going to push even further through the Taurus. They already have a really nice and comfortable situation on the top lane. Right now it's the mid lane or the bot lane that needs to be open for them. By the way, we have the third Drake of the game. The third one is going to be the Ocean, so we have the Ocean Soul with a lot of bushes. Nice map. Pretty nice soul for Illumina as well.
I don't think that we will actually see this, or maybe we will, because the dragon, the table for the dragon is set, and Illuminar Gaming and Z10 will most likely fight around it. Color, he's pushing top, but he's got the TP in, so does Mrozku. Then it just looks like it will all be about the better flank, in the better position. Ziko, he's gotta clear out the wave, but Polsky Calls, he should be fine. However, Kabi and Ryuzaki, they have a lot of CC. They are trying to get on top of him. They actually deny the ultimate, and he, without the flash, will fall. And that will seal the deal on the dragon for 0 tenacity.
Polsky Calls lost absolutely everything in the process, but my favorite part was Krisha trying to throw in the ultimate, doing so but getting denied. Kabi is going to get the crystal arrow in his face, but that doesn't matter for him too much. I really need to see the replay of what happened there, because the denial there from Zico of the glacial prison from Krisha was so damn crucial.
This game, without any stakes, but is delivering us a banger matchup. I mean, 0 tenacity, it doesn't feel like they are the 16-1 team and playing against IHG, who's in the middle of the pack. It's really a close, a competitive game between those two. And kudos to Illuminar Gaming because they've approached this one without any second thoughts, without any reservations. They are not holding back. And Mrosku will claim the tower in the bot.
This is good for Illuminar to have Zero Tenacity as their last opponent during the regular season because they need to be prepared going into the playoffs in the next week. And what better opponent to have to test your skills than Zero Tenacity as your very last game of the split. Look at how well Illuminar are filling on the map right now. They are taking the turrets. They're going to take both turrets on the bot lane. That's opening the map massively for themselves. The top lane outer turret already out. Now bot lane is completely open for them. The next dragons should be easy task for Illuminar Gaming, but even the barons should be easier now because we are talking about the baron that's going to spawn in less than a minute, which means both the teams are going to be looking into their rotation towards the top part of the map, seeing how much vision they can put in, especially for Illuminar because they already have the prio there.
Opening the mid lane will be really important for both of those teams, and mostly I'm thinking about Zero Tenacity, but it also applies for EHAG. Yeah, both of those teams have a lot of engagement tools, and it's so annoying for them to face those towers because they just deny you a lot of opportunities to get a good flank, to get a good engage off. With no first tower in the mid lane, then plays when Rumble just uses Equalizer to start the fight might happen more often. The same goes for Illuminar Gaming with Grisha and the Glacial Prison, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for Lotten, or even the ultimate from Gleb can also happen. But as long as those towers are still standing, it will be so tricky to get those long-range engages, to start those fights because of the power that the towers just hold or have.
However, on the contrary, both teams want to be fighting right now, especially Zero Tenacity on the bot lane because they have fun. Mrosku, they're going onto him, they're going to lock him down. The flash is going to be used together with the Everfrost. Mrosku is trying to get away, but it doesn't look like he has any chances of doing so. He actually is using the Magnet Storm that he's just stole from Rel against the enemies, but it doesn't matter too much because he is going down. Illuminar, they are not wasting any time trying to cut through the outer turret on the mid lane of the enemies. Cannot do so because Kali is there and Isa there, and they're going to defend the turret. So that's one death for nothing for Illuminar.
That is a nice try from Mrosku. And Illuminar, they were trying to pressure the mid tower, but it was so close to falling. Polsky cause right now, he seems to be the strongest side of Illuminar Gaming because he's putting a lot of pressure on Color and the side. They look at the tower. They look the inhibitor one is being chipped. Okay, Polsky cause with the flag.
Where are you going?
Oh, he's going
onto ice. He was going directly onto ice, stopping him, which bought enough time for his teammates to finish the turret on the mid lane. So now there is a very big prio in the hands of Illuminar as long as they can push the top lane. And if you look at their inventories, they are very ready to fight. Everybody except the support are sitting on the 2 items, especially crucial one for Silas because the Everfrost plus Zoni is pretty much already a power spike for him, which allows him to go into the fights and survive them. Maybe not as much as the last 2 times. Hopefully it's going to be better this time, because this time he needs to live through the fight. It's going to be the talk about the 3rd dragon for either of the teams in less than a minute.
Well, Zero Tenacity just a little bit closer to the dragon, so let's quickly check the summoner spells, because most of them will be available for that fight. It's just the mid laners missing their flashes. So both teams, they are preparing for one big team fight around the dragon. It's not going to decide the fate of Dragon Soul yet for any of those teams, but Z10, they are definitely much closer to obtaining that.
Illuminar are checking the grounds. They need more vision because right now neither of the teams see almost anything around the pit. Yeah, they don't see anything around the pit. Illuminar are putting in some vision. Zero Tenacity I hear already as well. 5 men strong. They are with Kabi going in. Relentless with the ultimate from Kala. Thrown in immediately. They're on the Serpy. Serpy tries to flash away. Serpy gets away. But look at Ryuzaki. He's amongst the enemies with eyes following up immediately. Gets the first kill on Luthen. Now they're trying to chase Mrosku because Mrosku is very scary. Kabi's on him. Ryuzaki is on him. It's so much control. Mrosku goes gold, and Zico in the meantime is fighting, is getting the damage because Polsky Cause is in the action bay. baby. He's going to slay Zico. He has the kill, but he doesn't have the skull anymore. He's so vulnerable. Ryuzaki is stunned, but Polsky is dead. Serpy is dead, and look at Ice. He's going in. He wants another kill. He has a double kill. He has a triple kill.
Oh my god, just watching Ice in those team fights, how he operates, how he plays this Samira is a perfection. This guy knows exactly when to go in and when to go out, how to stack his passive, when to deal damage and when to maybe back off, because Mrozku is with his ultimate ability, and now he blocks the enchanted crystal arrow. I mean, this guy is just insane today, and not even today. For the most part,
exactly.
His Samira.
It's not just today. It's not just
nothing to fear. Yeah.
It's not just one day for Ice like that. It is the typical League of Legends day for Ice. He is exceptional, and he already proves to us for the second time in a row that he feels really confident on Samira.
Look at Polsky Kos. Illuminar Gaming. That fight would have looked completely different if Polsky Kos was there a little bit earlier, or maybe if he actually managed to hit the ultimate on Ice, because I was left alone all by himself, without the flash, without the cleanse, without the most abilities that were on the cooldown. And they really missed Polsky Kos in that fight, because he's the strongest member of Illuminar Gaming, and now he's being picked off.
Oh, yo. He is dead, which means Illuminar have no fighting chance right now, but there is nothing to fight for at the moment. Drake has been taken, the Baron has been taken, everything is in hands. Well, except for the Drake, to be honest, but everything else is in the hands of Zero Tenacity. Illuminar, though, are not slowing down. They understand that Zero Tenacity are on the bot side of the map right now, pushing in very heavily, so they are throwing in their own push, which is easy one to execute because of how many turrets they took prior to the Baron even spawning on the map. And Zero Tenacity are just quicker with the push, simply because they have the Baron buff. The turret on the bot lane is down, the inhibitor on the bot lane is down as well, and with all the wave clear, it's still going to be pretty hard for Illuminar to answer what's going to be happening on the map for them right now.
Quite ironic that they are taking the bot inhibitor down while the first tower in the mid lane is still standing for Illuminar Gaming. It says a lot about how Z10 can snowball and how Z10 can accelerate their leads. You make one mistake, they pick you off, and look, Polsky Kos dying led to them taking the inhibitor tower in the bot lane. Now maybe Ryuzaki overstepping just a little bit. He's super strong, so it will be hard to take him down. They can just run away. Z10 will defuse the situation, probably use all the gold that they have just gathered, and reset on the map because they still have 50 seconds of the Baron. That maybe will allow them to get the tower in the mid lane. Something that they were looking for the longest time.
There is no Glacial Prism creature right now, and in general there was quite many resources from Illuminar thrown on trying to get Ryuzaki down, which is, as you mentioned, a really hard thing to do. He's on 2 items right now. He is feeling pretty tanky. He is looking, to be fair, pretty tanky too. So he is a really good front lane for Zero Tenacity, and they are pushing in. The mid lane turret is not even the primary target for them. They leave Zico alone on the mid lane. They are rotating their forces to the top lane, where they also find Krisha and Mrozku. Do they want to go for the kill? Absolutely. So much control. Yet again, it's a kill for Ice. They're onto Mrozku. Mrozku goes golden. Mrozku is in the zone, yes, but it's only going to keep him alive for that long. It's a double kill for Ice again.
How does this guy make it happen all over again? He's just... I can't explain or I can't fathom how well Ice plays with this Samir. His mechanical expression of this champion is really at the highest level. And yeah, Serpy was taken down by the enemies. He was trying to... I don't know what he was really trying to do. Z10 will get another inhibitor down. They will also probably transfer that to the mid lane, and Illuminar Gaming right now hanging by a thread this game.
With 3 inhibitors down, it is going to be pretty much a game over for them immediately. Grisha there goes for Ryuzaki with a Glacial Prison again onto Ryuzaki, and there is no continuation possible. Look at Mrozku though, he is on a flanking maneuver, he is spotted there on the walls, but he wants to go in, but Ryuzaki also wants to go in with the Glacial Storm. It's a very quick kill for Kala. That is 2 more kills, 1 of them for Ice, 2 of them for Ice. It's again a double kill for Ice. How many double kills does a man need in a game?
And that is it. That will be Zero Tenacity claiming 17th victory of the season. 9 kills to Ice. His Samira is a force to reckon with. Just like all the other champs and all the other players on this roster. Zero Tenacity showing us that they are stronger than ever and really playing to perfection. Well-deserved victory, another one of those. And EHG, you've got to praise them for putting up a good fight in the first 10 to 15 minutes. But then, what happens in the games against Zero Tenacity? You make one wrong move, you make one mistake, and they snowball instantly of that. Illuminar Gaming, they were trying to fight back, they were trying to bounce back, but the game was already done and dusted in the books of Zero Tenacity. The only regret that I have about this season is that Zero Tenacity didn't manage to get the perfect split. It never happened in Ultraliga history. And it felt like, with the current form of Zero Tenacity, it really felt like they were destined to go 18-0. And I believe that... Yeah, go ahead.
They were destined to, but they could not make it, and that is indeed very unfortunate. Only one loss for them in this season. So it's Forsaken, who are making the name for themselves as a team who denied Zero Tenacity the perfect split. It is always one team that denies the top team the perfect split. Yeah, I wish we will see one day a perfect split for somebody in Ultraliga, because Agarogue were getting super close, Zero Tenacity were getting super close, even closer than in the previous season they are right now, but nope, still something is missing for them. Something missing for them. Let's see if they can find this missing piece until the playoffs. So Illuminar Gaming, most likely they will be going against Alior Bank team, a Polish El Clasico, if you call it. I mean, I'm just predicting what will happen in the playoffs, because the most important match is ahead of us and it will decide upon pretty much everything. If Team ESCA Gaming wins, then they go to a tiebreaker with Iron Wolves, but if Iron Wolf wins, then we have top 6 already secured. And of course, the following match, the following one with Alior Bank team going against Maturalni Forsaken will also be important. That was a really juicy outplay from Zico. 1v3, he's dodging all the skill shot possible. Look at this one as well. A slight sidestep to the back. I mean, a highlight of this game pretty much for me. For me, I think Lothar versus Ice is going to be the highlight of this match for me, because while Illuminar, yes, they went down in this game, they couldn't slay the beast in the face of Zero Tenacity. Lothar still made a name for himself. He made a statement by taking down Ice. Look at that, that is going to be the replay with Ice. He is already half health, but this half health was chipped down by Lothar a little bit early. Lothar is pretty much half health as well. He's getting a lot of shots from Ice, but steps into the bush, sidesteps, deals damage in the process, and it's a kill confirmed for him.
That vision denial was really crucial. That was the one step that allowed Lothar to outplay Ice. So he also will have one highlight to his own name. And look, Ice, he will be all alone in just a second. And points because he just flies by him, because the ultimate from Gleb, once you mark down the place that you will charge to, it will not change. Sometimes you aggro on the enemy that is close enough, but Ice, he's stuck to the wall. He was out of range of that ultimate, and in the end he got the triple kill. Imagine if Polsky jumps on top of him, maybe Illuminar Gaming has a chance to turn that fight around, but it didn't happen, because Zero Tenacity, they rarely make those positional mistakes. They rarely give you openings to punish them, at least in Ultraliga, against all the teams in the Season 10.
Who's going to be the MVP of this season? Come on, surprise us. Not of this season, but of this game. But Ryuzaki is actually getting very close to having the MVP of the season. The man is collecting another MVP, and we're so happy for him because, first of all, 100% kill participation. That's not a number that you see very often in even for the MVPs. But he is still in the run for having the most MVPs of the season. It is going to be hard to catch up with Rosen, but I think he should be ahead of Kabi right now with this additional MVP in his pockets.
Oh, wow. You already know who will join us during the interview. And I'm happy to announce that it will be one and only Papidela Zico again will be joining us for the interview. Let's jump straight into that. Hello, Papi. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yo, what's up, guys? You know, it's your puppy chilling in the vlog. Another dove on the bag. We're chilling.
Well, I wanted to start off with one comment. I've been practicing some Chico dance, but I will not show you the moves yet.
Just show it now. Give it a little twerky for us.
Okay.
A little twerky. Okay. Okay. It's getting there. Okay,
But the rest of it,
that's actually perfect. That's actually perfect.
Thank you so much.
You know what's missing there? It's my chain. My chain, when it gets there into your thing, it's perfect. You'll see that your ass will flow much better now.
Okay. I'll get my chain on the chain game in the next, possible occurrence of you. I mean, you guys have been looking today amazing. Throw the split as well. I've told Solari I have one regret. You guys didn't manage to get 18-0. So, yeah. Zico, do you think you can go for the clean sweep in the playoffs? Perfect playoffs. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and then to EMEA Masters.
I mean, that's for sure one of my objectives. I mean, I don't think the league has the highest level as compared to other leagues. I think we also have like really key players that are able to accomplish that, and it's for sure something that I'm looking forward. Even though that we've been winning maybe the last 3 games this Super Week and stuff, but for me it's not like super happy moments, let's say, because I see a lot of flaws in our team, and that is something that we need to get better at. And these games should not even look close, or it doesn't mean that it looks close, but at least it should have been cleaner from us, and that's something that that it still triggers me a bit inside of me,
Yeah, but your outplay on the top side of the map, that was some clean movement.
It was a bit of, a bit of for there. It was there.
I'm sure that Illuminar Gaming had that image in mind when you outplayed them. Alicia, go ahead.
I have a very quick question for you, because you already have a lot of fans of your own, but right now there has to be an influx of Polish fans added to your fan base. How are Polish fans treating you?
I mean, so far it looks really nice, at least in the chat, etc. I mean, in Twitter or Instagram it doesn't show up as much, so make sure to hit that follow button on ChicoLol in Twitter and Instagram, of course. But for sure, I mean, every time I look at the chat, there's a lot of like spamming in the chat, and that's something that I really appreciate, and I'm really looking forward to meet people there, make sure that I can have some fun with them, etc. After we win the Ultraliga, we're there doing some Chico dance all together. For sure it's gonna be a good moment.
Well, doing Chico dance, I cannot wait to see you guys. We even got the information on our Discord when we are updated about the status of who we will be interviewing. We got the Chico dance in the form of the gift, so we always know that you are coming. Zico, if you have any shoutouts again today, maybe some new fans have already joined the Zico Club. I don't know, maybe some new members. You can do it. But if you're sticking with your shoutouts from yesterday, we'll just go with them as well.
I mean, for sure, I guess the main shout out for today is my boy Rio. I think Rio is an exceptional person. I think I've really enjoyed to play with him these last few days. Now we started duo queuing a little bit as well, since we can duo queue, and it's someone that I really appreciate, because he's a nice person. You can see that he has a nice heart. He cares about other people as well, and at the end of the things, even if the things don't go as perfect sometimes, he's always looking to listen, and he's always looking to learn, and that's something that I really appreciate him as a teammate of mine. And for sure we will be able to accomplish better things, and making sure that we will have a much better connection, much better friendship. And I think at the end it's the power of friendship that will bring us a lot of wins to the team. So a big shout out to Rio, I love you, bro.
That is a really powerful message. Thank you so much for that wholesome moment. And Zico, we will see you in the playoffs. My boy, now you have some time to practice the dance moves, maybe to get some.
I don't need to practice.
get some
Actually, I
rest.
was dancing before the match started. Today I woke up with so much energy, like I just put. Oh my god! I wish I could be in Madrid right now for a party, or even in Poland, or in Serbia, But I'm here sitting at my home. But good news, I have my passport, so in a matter of time, I will be in Serbia.
Amazing.
Nice. Congratulations.
That's really good to hear.
Thank you.
And we are looking forward to seeing you guys play in the best of fives. Looking forward to seeing you dance with us after the Ultraliga finals and showing your moves. But for now, that will be it. Thank you so much, Zico. Once again for joining us. Take care, brother, and get another W on.
Have a really nice broadcast. I love you guys. Bye bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye. I love it when he does interviews. He's such a fresh face in the team and in Ultraliga, but he already brings so much joy to us, doesn't he?
Oh, he already does, but I cannot wait to meet him personally. I feel like, just talking to him online is never the full effect, never the full energy and the full aura of that person. And I'm really happy that we have the addition of Zico to their Tenacity and to Ultraliga as a player and both as a personality. But for now, that will be it from the second game. But the most important match is still ahead of us. Upcoming Team ESCA Gaming and Iron Wolves. This will decide who gets to the 6th place and is the last team in the playoffs. We'll find about it more after the short break.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Suavecito, muy rico se siente cada vez que te veo en mi mente. Solo pienso en ti, no lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, ya te tengo así. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh. No hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras a toda manera. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo.
To the top we go. Yeah. Tell me who gonna stop us though.
Welcome back to Season 10 of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. We are approaching the playoffs. We are as close to them as it gets, and we are at game 3 of today. The most important game that is going to happen today. Iron Wolves going against Team ESCA, fighting for the last spot. Whoever wins this game takes it all.
Yes, with one addition, if Team ESCA Gaming wins this one, they actually make it to a tiebreaker, I believe. We will have that. We will have that confirmed with our production, but that was that was the plan. If they win, they go into the tiebreaker, which will be played after the usual 5 games. However, for Iron Wolves, if they win, then they are guaranteed top 6, and they go to playoffs. Something that they couldn't pull off during the last season, something that they've been chasing for a long time since their last playoff appearance, and something that can be done today thanks to their play. However, last time when both of those teams met on the Rift, it was Iron Wolves taking the W in under 30 minutes. Though they were still playing with Sisyphek and Monk. If I remember correctly, that was the game from Monk that he actually got the MVP, and it wasn't on Senna, it wasn't on Sona, it wasn't on Ornn, it wasn't on Nasus, it wasn't on something like this. It was actually on Alistar, one of the more traditional champs, where he actually played it super well. However, now Iron Wolves with 2 new players in the bot lane, and since they have joined, Iron Wolves, they've been winning more games, and they've been chasing playoffs with a lot of success.
But it's still not over. Success, yes, they have had it, but maybe a little bit not enough, because it is the 2nd season in a row where we're seeing the Wolves sitting at the same position. When they are at the very last game of the regular season, and they still don't know whether they're making the playoffs or not. In the last season, the last decisive game was lost for them against Alior team, who took the victory, who progressed into the playoffs instead of the Wolves. This game is going to be absolutely crucial for them, because recently they had the changes in their roster that benefited them quite a lot. They had the new support, they had the new AD carry, Yashiro reuniting with the team. They started taking some victories, and then enemies realized that something was wrong. They started batting out Xayah or taking it away from the Wolves, and it looks like without Xayah for Yashiro, everything is just falling apart for the Wolves.
I don't know what is the curse of the team. Like, sometimes we had Saulius on the interview, and despite him not being a active player anymore because he was in the previous season, he told us countless times, I'm still working other job full time, and I'm treating being a professional as an extra. But he's still close with the organization. He's still putting a lot of effort to make Iron Wolves a great team and to push them into the playoffs, for them to compete for the highest stakes. And I think that requires you to take difficult decisions. And Iron Wolves never were short of making changes inside of the roster. Some of them we might be, a little bit surprised by. Some of them much welcomed. And you've gotta, I don't know, even, it's not about praise, it's about respect. It's about respecting the people responsible for that, because it's never easy. Those decisions are hard. You've got to put somebody away. You've got to end your contract with somebody. You've got to tell him that you will be replacing him. However, if you want to have a successful organization, if you want to be in the contention for the top 6, for the top 3, for EMEA Masters, then you've got to make those difficult decisions. And this season, I think that was necessary, because in the first half, they were on 3 wins and 6 losses. Right now, their score has improved greatly, and they might turn it completely around by getting their 9th victory, which would mean that they won 6 games in the second half of the split and only lost 3. Not all of them with the new additions to the squad, but most of them with the new members on the roster.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting enough, because especially if they take this victory today, the majority of their wins are going to be after the changes in the roster happened, which means that the decisions were right, but the initial roster choice was not exactly what works the best for the team itself. We have hopes for the Wolves today, but we also have hopes for ESCA, because for these guys, the split also hasn't been the easiest one. The previous split, however, was much worse. So they are recovering, you have to say, because in the previous season, I don't think we could... Oh, sorry, my phone is going crazy. I will need a second.
What were we talking about, Slutty? Just give me a bounce. Oh, well.
Yeah, I am actually bouncing back myself. Yeah, but we're talking about ESCA, because compare them to the previous season, and there is a massive improvement for the team. That is a team that has changed quite a lot. Well, yeah, quite a lot. A team that is right now fighting for the playoff spot. And if they take this one, they still most probably have to go into the relegation match to decide, if I recall correctly. But if they take it, if they get into playoffs, they're making their own history.
They are. I mean, Team ESCA Gaming, it's yet another difficult storyline and difficult spot that they found themselves in, because in the history of Team ESCA Gaming, this roster is the most stacked one, the most paid one, as we like to call it. So you also expect to get some results. You just expect some results from them, right? However, Team ESCA Gaming, they in the past, they've been able to nurture some of the Polish and regional talent. They've been able to come up with the rosters that would challenge in the playoffs, that would actually place second and go to EMEA Masters without spending that much money, without having those high salaries. So it really is about the philosophy that stands behind the team building, behind those rosters. And it has not always been on point for ESCA, but sometimes it really paid off. So this season, maybe it will be just another proof of that Team ESCA Gaming should stick with the philosophy of bringing up Polish talent, of bringing up regional talent, of giving a chance to a lot of new players. I'm not saying that they didn't do it this time around, because you have some players that are, maybe not putting their first steps in their careers, but are not yet well developed. However, it's not full rookie squad. It's not this place where you only go for zero experienced players that are making their debut in their careers.
Quite the opposite, actually. In the current roster of ESCA, we have very familiar faces. We are talking about Arison, for example, who has already established himself quite well as a good AD carry in the league. We have Wayne, who we met last season, but already again he came in, and it was a very interesting debut for him, a very nice one, because he was the one who started bringing his full team some victories. And then we have Chibek and Xavier, so all of those names are pretty much already familiar to us, which is interesting, and which is why especially we would like to see ESCA continue their journey with the Ultraliga throughout this season, because we love these names, and we love the team, and we love the name of the team as well. We want to have a little bit more of them with us. But the same can be said about the Wolves. We also know these faces. We've been with them through a couple of seasons already. We love them. We want to see more of their games. Honestly, this match is a little bit heartbreaking to me, because I would not be able to choose who I would like to see in the playoffs more. But, well, it's only one who's taking it in the end.
So, let's jump into the draft. And I wonder if Yanatis is going to pick yet another unique champion, because if you look at his statistics, he's played like 14, 6... wait. This will be... so 16 different champs. He actually played 16 different champs, only using Gragas twice. Besides it, he is not going for the same champ more than once. So, this could be a possibility for him to even extend that record.
That would be really interesting to see. But another interesting thing is the bans. Look at the bans coming in from ESCA. Of course, Zai against Ishiro, but also Tristana and Kaisa against Ishiro, but also against ZTY. These are some really strong bans coming in. And Wolves are banning out Renekton, Sejuani, and LeBlanc. So there is Rel available and Maokai for the first pick if ESCA decide to go for it. That also makes a lot of sense. Rakan is going to be the choice for Feckless.
Yeah, you can do it. Rakan, maybe without Zaya, not as strong, but effectless, really shining on that type of engaging supports where you give him Rel, you give him Rakan, you give him Nautilus. He will make sure that the job is done and that you are awarded a good initiation. Iron Wolves actually going with Jinx. So this might be due to the fact that Addison yesterday pulled off an amazing victory on Jinx. So Iron Wolves, seeing that ESCA got rid of so many AD champs, will actually go for Jinx themselves. What now? Addison, yeah, most likely Aphelios, his most popular champion in the pool. You just had to pick him. You just had to pick him.
And Kindred. Kindred brought ESCA the victory yesterday when they were playing against Komil Friends. They have 2 AD carries already in their team. They have 2 carries that won the resources, but yesterday we saw that ESCA were able to manage it out. They were playing around Kindred for the majority of the game, quite heavily, especially in the beginning, rotating the bot lane to help her out with the first marks. And after that, if you do that to Kindred, if you nurture her, if you care for her, she is going to take care of you later on in the game, and that was exactly the case for them. The Lamb's respite was huge. Kindred itself was huge as well. It was a really good game for Xavier, so I will have my worries about Kindred, because if she falls behind, she is so useless in the game. But for ESCA, it looks like they know what to do with this champion.
They do know, however, yesterday this Kindred wasn't answered with any type of a counter champ. However, Iron Wolves, they've already gone for Cassante, which can just yeet somebody out of the Lamb's Respite, and then you have also Gragas with his casket that can completely disrupt the placement of the enemies inside of the Kindred's ultimate. So Iron Wolves addressing that Kindred pick quite well, and Rel, she somehow snuck into the second phase of the picks, and Iron Wolves, they will make sure that she is picked.
That's pretty unusual for Rel. Quite often she is the first pick, the prior pick, very high prior for any team. But yeah, the first rotation to steal is in. Quite some important champions have been banned out by ESCA from ZTY. They really want to remove as many of the champions from his pool as possible. Wolves, though, are doing the same, removing Ari from Vayne, his signature pick. But look at that, we're going to have a Cyan game today. This is going to be Cyan for Grypciocraft, bringing out the big guns for the top lane, and it is Nico is picked for Vayne. I'm going to be really happy because we haven't seen Nico for quite a while. We saw quite a lot of her after she was allowed in the pro play after her rework. Players though quickly realize that where she has a lot of control, she lacks in damage a little bit, plus the nerves hit her right after that, so Nico unfortunately was forgotten, but she is back and I want to see some shenanigans on the mid lane.
Oh my god, it's going to be a Korotkiy for ZTY, because if you look at the bans from the side of Team ESCA Gaming, they've targeted ZTY quite heavily. There's no Tristana, no Kai'Sa, no Irelia, and no Tryndamere. Iron Wolves, they've had to ban a couple of the mid laners themselves, so no more LeBlanc or Ahri available for any of the mid laners. And ZTY, he really was left with no champs that he has showed us during this season. I believe Korotkiy was played by... No, he actually wasn't. So from some other champs, there was a possibility of Silas and of Victor, and I'll correct myself, Korotkiy was actually played once, but not to the greatest of effect from Mr. ZTY. This guy, I feel like he had the highest ups and the lowest downs of any of the player in Ultraliga. He really was shining in the previous week. My personal MVP with this Kai'Sa and LeBlanc game, but then I remember those matches where he would pick up Irelia and just die around the third minute, and then continue doing so. Let's see which phase of ZTY will we see in the upcoming game.
Because he is going to be an important tool for the team. Of course, there is Jinx, who is probably going to be hyper carry, who is supposed to be the hyper carry for the team. There is a lot of utility around her that will help her quite a lot to do exactly what Jinx wants to do, to get excited as quickly as possible, get either a kill or assist, and continue snowballing from there on. But Korotkiy is still going to be super crucial for the team. They need to be playing around his packages if they want to have as much success as possible around the dragons. That includes usually trying to take the first dragon as soon as possible to make sure that the second one arrives by the time Korotkiy has his first package. And after that, every time when you have package for Korotkiy, you have such a big pro in your hands that you need to be fighting around it. You only have 1 minute after he picks it up. You need to use this time really wisely. Rotate him to the fight immediately. Have the fight. Force the enemies to show you because you know that they are weaker. When the package comes in, it is so much immediate damage and so much control of the battlefield that you, especially having a hyper carry and so much control again on your team, should be able to take this one. But that's just on paper. Let's see if Wolves are going to be able to deliver, because you can say the same as what you said about ZTY about the whole team. When they win their games, it is exceptional. It is such a high eye for them. But when they lose their games, it is so sad to watch.
Iron Wolves, I really want to see them in the playoffs. I will not be picking any sides, but I really want to see them in the playoffs because the best of fives come. Imagine the game between Iron Wolves and Illuminar Gaming. How crazy it would be with with all the champs, with so many different styles, with so many different ideas inside of the game. You really cannot. I mean, you will never get bored watching Iron Wolves. They always bring something new into the mix. They always bring something new into the table. But however, it feels like one of their most traditional, the most normal team compositions out of the whole season, looking at the team that they have gathered and completed into this matchup. You don't have those crazy picks from ZTY, from Yaunatis, even from Heshero. It's a well-rounded team composition. You show me that one, and I'll tell you Orbit Anonymo, maybe. You know?
Yeah, actually, that would suit Orbit Anonymo quite well. Look at that. They have the scaling carry on the mid lane, and Roshan plays Korotkiy quite a lot. They have the hyper carry, AD carry on the bot lane with the engage support, with a lot of utility and engage available in the jungle, and top lane as well, doing the top lane things. Yeah, that looks pretty much like what Orbit Anonymo could pull out. Maybe with the exchange on the top lane, because I don't think Prime really likes Xander that much. Put him on Fiora, he'll be much happier.
I was about to say it because I've looked into the team composition. The first thing that came into my mind is Korotkiy, and when I see Korotkiy, I also see Royson. So I'm like, oh yeah, that team composition kind of resembles something that Orbit Anonymo would play. And then you have K'Sante in the top lane, maybe something like Fiora, maybe something like Camille, maybe Jax, but K'Sante, not really. Prime doesn't have a preference for that.
Yeah, no. He wants to be a carry. He wants to have the carry potential, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. But we are not talking about Prime for the moment being. Heshero, however, he could pull off some juicy 1v1s in this K'Sante-Sion matchup, because what Sion wants to do is not put a lot of pressure during the laning phase. He wants to farm, he wants to get through that lane safely, and then be a big tank in the team fights. While K'Sante, he's more versatile, he's more well-rounded, but also as a tank, he has this great ability to pick 1v1 fights. So I'm definitely looking forward to see if Heshero can limit test Grzybek, because those are two different players in the different moment of their careers. Heshero already winning Greek League, already playing in the Ultraliga and achieving high goals, while Grzybek, he's coming back, but he never was a top dog. So you've got to see if the young Padawan can live up to his old master in Heshero.
Oh, that's nicely said. I like it. But actually, yeah, Grzybek is signed. He doesn't need to have any flashy games on the top lane. He doesn't need to win the lane. He plays as a weak side, and Sion is very comfortable. He used to be one of the strongest weak sides available for the top lane. He just stays there. He lives. It is really hard to gank him. It is really hard to kill him, especially post level 6. He doesn't care even if you kill him, because he's getting back to the lane really quickly on his ultimate, and he's able to split push really nicely also because of his ultimate. He can rejoin the fight super quickly, and he doesn't rely on flash so much. Though on bot lane, these are quite some exchanges, and actually it's Yashiro who's getting a lot of damage from ESCA. Arisen is really putting him to the test.
Oh yeah, Yashiro, he's gotta be extra careful. He went for a I don't want to say greedy, but definitely not the safest option in his first item. This call will be a good investment into the future, but while on the laning phase, it doesn't provide you with so much durability or as much survivability as longsword and free potions. So you take one wrong trade like this one, and Yashiro, he will be chunked down, he will be forced to use his potion, and it will be much harder for him to continue fighting. Addison, he can lock him down, but Xavier, he's far away. They should have not gone for that. Effectless, he can be dead.
Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, they ignite on him for sure. No, this is not a good recon. The bird still lives somehow. And now it's Ishiro, who is exceptionally low. He's fighting with Addison. He's fighting with the enemies. He's getting the first blood. Yes, he dies. It's a kill for Xavier, but he gets the first blood regardless. But it's a double kill for Xavier. Look at that. Might have to be with his own life right now. And yes, it is going to be a kill for Zety. They are not stopping the fight. Jonatis is getting the kill. Now he is the next one to die. What is this one after another? It's a train of dying. Waynham, not he refuses to be the next one. He stops the wheel.
Holy smokes, 3-4-3 in that fight, and everyone died right there, everyone flashing forward, Yashiro trying to finish off Effectless, Ignite didn't kill him, then you have Yaunatis, then Xavier finally joins, Vienna is there quicker than ZTY, but ZTY claims one kill to his own name, so let's see, who is the biggest victor of that fight? And I believe that should be Xavier because he got 2 kills and he probably also got one of the stacks. Look at the early fight out of this, out of those two teams. Addison flashing, maybe not in the right direction. He was trying to get away from the zap from Jinx that in the end still nailed him. Yaunatis, he got ignited, that's why he couldn't survive. No more flash, no more body slam, no place to run away. And then ZTY with the red buff. You would think that he can chase the enemy down, but doesn't have the mana for W. And if Vienna gets the root, he will be able to run away with his life, making it 3-4-3.
You're right that Xavier is the winner of this fight because he got one stack out of it on top of the double kill he got. Kindred had the stack on Gragas, she got it because of the assist, because Yana just went down in that fight, and right now Wayna is really risking going down as well. Yaunatis and ZTY are both chasing him down. Xavier is around there, he cannot save his teammate because this is a dead Nico, but he gets a kill, maybe even goes for the second one. No stacks for him this time, but just a kill would be nice. He cannot chase Yaunatis, however.
Oh, he's already gotten the third kill. He already is on 2 stacks. That game looks like Kindred carry angle. She really has everything that she needs. She's accelerated, she's getting a lot of extra EXP because of all these fights. And she will get to a point where the Triforce, I don't know, maybe 10-minute Triforce, maybe 9-minute Triforce, something like that. Once she hits that item, she will become a complete beast. And I think that Xavier using that Kindred could be the saving grace for Team ESCA Gaming in this season, could be the victor, and could make it to the... would allow them to play in the tiebreak.
On top of him playing Kindred, there is also Addison, who in the previous game for ESCA was one of those win cons. Together with Xavier, he was dealing a lot of damage, and this time he is playing on his signature pick, on his beloved Aphelios, knowing that this time it's a good pick for him. We talked yesterday to him, he said it wasn't the best pick into the matchup, but right now he's playing against Jinx, so he can match her, he can play his favorite champion, and the team can benefit from that. They are taking the first dragon in the game. They are not leading in the kills, but they are leading on the map in general because they have the control. However, the gold is still not in their favor. Look at Ishiro, he is winning quite nicely because of this first bot and because the man is farming. Top lane is not looking good as well, but that's pretty much what ESCA expected by picking Sion for the top.
Well, Sion, by giving up some of the CS, he's still gaining a lot of HP passively because he's just stacking that with his abilities. So, you know, whenever you look at Sion, you've also got to count in the extra EHP as a gold resource because some of the champs get the passive stats like Sion or like Veigar with his Qs and stacking. Grzybek, however, what he can do and what we would like to see, as a Sion player is you push the wave in and then go into the river, because you have a really quick rotation with your ultimate. You can appear on the dragon. You can maybe also gank the mid lane with the unstoppable onslaught. Definitely try to use Sion as a proactive tool. That will allow your team to get the advantage, because in 1v1 Sion is not the strongest. I mean, not the strongest. He is not getting the solo leads. So use Sion as a tool to help out others.
I would love to see that. And I would love to see ESCA to try to go for the Heralds, because they know that they have Sion and because the quick possible rotation. Actually, they're doing right that. Look at that, Xavier is already at the river. There is a ward, so the wolves know what's happening. Question is, are they going to answer it in any way possible? Because look at that, Jonatis is around. He is on the ward himself. His Jiro is around, but Grypciocraft is slowing him down. Alior is around, but nobody else. While ESCA are rotating pretty much everybody to this part of the map right now. Xavier is getting a lot of damage on himself, and this is going to be a full-on engage from the side of wolves, but ESCA are answering back. Grypciocraft is going in, dealing the damage. This is going to be a shutdown for Ishiro onto the Kindred. The jungler is dead. Alior is dead, so as well in the process. The Moonlight Visual is not going to do too much. The damage is still there from Addison, but that's going to be the only kill out of it.
And Yashiro, he claimed a kill with a long range ultimate. While everything was happening around the top side of the map, Yashiro has been having his sweet own time with the enemy tower. He got the rendezvous 1v1 with a lot of plates, a lot of extra EXP, and that means that Jinx, she's in Cloud9. I mean, she's got the EXP, she's almost level 8, so she's one whole level above Addison. He also is so close to cashing out the call. He got the kill, so that meant that he got excited and could take the tower so much quicker. For Yashiro, that means a lot.
And that means a lot for his team. Because the fact that Jinx wasn't even present in the fight, the fact that she was in the bot lane, allowed Jonatis to rotate the Kindred's mark immediately, take it away from her, and now Xavier is just in his spot of the jungle on the bot side of the map. Bulls have suddenly taken a lot of control, and the Herald is still standing there. Nobody has taken care of it, nobody has taken the Herald down. With Bulls right now, they have still a prior for it, because look at their recalls. They are going to have a massive recall for Ishiro, finally having the Kraken's leg completed. Jonatis is already around, they have good items. This is the moment when they want to be fighting for this Herald, and I'm not sure if ESCA want to be answering it with anything. They are in the losing position right now on this part of the map.
Quite an unusual sight. Herald still up level, around 11th minute. What is happening? Are both teams AFK? Did someone disconnect? Because usually Herald is such an important objective that teams will either go for it head to head, or they will do a cross map, and it looks like Iron Wolves right now, they will be giving up Yashiro and his life. He's got the flash, can he run away?
No, he cannot. This is a lot of damage, and this is a shutdown for Xavier. He sure is here because he just teleported in, trying to save Jinx, but he was a little bit too late. But look at that, Alior is around as well. Heijira is in his all out. He's fighting with Grypciocraft. He's dealing a lot of damage. He is still fighting around Effectless. He's jumping away. That's going to be very nice. Knock up right there, and it's a kill for Yona. Just a flash from Effectless trying to get away. But look at that, who is in? That is ZTY getting a kill onto Effectless, finishing up, clearing out the house together with Jonatis. They're on the way, and he's trying to run away, he's flashing away, almost escaping, goes into his ultimate, stunning Jonatis, but he did not stun ZTY, and he gets the kill.
And that's the fourth one for ZTY, that is huge. Those packages actually meant a big win of the fight for Iron Wolves, because he's coming in late. But that was due to the rotation, that was due to the downtime where he was taking those packages, and it allowed ZTY to get in the heart of everything, to clean house the enemies that were just running away from this dive attempt. Iron Wolves benefiting a lot because at the end of the play they've also used the Herald to get some additional gold from the plates. Let's look at it again, because Yashiro, he stands no chance of surviving, but then Heshero, he approaches and he's in 1v4 for a brief moment. Meanwhile, on the minimap, we can see that ZTY just made his way back to base, picking up the packages, so the Iron Wolves players know he will be late. Right now, they are just stalling. They are just buying time for ZTY to appear in the middle of the fight. And look how much damage he actually dealt. Xavier a little bit too late with the Lamp's Respite, or not even too late. I feel like ZTY pushed aside the enemy with his packages. That is why he got the kill on Effectless, who was just out of range. And that flash, let's not talk about it. ZTY was fine. I think he wouldn't end up dying because the Pop Blossom, the Q already popped for the second time, so there was no more damage on him, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that Iron Wolves claimed a 3k gold advantage after the play.
It is important to note, because while it looks like ESCA are getting quite a lot, Wolves are much more after each fight that they're having with ESCA. There was a good rotation from them on the bot lane, and whenever Korotkiy picks up the package, the sound goes for both teams. So ESCA knew that Korotkiy just picked up the package. What would Korotkiy do whenever he picks up the package? He would look for a fight, and there is already a fight for him happening on the bot lane. He can get there super quickly, and he will have a lot of damage, and ESCA heavily underestimated the importance of that fact, and they had to pay quite dearly for it. Now, nothing is lost for them just yet. There's already 4 stacks on that Kindred, and actually you were absolutely correct with the timing. It was a 10-minute Triforce for Kindred. Indeed, quite literally. But it doesn't look like it's helping them too much right now, because they are struggling to find more marks for her. With Wolves regaining control of the map and of the game, they are not letting Xavier cross the river and get into the enemy jungle. Jonatis is super quick on the mark rotation. He's stealing them away from Kindred, and it's going to be really hard for ESCA to try more for her. To find, more for her.
Right now, I think what ESCA can do is look to set up some kind of a fight, because their team composition is really benefiting from being the first that engages, from setting up an ambush. You have Sion that can be a distraction, but then Vaena, he will be all about getting a good flank. He will be in a tough spot because he's gotta get a multi-man Pop Blossom. He's gotta get on top of that high-value targets like Korotkiy, like Jinx. It will be really tough because both of those champs, what characterizes them is that they have a huge range. Jinx with her rockets and Korotkiy also with his rockets. So just try imagine being in the shoes of Vaena. How can you approach the fight? How will you get to Jinx and Korotkiy? It will be all about the distraction. So probably Effectless and Sion getting the first move when it comes to the engage, buying time, making distraction, playing a ruse to allow Vaena to jump on the enemies.
We have the bug on Korotkiy, by the way. The sound is not going anywhere. This is annoying, but also it is annoying for Addison. Whatever is happening on the map right now, he just died. It's another kill for Yashiro. Jinx is very happy, and Ali would still leave, so it wasn't even a one-on-one exchange. By the way, there is a fight in the meantime in the jungle of Wolves, because ZY has been caught out by 2 enemy members, and he is not getting out of it. It's a shutdown for Xavier, but bot lane is fighting to win. He's not hitting anybody with the ultimate, and he is paying for it with his own life, granting another kill to Yashiro. There is another fight in the meantime. Look at that. It's his hero right now fighting too. He is in the Lamp's Respite, so everybody is living for the time being. Does he have enough damage to continue? Effectless is on him. Xavier is around. But they have no vision in this push where his hero is fighting. That's why it's so hard for them to find the ways to find the auto attacks. He is still dancing around, but no, Effectless granted the vision to Xavier, and they're getting the kill for him.
Oh, that was so close. And just think about that fight for a moment. Xavier and Effectless against Keshero. It's 2v1. It's Fed Kindred. Already level 11. Already 5 and 2. She's got the full Triforce ready. She's got the 4 stacks. How close that fight was on the top side of the map.
Yeah,
also,
but it wasn't because of the champion. It was because of his hero. Because of how well he danced around this bush. Remember in previous game, we were praising Lothan about for his dancing around the vision. In this game, it was the same with his hero dancing in and out from the bush. And Xavier cannot do anything if he doesn't have the vision on the enemy. That's why Effectless here is going to be so crucial. After the ward was destroyed, Xavier is flashing through the wall. And his hero is still visible to him because Effectless is staying in the bush, risking his own life.
Oh yes, that was a really good cooperation between those two. and Team ESCA Gaming hanging onto this game. They are trying their best to stay close to the enemy when it comes to their gold difference. ZTY, he will just use the packages. He took them for the Dragon, but it looks like Team ESCA Gaming, they will not be contesting those.
Huh. 6 marks on Solari though. They got the Herald, and they got another mark for him. That is good for ESCA on the top side of the map.
Yeah, because Iron Wolves, they only claim the second dragon, and it's not like they are, you know, already on the third dragon and closing up for the Dragon Soul. It will also be a Mountain Soul, so it's not bad. You have Rel, you have Cassante, you have Gragas, so some extra resistances for those champs are always welcome, but it's not a game-changing Dragon Soul. So I think that Team ESCA Gaming made a logical calculation that right now what they need is money and Herald, as well as taking the enemy jungle.
Oh, Addison! He still lives! Look at the man! He survives everything! Even the super mega death rocket is not going to finish him! So unfortunate for the Wolves right now. They were so close to taking him down.
Just like 50 damage of Yaunati's combo. He was missing maybe one level, he was missing maybe one component, but Addison, he couldn't 100 to 0 him. It was 100 to 1%, but he just missed that crucial last bit of damage. Maybe if Yashiro came in with his rocket a little bit earlier, he could be able to finish Addison off. I mean, I'm sure he would be able to finish him off, but, unless Addison flashed away or somehow dodged it. But yeah, it sucks for Yaunatis, but he's already showing us that in the team fight, if Addison is out of position, Gragas will punish him because he has a lot of damage.
Yeah. He will have to worry about 2 members of the enemy team, though. It's going to be Addison and Xavier, who is already on 6 stacks, who is already on 2 items, feeling rather good, and he's not afraid as much of the magical damage from the enemies anymore. Look at Wayne, though. He's a little minion. He's going on the sheer. He's knocking him up immediately, though Ali Wood is around. He cannot save his AD carry, though. Effectless is dancing around. Effectless is very quick, but they don't even need to go for the second kill. That was more than enough for them.
And that is how Team ESCA Gaming makes it back to this game. This is how they come back. You just pick those small skirmishes. You punish those little mistakes out of Iron Wolves, who are just a little bit overzealous. Unless Xavier, why is he hugging that wall? Yaunatis is on the other side, and that's a huge casket.
That's going to be the Lamb's free spot. Everybody, the ESCA is so low. It only takes Wolves to wait out a little bit, and they're going in. 2 kills for them already. That's going to be 1 kill for Addison, though. In return, Grypciocraft is very low. He's flashing away, trying to run away from the enemy. Yaunatis is locked in onto Addison. He's getting a kill, and the Effectless is the next one on his menu. Grypciocraft is down, and Effectless is the only one standing. That's more than enough for Wolves. They don't even need to chase him anymore. Look at them. They're rotating to the Baron.
They'll get it! What an amazing fight. Yaunatis coming in clutch with this huge casket, and of course ZTY dishing out the damage. Look at the charts. That was perfect. For a moment, Team ESCA Gaming felt like they are safe, but that was a false sense of security because Iron Wolves, they were playing, they were preparing an ambush for them, and the crucial part was that Yaunatis wasn't spotted, that Yaunatis was just around the corner and he could put that huge casket to use. Xavier saved the teamfight for just a short moment by pressing the R at the very last second. But ZTY with the... I mean, that was just perfect. 4v5 and Iron Wolves outplay their opponents in such a beautiful fashion.
And now they have the Baron. Now they have regained the control of the map because losing the turret on the mid lane was unfortunate, but they are still leading quite nicely in terms of the turret. They have much more from the enemy side, and they can work around it. They need to open the top lane, and Hishiro has been trying to do this for a long time. Right now, with the Baron buff, he will finally have the option to do so. They can go through the mid lane because bot lane is already open for them. They can keep Hishiro on the top lane, continue pushing through the mid lane, rotate to the Drake, secure the soul point for themselves, and from there on, use the remaining of the Baron buff and continue pushing in, taking down at least one of the inner turrets, maybe even two. But look at that, there is Sion going in. Grypciocraft is on Hollywood. He's dancing around. The teleport is coming in immediately from top lane. His hero is here, and Grypciocraft is going to be the first one to go down. His Shadow is still fighting around Wena with an Nervina's two-man knock up. He dashes away immediately though. And this is a double kill for Jinx. Feckless is out of the fight and everybody is out of the fight because this is triple kill for Ishiro. Does he want to go for a Penta? Addison is a quadra kill for him. Xavier isn't Lobster Spike. Dances around it though. Is it going to be a Penta kill for Ishiro? It is going to be a Penta kill for Ishiro!
And if Iron Wolves gets to playoffs, they've got to do it in style. Yashiro with the pentakill, a much needed addition to the roster. And Iron Wolves fans right now are ecstatic. It's more than 10k lead around 24th minute mark, and they are just marching into the enemy base, getting the third dragon, getting the pentakill, and getting most likely that victory, because who can stop them now? Grypciocraft with a desperation play, the rest of the ESCA also following. Look, Grypciocraft, he didn't achieve anything, he's instantly blown up, and then Vayana, he also decides to go in, but he only gets the Pop Blossom on Gragas and Cassante. It doesn't mean anything. It allows Yashiro to stock up the lethal tempo, to get excited, to get those resets, and to run enemies down, because he already has enough damage. That is Jinx with Infinity Edge, so those crits, they will sting a lot, and you can see the damage. You can see Yashiro getting more and more item and excited into the next team fight, because Baron is still up. I mean, still, well, it's not up. It's already gone right now.
But it was almost a 6,000 gold lead for the Wolves that they got out of this Baron. That's a really nice milestone for them, and that's just such a statement game from the Wolves. Look at them, they're cutting through the lanes right now, and ESCA are fighting with their backs behind the Wolf against their base. They need to protect it somehow, but it's going to be so hard because Wolves are 5 men strong, pushing in. Feckless is looking for a flank maneuver together with Wena, who just joined him, but they will not find it because Wolves are protecting their flanks by putting a lot of walls in there. What is going to be the next step for Wolves? It looks like they want to continue pushing it, but also they really would like to cash in a little bit more of gold and maybe get the next Baron. We're talking about 2 minutes before Grypciocraft is going in. He wants to get on the back line of the enemies. Etiwan Ishiro out there, but they are firing back, and this is the dead Sion for you. Ishiro is fighting with everybody solo from the enemy team, jumping in onto everybody, does a lot of damage together with Yoritis. This is going to be dead Addison to add to everything. Feckless is knocking up everybody. Very good knockup, but it's not changing anything, because it's an ace for the Wolves.
And that is the end of the game as well. Iron Wolves will claim the 6th spot in the playoffs, and they will get the W against Team ESCA Gaming for the 2nd time in the season. For a moment, we thought that in this game, that might be the problem. For a moment, we thought that Xavier maybe will be able to pull that off. But then comes in CTY, Yashiro, and all of the Wolves to get the 9th win and the 6th place. This time around in this season, they will not miss the top 6. They will not miss the playoffs. Welcome, Iron Wolves, to the next stage of Ultraliga.
Welcome! We are happy to have you here, Iron Wolves, because with this victory and with this Penta for Yashiro, you are proving to us and to everybody who might have doubted you that you deserve the place in the playoffs. And I can't wait to see them in the best of 5s, because hell yeah, that's going to be exciting. That Jinx was not just exciting herself in the team fight, she was exciting all of us who were watching her going completely bonkers, getting that Penta, getting all the kills. But I have to say, it wasn't just Ishiro, even though he definitely deserves an MVP for this game. I think everybody deserves a Penta in the team. Everybody played well, but our favorite has to be Onaris with those clutch plays.
Because whenever we talk about the MVPs, you have the rule of the pentakill. Whoever gets the pentakill also gets the MVP. Well, it really feels like it was thanks to Yaunatis coming in clutch with all these caskets, turning the tides of so many fights with those crucial ultimates, because he had a really difficult job. You either look for a solo bolo as Gragas, maybe are looking to blow somebody up in the fight, or you are saving your casket for the moment where Kindred uses her ultimate in order to counter it, in order to disrupt the Lamb's respite. And this game started with a complete madness around the bot side of the map. That didn't lead to anyone remaining in the favorable position because it was 3-for-3. However, it allowed Savior to start off game with 2 kills, with a lot of stacks, and just put him in a really comfortable position as Kindred. We thought for a moment that he will be able to snowball the game from that position because that's everything that he wanted. 2 kills, additional XP, additional money, but that wasn't enough, unfortunately for him.
Unfortunately for him. The idea was there for ESCA, again to snowball Savior, to give Arisen as much freedom of movement as possible. The second part completely did not work, unfortunately, but the stacks for Savior were working out. He was getting a lot of those. He was getting his cool items really quickly throughout the game, but it was Wolves playing better on individual level, having better understanding of what was happening on the map, coming in with clutch plays from everybody, because this play from ZY, for example, absolutely exceptional, and from Hijiro for surviving for so damn long. And then here, look at Jonas, he is hunting. He has been sitting there in that raptor pit for a really long time, unnoticed, because Xavier maybe wanted to put a word maybe in, doesn't matter, he didn't do it in the end, and that's what allowed Jonas to come in with this casket. And Wolves from now on are just waiting out. Eliwood is healing up in the Lump's respite. Everybody else is waiting until it's going to wear off because they know they will have enough burst damage and their cooldowns are going to be back more than enough to kill ESCA on the spot and secure this fight and pretty much secure the game, because after this fight, everything was going as a snowball for Wolves.
Oh yes, it was. I mean, those caskets were out of this world. Yaonatis, he got a casket on 3 members and on 3 low HP targets, dealing like half HP to all of them. And of course, you have the pentakill out of Yashiro. Maybe it wasn't the most flashy one because he was just getting those kills, chasing after them. After getting first 2 kills, first 3 kills, we already knew what was going to happen because the fight was one-sided, the fight was already decided. Grzybek, a tough game for him because he was trying to be the initiator for his team. He was trying to get those unstoppable onslaughts on the important members of the enemy team, but he just couldn't get into the backline. All the time, all the times that he tried, he wasn't able to do it. Yashiro, and like I've told you, the rule of the pentakill, but you really gotta give it to him.
Yeah. Honestly, you have to give it to him. It wasn't, it's not anything bad that you can say about him, because yes, he was dying throughout the game, but he never died for nothing. It was always his team getting something out of it. It was always him buying as much time as possible, and he was still farming like a madman. He was getting the pride in his lane. He was fighting for the gold income for him, and when he finally had the items, he was so on the same page with the team that whenever they go all in, they are unstoppable, and very, very excited. But we are also very excited because we have the interview with Astaver, the coach of Iron Wolves, is going to join us for it. Hello and congratulations with the victory and with securing the playoffs. We're super happy for you and for your team. How is this victory feeling?
I mean, I'm kind of relieved because, waiting for today, we predicted that we could win like one of the previous 2 games and then we would be secured in playoffs, but it all came down to today. Obviously, if we lost this, we would have another chance later, but it's good to be in playoffs. It's good to be back in Ultraliga, and I feel really happy.
Well, today's game was really a showing of great performance from your players, but at the start during the draft we were with Solari like, this actually looks like one of the most common drafts out of Iron Wolves this season. So I wanted to pick your brains. Did you guys go for something a little bit safer in the game with such high stakes, or was it the plan from the very beginning? Were you also surprised by the number of bans aimed at ZTY, because I believe that there is at least 4 of those in the game, in the draft.
So maybe answering the second question first, we weren't surprised about the bans. We predicted that they would ban Tristana, that they would ban LeBlanc, and obviously when we pick Gragas, they're gonna ban AD mid laners. So that was kind of obvious for us. And with what was the first question? Sorry.
Did you guys go for more of a common slash safer composition because of the game with such high stakes. Usually from Iron Wolves we see some spicy stuff, but today it felt like you guys had just a well-rounded kind of meta composition, let's put it that way.
Yeah, we wanted to play on our comforts. That's why Keisante is picked one and two. We wanted to put them off their comfort. So I mean, Keisante is also comfort for their top laner. Jinx is obviously a big comfort for the AD carry. And then, I mean, it happened. We wanted to have long range, have also some kind of engage, so we can play the game really easily, even if something doesn't go too well. And yeah, I think it worked out pretty well for us.
Now, you're one of those new additions to the team because you just recently joined Iron Wolves as the coach. Can you walk us a little bit how your journey with them has been so far? I mean, before me, they didn't really have any coach. So they were kind of 5 players just playing solo queue, but in Ultraliga. They would communicate a little bit, but it wasn't like anything special. They weren't really playing, having a lot of plans, especially in their later stages. I think addition of Yashiro also really helped because this guy is the main voice in the team. He really has good communications, and with him it's much easier for the rest of the players to actually have a plan and do something smart in the game. So yeah, I think it's going well so far. I mean, we're waiting for the opponent because I think it's gonna be there like in 2 hours or 3 hours. We're gonna know it. Then we're gonna prepare for playoffs and hopefully we can manage to get some wins there as well.
That is amazing approach. Daver, once more, congrats on such a huge win, and please praise all your players. Now you guys can rest and prepare for the playoffs. But as usual, at the end of the interview, if you have any shoutouts, please go ahead with them now.
Okay, so I have it opened in Notepad, so I'm gonna read. Yeah, big love to Kamilka and Vitek, to Linda, Lauren, and Carl. Big love to Chemos as well, the ESCA social media manager, and also big love to you casters, to production, to everyone working on Ultraliga. It's really good to be back.
Thank you very much. We are happy to have you back there again. Congratulations with the victory and with the playoff spot. Go rest because there is a lot of work ahead of you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. So, the most decisive match of the day. The stakes were super high, but finally we have the answer to the question that has been lingering above our heads. Who is going to take the last playoff spot? And finally, we can proudly confirm that we have all the teams locked in for the playoffs, and unfortunately 4 teams locked out of the playoffs run. But the day is not done yet because we have 2 more games ahead of us, and the next one is going to be Alior team going against Maturalni Forsaken. Kind of a fight still to decide the first spots in this scoreboard. Not as high stakes, but still going to be a lot of fun for sure, but we will see that right after the break.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero
Welcome back to Ultraliga, last day before the playoffs, and the day when we bring you the pentakills, the action, some heartbreaking moments, some exciting moments, and much more. This is going to be game 4 of today with Alior team going against Maturalni Forsaken.
Yeah, they are still fighting for the 4th place right now, Alior team being... for the 3rd place. If Maturalni Forsaken, if they do win today, they already have an upper hand going against Maturalni. Are they? Yeah, they do. So, Maturalni Forsaken, if they win, they claim the 3rd spot. And as we already know, talking to Bezum yesterday, Alior team want to remain on the 3rd position because they want to have the priority of choice. They want to be the first ones to choose their playoff opponent. And we learned yesterday that they would much prefer not to go against Iron Wolves because it is difficult for them to draft against them. It is difficult for them to come up with, good solution in the draft because of how versatile Iron Wolf is. However, their second option is Illuminar Gaming, which themselves have a really unique style of drafting and unique style of compositions. However, it seems like Bezum has a preference to actually face Illuminar rather than Iron Wolves.
Which is interesting. On one hand, you understand why they don't want to be seeing Iron Wolves, especially after the game that we just witnessed from them against ESCA Gaming. But on the other hand, you all saw the game of Illuminar today against Zero Tenacity. It was not a stomp like we're used to seeing from Zero Tenacity. It was a really hard game from them. With Illuminar taking quite a lot on the map, taking some very good proactive fights and really good kills onto the enemy. So Illuminar also seemed like a pretty strong team, especially in their current state. For Alior, the choice is not going to be easy, but to make this choice even, they first need to win this game against Maturalni Forsaken.
Mm-hmm. And it's not going to be easy. Maturalni Forsaken, they are inconsistent, but whenever they face a team of a higher level, they put on their A game, and they really can show us that their skill ceiling is quite above the average when you compare it to the level of the league. So I'm expecting a good showing of League of Legends because it is still a fight between 3rd and the 4th team. And it seems like, for me, this match has an additional meaning for Alior team because with that win, they can kind of put themselves closer to Orbit Anonymo, closer to the top 3, and separate themselves from Maturalni Forsaken, Illuminar Gaming, and Iron Wolves, separate themselves from the rest of the pack, even with the score, even if you look at the standings, because with 12 wins, next team is Maturalni Forsaken 10, Illuminar Gaming with 9, with 9. So it would look just a little bit better, and I think it can also give you this mental advantage, seeing that you belong with the top dogs of the league. You belong in the competition for the first, for the second, and you are not supposed to be in this big brawl for the lower places of the league.
And whoever is getting the wins today, they will need this mental burst for themselves, because only 2 top teams are going to go into the second round. All the others are going to be playing starting as of next week. So they have absolutely zero time for preparation, be it in-game or mental, before the playoffs start. They are finishing the regular season with a super week. 3 days in a row of games can be pretty exhausting, and right after that they're jumping into even more action, into the playoffs, into much more important action where everything is going to be best of 5, and best of 5 require a different level of preparation compared to the best of 1. So the goal is a tough one to achieve, but the goal is to win today, to get the wins during the playoffs, and hopefully to end somewhere high.
And somewhere high, maybe even top 2, because Ultraliga used to have free slots at EMEA Masters, but right now it is so much harder to get to EMEA. You have Z10, who is almost guaranteed to represent us. It's hard to think about one team overcoming him, be it 2 teams to overcome them, to beat them. Maybe Anonymo is within the reach, is a team that you can challenge as Alior Bank team or as Maturalni Forsaken or the remaining 2 teams in our playoffs. But we will be looking at the first 2 in the current game. Alior Bank team starting the draft on the blue side. So this time around, they usually start the drafts on the blue side. It feels like it is a team that has their priorities set. They know what to do. They have a clear plan. And whenever we see Alior Bank team with the ability to choose the sides, they will opt for the blue one.
With the bans already out of the question, it looks like it could be a Rakan first pick for Alior Bank team. We will know after the little technical pause, of course, but it does feel so, because they themselves banned out Maokai, which is usually a pretty high priority. Oh, Kai'Sa, right, Kai'Sa was not banned out. I somehow missed the fact that the last ban was Annie. That makes sense against Mani, because Mani is a beast when he has his hands on Annie, but Kai'Sa is such a strong player right now that Alior Bank have to take her.
So both Sevens and Mani can play her. However, I'll check if Mani has played it, but I don't really remember or recall a time for Mani that he played Kai'Sa, because there wasn't one. He was operating Annie and LeBlanc 4 times this season. Then you have Ari, Syndra, Azir. So quite the usual champion picks for him. Maturalni Forsaken answering with something really confident for Nikolai, because that is a comfort pick for him. Viego, he is really keen to pick this champion up, not seeing the enemy jungle matchup, so he'll be happy to do it. Alior Bank team, so Tristana for Mane, Kai'Sa for Sevens, and Rakan for Minimatic. This is how I see it.
Yes, it makes total sense, and Kai'Sa can go into AP build right now. The only tough spot that there is right now for Alior Bank team is that Maturalni Forsaken are going to ban out all the possible strong AP junglers that they can get their hands off. Maokai and Sejuani both are already out the equation, so Gragas, of course, makes the next most obvious choice. What else do we have among AP junglers that really kills right now? I mean, it's Ari, he can pull off a lot of things. I would not be surprised even to see maybe something like, not Nidalee, but just something of a carry style with a lot of AP damage.
Maybe Elise. I think that could be a champ that suits the playstyle of of Adi, of course. From AP junglers this season, it was Gragas and Maokai only. He was sticking to AD damage in the jungle. But if jungle is not going to be a source of AP damage, Matix can always provide some of it in the top lane. However, with the ban of Gwen, one of his champs that does AP damage is already out of the question. So he either goes for Cannon or Rumble, and Alior Bank team doesn't need to worry about the lack of AP damage in their team composition.
Feels like Rumble, to be honest. He's just so prevalent in the current meta, which I'm still not sure how I feel about, because in Ultraliga we haven't seen him for a long time. Then I joined the CBLOL cast, and all of a sudden they have the Church of Rumble in there, because everybody picks him every single time, but unfortunately not everybody plays around him at the very same time. But here in Ultraliga, the moment I jump back, apparently I bring the disease of Rumble back into my home league, bless you, by the way, because he is getting picked quite often here. But this is not going to be the case for Alia Bank this time. They are deciding to opt into own the front lane, the initiator, the unkillable for their top lane. Plus, it's a blind pick, and you need to be careful with what you're going to pick blindly. Oh,
by the way,
another buck for Adi.
Oh yeah, that's a Kha'Zix for Adi. By the way, we were talking about the AP damage and it just completely slipped my mind. We are looking at Kai'Sa in the draft. So she will be the AP source of the damage. For whatever reason, I was just looking at the champs and like, oh, they need AP, but they really don't. So with Ornn in the top lane as this blind pick, how can Matix go against Gnar for Zora? Because this matchup is definitely going to be favored to a champ that has a range advantage in form of Gnar, but it's not like Ornn is going to be struggling so much during the laning phase because he can you know, hold he can be fine on his own.
It's not like Zora necessarily has a kill pressure on him, to be honest, because yes, Gnar can have a very high damage output during the lane because of his little Gnar form. But if Ornn decides to go aggressive on him, if he decides to lock on the little Gnar, most probably, if there are no minions around, Gnar is going to go down because this is not the fight that he can take up close with Ornn. Gnar really hates any gap closes the enemies have. He wants to have his own as the way of engage, as the safe way to disengage. But whenever the enemy can jump on top of him, he really dislikes it quite a lot. And Ornn can do exactly that, also having a really high damage burst very quickly onto the enemy. And again, little Gnar is very, very bullyable. If Ornn locks on him, most probably he's going to be out. Things get a little bit more interesting after Gnar starts to change the form, after he starts playing around it a little bit more, and then even more interesting when there is level 6 hit for both of them, because that's when they want to be fighting.
And even more interesting if you add jungles into the mix, because with Kha'Zix, Ornn has an amazing ability to lock the enemy down, and Mininar, he is really prone to ganks and prone to a lot of damage from champs such as Kha'Zix. He is an assassin, so if you don't have any CC, if you don't have the extra HP, extra resistances, in mini form, Gnar will be an easy target for Kha'Zix to burst down. So that's definitely going to be the possibility. But whenever we see Tristana in the draft, you have to look at her as a way of a catalyst. She gets an easy push, she gets a quick shove, and then she can move around the map. She's a strong laner, so whenever she appears in the draft, the first thing that comes into my mind is how Tristana can benefit, how Tristana can influence the rest of the map, because usually she will be the first one to make a move. She will be the first one to help her jungler or the laners with the first move advantage.
And she is going to be pulling her lane because she's standing against Ziggs, and it looks like in this matchup Ziggs most probably is going to be locked under his turret, just trying to throw the abilities back at Tristana, trying to clear the waves, but he doesn't have any kill pressure, while she does. She is pretty strong during the laning phase, especially if you add the jungler into the equation. Of course, as always, you don't really look at quite many of the mid laners in isolation. You look at them paired up with their junglers, but Tristana, she doesn't even always need her jungler. She is fine on her own. The damage output is insane on that little Yordle. By the way, we have Yordle on Yordle mid lane. I absolutely love it. Let's see which Yordle is going to take this victory and which team is going to take this victory. Alia Bank team against Maturalni Forsaken. The fight for the third place is going on.
You were talking about the mid lane matchup, so I'll add my 5 cents into that. Ziggs has to be really careful about his W placement, because if he satchels for whatever reason, I don't know, to clear the wave, to help the jungler, then he will be in Tristana will be able to jump on top of him. His W is his most important ability during the laning phase, the most important defensive tool, because once Tristana jumps on top of him, he can displace himself as well as Tristana. Thus, the trade is over and no more damage from money can be applied to it.
Yeah, as much as Mani would like to apply more damage, he will want to apply a lot of damage. He's going to go very strong through the laning phase, probably trying to bully the lane. After that, he's going to have a little bit of a downtime until he completes his items, but then Tristana has huge power spikes from her itemization. By the way, Nikolai is not in his part of the jungle, though Alior Bang team are completely aware of it. They know that he is there, taking the Raptors, not taking the red. So, it means that Ari is going to be rotating vertically, most probably going into the enemy jungle and trying to steal his red buff. Or maybe Alior Bang team have an answer of their own to Nikolai's shenanigans in the jungle.
Well, he's for sure spotted because he's just walking by the trinket ward. But I think that Adi, he has nothing to look for in his bot jungle. So it looks like Maturalni Forsaken, they are just splitting the sides of the map to allow Chromax and Gutkowski to get easy push in and Nikolai to be always around in order to have mid or maybe make his appearance in the bot lane. Adi is still going into his bot side jungle, but he will not find there anything.
That's weird. I totally expected him to go vertically because Nikolai was visible on the ward, so not only did Alior Bang team know where he was, they most probably knew where he was rotating, and then they saw him leaving the jungle as well through the ward. So Adi has to understand with how much time Nikolai is spending his jungle, there is not going to be much that he's going to find there. And now Forsaken have full vision on him because they saw him rotating through 2 wards that they placed in the enemy's jungle. He wants to find somebody here, but he's again not going to find anything in this part of the enemy's jungle. Adi, you're losing so much time. That's so unfortunate.
What is he waiting for? Probably the crab. I'm asking myself a question. Why would Adi not go to the top side jungle? Maybe he is afraid that Zora in this matchup will be quicker to move if Nikolai was to also move to the top quadrant of the jungle. Because what Nikolai can do, and what probably Adi expected him to do, after clearing out the red buff, Nikolai would move to his own red buff in order to secure it, because he's anticipating Adi to come in a counter move to his own jungle, right? But then Adi probably is afraid of the Zora, who is playing Gnar into Ornn, who could be first in the jungle, who could be first to help Nikolai.
Quite possibly, but it means that Forsaken outplayed Alior Bang team's jungler because of the extensive vision and because of the wrong decision made by Ari on the spot. He is behind in farm right now. He is still going to be walking around the walls. Look at that, Forsaken still have the full read on the movements of Ari through the jungle. They know what's happening there, they know how to react to it, and they are securing much better clear for Viego at the moment. Viego can fully rotate to the lanes wherever he wants. He can even rotate directly to the Drake because his bot lane is having a massive prior thanks to the Ashe and Nautilus. So much poke, so much kill pressure. What else do you want from your lane?
And in all honesty, putting Kha'Zix that behind is going to
Money. Money is almost going for a kill.
He didn't even go back to base, so there's not enough damage, but imagine that all-in if he had some items coming back from the lane. But usually after Tristana, detonates her E, then she lacks some damage in the trade. So if you cannot blow the enemy up by the time you have used your E and it has exploded, that means that most likely Ribu will be able to escape with his own life. He still had flash in case anything happened, like a wild bug appearing from the jungle. Zora, that's a good trade, some chunk damage on Matix, which will help him to lane a little bit more comfortably. Right now Zora is just chunking Matix, so they can set up a dive with Nikolai, or he can go back to base safely.
Zora got a very nice level 6 advantage compared to Matix. That's why he was going onto him so aggressive, and the damage was definitely there when he was in the Mega Gnar form. Everything is working out really good for Maturalni Forsaken, despite the lack of kills and despite the mid lane losing a little bit in terms of gold and prior. Everywhere else is working fine for them, especially in the jungle, where Nikolai right now is going to find Adi in his own jungle, probably going to punish him, but it's Nikolai actually getting a lot of damage because he is isolated, and that is everything that the bug wants from his enemy. Plus Minimagic is around to make sure nothing is going wrong any further for his jungler.
Well, Adi needed the isolation and the serrated Dirk to deal tons of damage, and Nikolai, despite having a good start, now he tasted the wrath of Adi, who is definitely going to have a personal vendetta on him for stealing all these camps at the start of the match. Sevens, I think that he is fine, because Minemagic is just around the corner, so Chromax, he was just trying to scare him off.
And it's rather interesting to try to tower dive people, but right, because Ribu is again taking a lot of damage. Nikolai is around there. Do they want to try to punish Mani? It's going to be super hard. Mani still has the flash. Mani still has all the abilities, including the ultimate available. You almost cannot punish that Tristana unless you have some really good point-and-click CC, which you have in the face of your Nautilus, but he's on the bot lane right now. And speaking of bot lane, might there be some action there? The action is happening with the top lane instead, with Zora again jumping onto Maddox while he was the big nut. The small nut is just chasing the Ornn a little bit further. Nikolai is again in the enemy's jungle. He is again taking the enemy's red buff like it belongs to him. All right, fine, Nikolai, good for you.
He owns the enemy jungle. And Adi, he had just 2 buffs to his name in that game, but he's still keeping up with the camps. Look at the number of the minions slain.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Look at Maddox going in with the Forge Course onto Zora with a flash forward, locking him down. Zora is flashing away, but this was a flash for nothing. It's a first blood for Adi.
You couldn't do anything about it. If Zora doesn't dodge the horn, then he's just dead, because knocked up, it allows Adi to deal a lot of damage. The arrow also misses, and Minemagic is waiting. Alior Bank team prepared to answer Nikolai's aggression on the Herald, but he's there all alone. Only now the rest of Maturalni Forsaken will be able to join.
What are they doing though? They're jumping on the Chromax. They're trying to deal damage there, but they're so far away from the pit. There is no way for Alior Bank to contest this Herald right now. They did very good move on the top lane by getting the first blood onto Adi with poor Zora, who was sitting with no ward so deep in the lane whatsoever. Unfortunate for him, but right now, look at it. We're having some interesting shifts because the top lane and the bot lane of Maturalni Forsaken have switched sides. They want to give more farm for Goldsy on the top lane. That's okay. That's some word, not word sorry, but minion clear from replaying.
Usually, while playing with Ziggs, you will see him moving to top or bot jungle in order to use his ultimate ability to clear out the upcoming wave. At the same time, Alior Bank team, they don't have the same ability, which means Matix could be under the threat of being dove. But I think he will be fine. He's a big Ornn. He's really tanky right now, and doesn't feel like Gutsy and Nikolai plus Chromax could take him down. They will for sure not risk it at this point of the game. For Alior Bank team, that's completely fine, because Sevens, he got a lot of solo gold, and you can see a big difference in CS number, but a small one in form of gold, because Sevens, thanks to that solo time with the tower, he recovered quite nicely.
He got 2 solo turret plates, if I understand it correctly. So yes, it should be a very nice recall for him, getting more of the items, getting closer to the evolutions, which is going to be super important for Kai'Sa in this matchup. But Mani is feeling so good. Speaking of the gold and the items, look at him already sitting on that Kraken Slayer. Wants to go very aggressive onto Rebo, because Rebo has only the last chapter to his pockets, plus the T, of course. But Forsaken have the forces here. They are 3 men strong. They still have the Herald onto Nikolai, and they won't release it right here. The shenanigans on the top lane didn't work for them, but at least on the mid lane is going to be a nice healthy bonk for that Herald.
But the gold will solely go to Nikolai. I believe that was just... No, actually, yeah, it was a 1 plate taken down, or maybe 2. However, 3 remaining in the middle, but the teams are setting up for a dragon, but Maturalni Forsaken are first on the river, so it might be just Adi jumping in, trying to get the steal, and then running away.
Oh, yeah. That was close. He tried to do exactly that. He jumped in, he went for a steal, but the smite wall was won by Nikolai. This is the second dragon for them. They're opening up the possibility of an ocean solo. Mani is opening up the mid lane in the meantime, because he don't leave Tristana next to the turrets unattended, or attended very likely by just another Yodel on the mid lane. That is quite some gold for Alior Bank team. They are ever so slightly but leading in the gold pet team right now, but on the bot lane, the situation is still a little bit uncertain. Just just like on the mid lane, because Mani is still going onto Ribu, but Nikolai is here. Are you sure you want to take this fight? A lot of damage, a lot of control onto Mani immediately. He cannot do anything.
A clear execution out of Nikolai. Hitting that spectral move was crucial because Mane, he still had his flash, but after being hit instantly, a lot of burst damage from Ribu and Nikolai followed, allowing them to get the kill. Quite an unusual mistake from Mane. However, this season, he's been having a rough time in some of the games. It's not always Mane that we know, Mane that is in the conversation for being the best or one of the best mid laners in the league. Here he just overstepped a little, being overzealous and instantly punished for that by Nikolai.
Yeah, the thing is, he understands that he has a lot of damage, and he can win against Ribu, and he is winning against Ribu solo. But he is never solo because Nikolai is always around the lanes, and Nikolai is in a very good form right now. And he has a lot of control. You could see Mani died having everything. The flash, the ultimate, all of the abilities. He couldn't even jump away because of the control and the immediate burst damage that followed it. Very unfortunate for Mani, but it is just 1-1. The game is still going. The gold right now is dead even, which is an interesting situation for Forsaken. That was unnecessary, Maddox, but okay. But the situation is interesting for Forsaken. They had the lead in the early game because of their smart movements around the jungle. They lost it. Oh, yo, that's a very nice crystal arrow from the downturn, but unfortunately, is not going to do anything. Nikolai is around the enemies right now because he stepped into the enemy jungle yet again. He just really likes the enemy bot jungle, apparently.
He is on a sweet vacation in the enemy jungle, taking every camp possible because he just feels like it. He is confident coming into that matchup, and Maturalni Forsaken right now leading by a small amount, but they have secured 2 dragons, and the next one is coming in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. So I wonder if Alior Bank team feels confident enough that they will step and fight for it. They are doing it now.
Yes, they are fighting, but look at the health bar. Chromax already going extremely low, and Spence is going to confirm the kill. Mari jumping, looking for more, but not finding anything, and Nikolai is not even attending the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, trying to play around that TP timer. Matix coming in with his own teleportation, but this will allow Zora to just go back to base. Because whenever he gets some poke on the enemy or the enemy TPs away from his lane, then he just goes back to base and he will get a nice buy. For Zora, it would be crucial to get the Trinity Force in the next 2 minutes or next 1 minute and then TP for the dragon fight, but I don't think that will be that will be possible because the dragon is just coming in 1 minute and it will be hard for Zora to farm that much money in such a short time.
The Herald is coming up right now. It is alive already. It is available on the map, and Forsaken are bringing in all the forces and are starting it relentlessly. Alibang team don't have any vision, are trying to come in, but Ziggs is controlling the approaches to the pit. Nobody is getting past him, and this is going to be a Herald down. Maturalni Forsaken take another one in their pockets, and there's a very nice crystal arrow onto Ari, immediately followed up by the ultimate from Ziggs, but they cannot finish the back down. Maybe Nikolai can try to go into Minimagic, but Minimagic is gone, and he cannot kill that thing. Oh no, he still cannot because he's flashing away from everything.
Whew. A sigh of relief out of Minimagic, surviving at 60 HP. You can see the red blinking health bar underneath his nickname. So he ran away with his own life, but Maturalni Forsaken showing us that they are closer and closer to completing some of these kills. However, using all of these abilities, not having them ready for Dragon, could have big repercussions for them. So let's see if they actually will suffer the consequences of using those abilities. Just a moment ago, Ribu, it looks like he will be moving into the jungle and he's dead.
No, Ribu, this is the wrong... No, he is not surviving. He is not surviving that. Unfortunately for him, he just stepped a little bit too far to the left of the screen. Had to pay for it super dearly. Zora had a nice recall, by the way. He's coming back to the mid lane right now with the Trinity Force completed. That is the turret out already. Forsaken got it thanks to the Herald, but now Gutkowski is jumping away with a flash because this is a chump coming in immediately from Mercana. Mid-matching is jumping out. The Call the Forge Ghost is coming in, but at the same time, Nikolai is securing the kill onto the poor Mercana. It's Sven who might be next in the menu, but Sven jumps out graciously. Maddox is suffering a lot of damage. Zora just slams him against the wall and takes his heal into his pockets. Adi and Mani trying to deal damage, but they also need to retreat immediately.
Alior Bank team doing two things at the same time, and they shouldn't have, because Adi wasn't in the fight. He was completing the dragon, and Alior Bank team starting it without him suffered a loss in that fight because they were outnumbered. A good engage out of Nikolai. Look, Minamagic is alone here. Matix, he will get a good out of, but Sevens is not dealing the damage. Tristana is still far away. Kha'Zix is staying at the dragon. So Alior Bank team just didn't think that through, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly. The idea was there to go in, but everything else was just not planned out correctly. But at least it's a dragon for them. Hey, it's something good. And they're still leading in terms of the overall gold on the map, so it's not too bad. Sorry, he's jumping away, feeling something is coming his way, and that something is a bug that gets a solo kill.
Yeah, we were talking about the mini form of Gnar. He is super squishy, and Kha'Zix will just get an instant kill. He bursted him down, and the last few minutes out of Adi, really smart moves around the map because he was the one to catch Ribu out of the position. Now he punishes Zora for overextending. He also got the dragon. He's jumping on top of Nikolai, but this flash will not be fruitful. The TP from Matix, he also has his own flash, but I think he will just... No, he's actually going forward with it.
Yeah, he's going on. Look at that. He's getting the flash out of Kermax, so it's not too bad. Gutsy is around. That's not going to be any kill out of that.
No, it was just a volley. Maturalni Forsaken, if they don't have access to their ultimate abilities, they are not that happy to start those fights. So right now, it's just all about clearing those waves and probably waiting for another dragon, which will spawn in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Looking at the scaling of both teams, I still have a small preference for the draft of Alior Bank team just because of Ornn and how highly I value his scaling, both with the upgrades on the items. But it's not like Maturalni Forsaken will be falling off that hard. The only issue is that Ashe, she is not a hyper carry, so maybe they might be lacking some AD damage in the later stages of the game. But who knows?
Who knows? We'll see about that. Ari is the one there who is not going to be lacking any damage because I've been watching the man's inventory. After the last kill that happened for him on the bottom, it's going to be a kind of mini mist. It's going to be a kind of mini mist. Kind of mini camera, and it's missed. Money, we all saw that. Shame on you. Yeah, but going back to Adi for a second, after that last kill on Zora on the bot lane, he went back to the base and bought himself an Edge of Night, which is a good item, because not only it gives him additional AD and lethality, it also gives him the spell shield. And there are so many important ultimates on the side of Forsaken, and just so many abilities in general that provide them with the control. Adi wants to make sure that if he's jumping into the enemies, whenever he has a spell shield, he's going to be protected from at least something flying his way. And right now, they are flying the way of Nikolai and Ribu looking for a kill, but that's the shield down, by the way, from Adi, absolutely for nothing.
When you are playing such a fragile champ as Kha'Zix, such a squishy one, and you are subject to a lot of abilities such as Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the Depth Charge, you really need some form of a shield, magic shield. Well, Alior Bank team, they've started Baron and it doesn't look like they will be letting go. It's 4k already. Nikolai, he has flash available. Let's see if they can do it.
Oh, there wasn't a time with Nikolai jumping into the pit. He's flashing out of it, almost surviving it, probably surviving it. Kromax at the same time also went very low, but everybody from Forsaken leave, but they couldn't secure the Baron. They couldn't steal it away from Alior Bank team, and everybody at the side of AB have the Baron buff. Super good for them. Let's see how they're going to use it, because they have the lanes open. They have the mid lane almost open. Bot lane is nicely open. Top lane could be the next priority, but right now the priority sounds like the dragon that is spawning in just a couple of seconds.
And well, Alior Bank team risking a lot because that was a 50-50 Baron Nashor. Nikolai, he could have gotten that smite. Probably in 5 out of 10 games, this smite goes for Nikolai, because on top of that you have the Inferno bomb from Ziggs coming in, adding extra damage. It's not like Alior Bank team made sure that Nikolai will be kept out of the Baron pit, so they risked it a little bit, but now they will get the biscuit because it paid off, pushing in the second tower in the mid lane, while Maturalni Forsaken trying to do the same thing in the top. But I think in this base race, Alior Bank team, they have a better place, seeing and given the fact that the Baron buff is on their side.
Yeah, that at least opens something, because Ziggs pushes through the turret super quickly, but they cannot really compete with Alior Bank team, who have, by the way, Tristan on their side, who also is the turret destroyer. So with the Baron buff for Alior Bank, this is not the fight that Maturalni Forsaken, unfortunately for them, can win. The Crystal Arrow is going to go in. It is hitting Minimagic. He's airborne, and everybody from Maturalni Forsaken are going in onto the pool support. No, it's not support even, it's Maddox there is stuck, and he is gonna be dead. But the Maturalni Forsaken are still joining the fight, because look at that, Mani is jumping in onto Zora, gets the kill confirmed, but this is going to be a death of his immediately. Rebu is getting the kill. Everybody's jumping back into the fight, because for Forsaken, this is a call to turn around and go into the enemy. Sven's flashes over the wall. No flash available for Nikolai, but he is very quick regardless. Sven's is stuck there in his own jungle, and he is dead, and it's only Minimagic watching everybody from his team dead.
Long death timers, that probably means that Maturalni Forsaken can go for a lot of towers. You have Ziggs with his satchel charge. He just explodes most of those towers, and on top of that, they will also complete the third dragon. That is huge, because this allows them to bounce back into that game. And what a performance from Nikolai. He is operating this Viego, and that is why I've told you that Nikolai and this Viego in the draft, it's a comfort pick. It's a champ that he likes to have in his hands. And he started by invading the enemy jungle. Now he continues by getting the teamfight win and also claiming the dragon.
And this fight is the representation of Alior Bank in their whole play style on the map, and not just in this game, but in general. They go in with very risky moves, like for example their Baron call a little bit earlier. They got the Baron out of it, they got rewarded, as you said, they got the cookie, but here they're going for a very aggressive play against the enemies. The moment they lost Maddox, because it was inevitable unfortunately, they should have just gone away, because it wasn't a fight that they were prepared to take, with all the recalls coming in from Maturalni Forsaken, good recall from Fribu, but they decided to not just run away, they decided to turn around with Mani going super greedy onto the backline of the enemy. He gets the kill onto Zora, but the payout is too much for them to stand. That was, by the way, a Crystal Arrow missed, but it doesn't matter too much for Forsaken, because the cooldown is ridiculously low on that ultimate. It's gonna be back very soon.
You've got the Triforce, you've got the level 12, so it should be around, I don't know, maybe 70 seconds, something in this area. Anyways, Gutsy will have it ready for the next major objective. That was a downtime where you can look for some kind of a pick, where you can just fire the arrow in the wilderness and see if it hits anything. If it does, great. Then you just made yourself a supper. If it doesn't, you will have another chance in a few moments, a few minutes.
Adi is going in onto Zora. A lot of damage together with Svens, but Svens is down because Gutsy has the damage of his own. Who would have thought? But Kromax is fighting right now with the enemies. Rebu is getting the kill out of there. He is on the killing spree, and Maddox is running away. He's gonna be slowed down. Heartbreaker from Nikolai, not catching anybody. It wasn't even Heartbreaker, it was just a flash forward, but so flashy. Maddox is going down. Maddox is a sacrificial lump in this game, going down for the third time already for his teammate to have a chance of escaping.
Poor young Matix, who is always the sacrificial lamb, who always suffers for the mistakes of his own team. That's definitely not one of the cleanest games out of Alior Bank team. However, I like these, how would you call them? These reoccurring moments when Adi is just on the hunt. Because he understands that playing Kha'Zix, you've gotta break the conventional League of Legends a little bit. You've got to look for these picks. You've got to punish enemies in the most unpredictable places. Like, maybe not this one, but in the previous situation, he got the kill on Zora. And he showed us that he has this killer's instinct that's really important for Kha'Zix players.
Chromax has a killer instinct, almost hits the Adi with the Q, but Adi still has a spell shield. Adi is fine. Adi can risk a lot right now, and that's why he's risking so much, stepping right into the enemies, looking for ways to send his empowered W, evolved W into the enemies. That's by the way, two champions at the side of Alior Bank who have evolutions in their kit. Quite interesting. But Maturalni Forsaken are closing it. Oh my god, they got Maddox again. Poor On. He's not leaving at this game. That's a front line. That's a tank. But he is always dead in the very beginning of every fight. And look at Forsaken. That's a -1 for the enemy with a numbers advantage. They're pressing onto the barn right now, removing the vision from Alior Bank. But AB around, they have the damage, they have Adi with a spell shield still on him. Can he try to jump in? And maybe he had the steal this time. It looks like it's going to be a no from him. Alior Bank team are giving away the Baron.
And that is a bold decision by Gutkowski to go for the enchanted crystal arrow on Ornn. He usually can just use his Bellows Breath in order to dodge the CC, but in that situation it must have taken Matix by surprise because he got stunned, and then the rest of the CC and members from Maturalni Forsaken followed, allowing them to pick up an easy kill in the mid lane and then instantly transition that into a Baron. That is a League of Legends 101 or Ashe 101 gameplay. You are looking to get a pick prior to the objective, and then with the man advantage, it is so much easier for you to get the said objective.
Alternatively, they just throw in a crystal arrows whenever they are off cooldown. Adi is jumping onto Chromax, but jumps out because that's not the target he wants. Oh, Mini Magic could just be in the next sacrificial lamb. Goes super low, gets 2 ultimates into his face, and Nikolai as well. Nikolai is on the rampage. He's jumping around. Esverkamp this time jumping away right now because the Call the Forge Course is in. It's going to catch Gutkowski, but he is fine. He's firing back at Maddox, and poor Maddox is dead again. Gutkowski is on the killing spree. Maturalni Forsaken taking this spree because they are looking at a chance to get the soul. They are sitting on the soul point. Adi is still around, doesn't have the spell shield anymore. Svens is around, trying to fire away, sitting on 3 items, has the damage, but not nearly enough to face everybody from the enemy team who are locking him down. That's so much control. And Rebo gets the kill on poor Svens. Adi is the last one standing here around the pit, and he's getting denied any access to the dragon. That is the soul of Maturalni Forsaken. Maybe even the kill. Nikolai wants to find Adi, cannot find it, but does he even need to? Forsaken have everything they wanted from this fight.
Oh yes, Maturalni Forsaken somehow managed to run away with his own life and recall back to base, but it doesn't really matter because right now Maturalni Forsaken winning yet another team fight, claiming the Dragon Soul for themselves. This is high time for them to finish that game. You probably do not want to risk it on the Elder Dragon. Mane will be hit, but this is... Yeah, it's important. Tristana, whenever she is played into Ashe, she can always just cycle her W ability prior to being hit by the arrow.
But now she's getting hit by just the small arrows. Adi is going on to Gutkowski, has a lot of damage. But Gutkowski goes golden. Can he survive this fight? He cannot. It's going to be a shutdown with a killer instinct for Svens. But this is a massacre. Forsaken are claiming the kills one after another. And this time, surprisingly, Maddox is living for a long time, but not long enough to survive a double kill for Ripu. The inhibitor for Maturalni Forsaken. Can Mari defend the base? Absolutely solo. No minions, no teammates, no health anymore. No life. He is dead. Such a good reset for Nikolai to finish off the turrets of the enemy team and the nexus of the enemy team. Maturalni Forsaken looked at Alior Bank team and said, hey, your chance of climbing any higher through this scoreboard? No, we're getting it away from you.
Maturalni Forsaken coming in clutch. You really gotta praise them on how well they played today, especially Nikolai. What an amazing performance on that Viego. Surely the MVP material. Out of 18 kills, he was present at 16 of those. He never fell once. Maybe he didn't steal the Baron in the first place, but it doesn't really matter. What matters in the end is that he played those team fights near perfection. He was operating quite well around his passive, because whenever he went for the kill, he would reset, buy some extra time. And overall, I'm really happy with how Nikolai played today. That was a MVP material for me of a performance from him.
My favorite part about Maturalni Forsaken was how well they were moving around the map and how much impact they were putting in their macro play. It was exceptional for them throughout every single moment in the game. Even the moment when they were kind of going for sort of a base race, quote unquote, it still paid out for them in the end, because they still were getting the gold while the enemy were sieging their base. They knew they could use Ziggs to get the herd as quickly as possible on the top lane, open the lane for them, make the enemy's life a little bit harder, slow down the possibility for them for a triple split push, and after that they just turn around and find a fight. But even more than that, I want to go back to us praising Nikolai and having him as a potential for the MVP, and to praise his movement around the jungle. This whole jungle play in the very beginning of the game was genius from the team, and it is so unfortunate for Alior Bank team that Adi got caught into this trap set for him by the enemy team. He still got the first bar, he still got the gold that he lost back into his pockets, but it was already a beginning of things for Maturalni Forsaken, making sure they lure him into a situation where his whole jungle is clean, and then the enemy jungle is cleared out as well. He has no income of gold whatsoever.
Yeah, that really was amazing. And you've gotta praise Nikolai for that. However, the biggest struggle that Alior Bank team faced in this match was the team fights. I felt like they weren't on the same page. I felt like 3 items on Tristana and Kai'Sa were not doing the damage. Matix was usually just dying for free, because when you are playing as a tank, your role in team fights is to sink in the damage, but do it cleverly, do it smartly, do it when your carries also deal the damage, because Matix was tanking a lot of damage, but most of the time he was all by himself and he was falling for nothing. I don't know what exactly happened within Alior Bank team, because just before playoffs, it's an alarming sign if your team fights look that weak. Because besides Adi starting a lot of fights and finding a lot of kills on his own, the rest of Alior Bank team were not on the same page.
And it was the amount of control from Maturalni Forsaken that they couldn't really find an answer to. Even though they tried, you could see the itemization from Adi, from the attempts, but the sheer amount of control and the possibility of Forsaken to send this control from very far away was really the thing that Alior Bank couldn't find a clean answer to. Maddox was getting the damage soaked in for free because of those crystal arrows. He was not just standing there absorbing the damage while the rest of his teammates were doing something with the backlane of the enemy. No, he was just standing there, unable to move, unable to answer the enemies with any sort of abilities whatsoever, and his teammates were dying, unfortunately, one after the other. It felt like a huge disconnect was there for Alior Bank team in the majority of their fights, with them not being very clear about how they need to be in the fights when they are not the ones starting them.
Seven's Adi running away while Matix is going forward, definitely not something that you want to see during those fights. And Maturalni Forsaken, on the other hand, they were playing like one organism. They were playing as if they read in each other's minds. You can really see a lot of how do you put it?
Synergy?
Yeah, synergy and cooperation between them. But Nikolai had to be voted the MVP of the game.
Yeah, of course.
Well-deserved award. And he really showed us that Viego is one of his strongest one of his most prominent champs, and maybe coming into playoffs, you should consider banning this out against him.
Yeah, it does feel like a very good ban material for anybody who is going to be facing Maturalni Forsaken, because with this victory, they are securing the third place for themselves. They are going to be choosing their opponents in the upcoming first fights of the playoffs, and honestly, I can't wait to see them in more action.
Yeah, me too. So, talking about this action, let's see if Jovian, the coach of Maturalni Forsaken, will be able to tell us a little bit more. Hello, my man. What an amazing victory for you. And with this one, I believe you guys will be the third best team of the regular season. Congrats on that as well.
Thank you very much. Even though I wouldn't say we are the third best one, because we beat the first one, who, you know. So power rankings are kind of weird right now. Can't really say who's better than who, but you know, maybe ESCA is better than Z10 because we beat Z10 and ESCA beat us, or you know, who knows.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward.
Well, going against Alior Bank team, whenever you face them in the regular split, you guys managed to get the Ws, because both times in the previous season you managed to win against them, and both times this season you also won with Alior Bank team. However, they gave you a lot of trouble last split in the playoffs, because meeting them, you lost 3-0. Who do you think you will be facing in the playoffs right now? Because you can choose, of course, the enemies. And then if you win, do you expect Alior Bank team to also move forward and meet you in the best of 5?
I mean, obviously, I can't really say who we are going to choose. Not yet. You will know soon enough. But I do believe that whatever we end up deciding, the next round is going to be against us, against Alior Bank again, probably.
All right.
For the most part.
Solid choice. But I have to go back to this game for a second, because I really want you to walk me through it. The game was so interesting to watch from the very beginning, with some tactical decisions from your team, to the moments where it looked like Alior Bank were having everything in control, but you managed to bounce back. What do you think was the win condition for your team?
The win condition for our team? I mean, in general, we are, with this team comp, you are looking to buy some range from the opponent, since like their only hard engage is Ornn. So as long Ornn is not there, usually on mid lane, you know, so he can do the Ornn horn stuff. We are just buying space, using us and Ziggs for poke. And other than that, obviously, Viego Nautilus, very solid combo. You look to grab first target, kill it, give reset, and then proceed with the rest of the fight. I think we had a small compositional advantage, you could say, since we weren't really excited about the Kha'Zix pick, Les and I, because you already have 2 carries, you have frontline, go for second frontline. That's what everyone's playing right now. 2 frontlines and 2 ADCs, like just go for it. But they opted for the Kha'Zix, which didn't work out, so we capitalized on it.
Okay, and well, you did it in style. Nikolai was really a shining light of this game, and his Viego, I think, should be a ban material considering the performances that he has on that champ. Jovian, thank you so much for joining us, and as per usual, at the end of the interview, if you have any shoutouts, please go ahead with them.
Thank you. I would like to give a shout out to my friend Ene, who had her birthday yesterday, and she's always there for me and helps me out a lot dealing with all this pressure, let's say. So huge props to her.
That's a solid shout out. So thank you so much for joining us. That was an amazing victory, and we will see you guys in the playoffs. Best of luck there, but for now, take the rest, and we'll catch you later.
See you. Thank you as well.
Thank you. So, Maturalni Forsaken with a victory. That was just the 4th game of the day. I'm so happy that we have one more before us, because again, this is the last day of the regular season. From here on, it's not going to be those crazy best of ones anymore, only best of fives, only teams clashing with each other again and again and again. But one more game before us. What do we think about this one?
Well, it's going to be a banger, but only after a short break.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
And welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, the last day of the regular season and the last game of the last day of the regular season. My name is Solari. I am being joined here today by Magvayer, which I am super happy about because we have so many bangers today to cast over. And the last game, you said, Magvayer, yourself before jumping into the break, this is going to be a banger, and I believe you.
I think that Exceed, they will not be holding back. I think that Exceed, you know, already without the chances for the playoffs, will do something crazy in the upcoming match. And actually going against Orbit Anonymo, that could be a really competitive one, because you have really experienced players on the both sides of the competition, and I just expect Mystiques and Ends to put a good show at the end of the regular season, because this is their last game until January next year or February next year. At least in the ERLs, they are not going to EMEA, unfortunately. They are not going to playoffs, unfortunately. So they will be taking a long break. You've gotta exit with a bang then.
Yeah. Exactly, that's exactly what you need to be doing, because so far we have the teams who are entering the playoffs doing so with a banger. Just remember the Wolves last game, for example, and we also had some banger exit for some players today in the first game when we had the little walk of fame for Liku and Damkegs, which was super nice to see, to be honest. But this game is also going to be very nice to see, because Orbit and Anonymo are in their prime form right now, finally finding the way to play around their new top laner. Because in the beginning of the season, they were struggling a little bit with this new addition. They couldn't really find their new playstyle. But finally, everything started working out for them. They started getting more and more of those W's in their books. So right now, this is a strong team and a very solid second place contender, maybe even the first place contender. We will see how they will fare against Zero Tenacity going into the second week of the playoffs. But right now, they need to fare against Exeed. And as you said, Exeed have nothing to lose anymore, so they can go completely bonkers against their enemy, bring out the big guns and do whatever the hell they want on the Summoner's Rift.
And right now it is important for Orbit Anonymo to have a good showing and a good performance, because Maturalni Forsaken just got a win against Alior Bank team. And like I've said during the interview, Maturalni Forsaken in best of ones are much stronger than they are in the best of fives, at least against Alior Bank team, because last year they've got 2-0. And then in the best of five, they lost without winning even a single map. So it will be important for Orbit Anonymo to show us that between Z10, Orbit Anonymo, and the rest of the pack, there is a difference, because we are always talking about the top two in Ultraliga that is solidified, that is super solid. And Orbit Anonymo is one of those top two teams. So winning against Exceed should not be... we saw a lot of bans.
Yeah, did we just get some spoilers in there? Because I saw Swain ban, and I'm exceptionally unhappy. And now I hope that this is not true, because yesterday we saw Swain ban pretty much at the very same position. I don't remember, but it was in the second rotation. And I really want to see another Swain game from Royson. I was promised that it could still happen. I am praying to all the gods for it to happen indeed. But let's see Exceed on the blue side, Orbit Anonymo on the red side. We don't know if the spoilers were true or not, but we already see the first bans, and of course Fury is going to be the first one from the side of Exceed.
Well, you've gotta respect Prime and ban Fiora against them. I probably expect Shelfmate to go either into Cassante or Jax matchup, because those two champs been working wonders for him this season. However, Maokai also added on top of that for Orbit Anonymo, and if the spoilers were right, now they will ban out Kog'Maw. Right,
quite possibly against Ends and Mystics.
Now. I didn't have a magic touch.
Now.
Oh yeah! Well, so the bans were right. And unfortunately,
the Spain ban was true. No.
Yeah, that breaks your heart, and that breaks the possibility of playing Swain, unless Orbit Anonymo picks it here. You know, we only saw bans. We didn't see the picks, so there's still a possibility, right? I mean, Swain is still on the table.
If they pick it, then it means the enemy cannot ban it. But we saw all of the bans, so
I know.
I don't know.
But there's still there's still not a second phase of ban, so I may be trying to...
Oh, yo, look at that! We are indeed bringing in the big guns. This is going to be Zed. Is it for Severo? Is it for Royson? Because this is the least possible pick that you could imagine for Royson. I think it's going to be for Severo, because look at that, we have the Kurt on the other side of the map. The Rengar has been picked for Exceed's jungle. Roshan is really approaching this game very damn seriously. Severo is doing pretty much the same, because I really think that this Zed is for him. And we have Heimerdinger. Is it for Royson? Is it for Chipsy? We don't know, but we're just happy to see him.
They are going completely off their rails with all these champs. Anonymo, Zed, Heimerdinger, Zeri, okay. Exeed will not maybe top it because they still have Kai'Sa, but Ivern and Rengar, there is still a possibility of a duo lane by those two champs. Or maybe, you know, Ivern going mid and Rengar just ganking the lane off cooldown, because we all know the interaction between those two champs. You give the bushes and Rengar just uses them to jump and bounce off the enemies.
My Swain, my boy, is banned out by Exeed. But, well, what can we do? Sometimes we don't get what we actually deserve. However, is this Ivan going to be the support for Mystics, or is the Rengar actually going for Shelfmate? I want to see Ivan as a support, because we only saw him in the jungle so far. Even with the support build, it was interesting, but we want a little bit more, a little bit additional spice. Maybe give it to Mystics. It's not the type of champion Mystics usually plays, but maybe he can actually make this roll round.
Cho'Gath?
Cho'Gath. For Prime.
He usually doesn't mean that much fun unless it's an AP Cho'Gath, which is super fun to follow because he just evaporates you with one combination of his abilities.
I would kind of disagree with you. I think full tank Cho'Gath is also very fun. Remember in the previous season, Carl was having a lot of fun with this champion, and it was fun to watch because he was ginormous. He was walking through the lane, taking all the space on the lane by himself, and then just doing nom 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 on the enemies. And it doesn't matter that he's not going into a damaging build. He still was dealing a lot of damage. But what is happening with this draft? I can't even. So we have Heimerdinger with Zeri on the bot lane. We have Yasuo and Cho'Gath who can decide whether they want to go top, mid, doesn't matter. And Zed in the end is for Severo in the jungle. That is crazy!
Look at the side of Exeed, because they are not exchanging the champs that they will be playing. So it looks like Mystiques on AD, Ends on Pyke, Shelfmate on Kai'Sa. Or maybe they're doing it last second. So Rengar for Vigil and Ivern in the jungle.
I think they're not doing it.
Until we go into the game, we will not be entirely sure who plays what and who plays it where, because anything is still possible on the side of Exeed, and the same goes for Orbit Anonymo. So for a moment I thought that those two teams will take it seriously, because usually Exeed and Orbit Anonymo were these formal type of teams trying to get really serious about the games. But not in the last one, and I'm happy that we will see the entertaining side of those two teams.
We're going to see the friendly brawl, and I live for friendly brawls. I love those. They're so fun and so entertaining to watch, especially between the teams who know how to play really well. But can we please get in the game already? Because I can't wait to see how the bot lane and the top lane plus mid lane for Exeed are going to look like. Because it doesn't look like they were planning to exchange those champions between each other. So we have Kai'Sa on the top lane going against Yasuo. And then on the mid lane we have Rengar into Cho'Gath. And on the bot lane, it is Pyke plus Ezreal, and is Ezreal going to be a full-on support, I wonder? I mean, whenever you play with Pyke, you pretty much have the possibility to turn into Pyke support, because Pyke does a lot. Pyke doesn't necessarily want to feed somebody, he feeds himself, he throws you a coin, like, good boy, thank you for making me kill them, helping me out with the kills, have a coin, but that's it for you. I'm taking the kills, I'm taking the spotlight and all the glory, so, you know, either way that could still happen. And then there is Heimerdinger. We haven't seen Heimerdinger's support for a long time, ever since the beginning of the previous season, ever since there was that infamous peak in the LEC, I believe, after which the solo queue was poisoned for a long time with Ash Heimerdinger. The pro player was after the poison with them as well. It was impossible to watch because they're so damn annoying.
So the real question is, once we finally got rid of Heimerdinger and everyone hated to play against him or with him, why in the fun game is he picked? It's like Chipsy, the evil master of this game, and he's like, I came here to take the joy away from all of you. I'll be playing Heimer, I'll be sucking the souls out of you with this pick. We will find out, because usually players are not super stoked to be facing Heimerdinger, such an annoying champ with all of his abilities, with all of his turrets and the stuns and the rockets.
I have to tell you though, before going into this game, while we were on the break, I was just scrolling through Twitter to see what happened while we were in the game. And I saw the tweet from somebody about them playing Heimerdinger on the top lane against Darius, and the guy who is streaming his game, he's having a Heimerdinger mask on himself, and he's playing some really cool Latina music, and he's having fun, and he's killing Darius on the spot, because both of them were dancing, and then Darius decides to be the bad guy, and he breaks the dancing competition, you know, drags the Heimerdinger in. Heimerdinger answers immediately with a kill. I have no idea who that was, I have no idea what that was, but I loved it, and now we are having the Heimerdinger game right after it. Is it a coincidence? It probably is, but it's a fun one.
Well, in this game there was no dance competition, so at least Chipsy couldn't take the instant revenge on his enemies, but he's playing the hazmat suit, Heimerdinger, so he knows that he brings a lot of toxin, and he's cooking. Yeah, he is cooking, and he has got to I don't know, defend the rest of the world from himself by wearing a hazmat suit and not spreading the toxicness around.
Because he is the danger. He is not the one in the danger. He is the danger on this bot lane. Look at his turrets, already staying in the bushes. Poor ants cannot go into these bushes. Not allowed, says Chipsy, says Heimerdinger. And that is how the lane is going to look like, with quite a lot of poke from Mystics. That is how the top lane is going to look like. By the way, this is in the individual playing on the top lane. Obviously, so how can you even play Rengar on the mid lane? Rengar lives around the bushes. He needs those bushes to prop his passive. And look at him, he's jumping. Chipsy is dead in the meantime, though. That's how you deal with the annoying Heimerdinger. You kill him, and then you don't need to deal with him for the next, what, 5 to 10 seconds. Mystics, Nerman, Mystics is going for a kill. Support, by the way. No, not really, but that was close.
That was an extended fight, but Mystiques, he's not flashing in forward because he probably knows that Neramin didn't use that heal. And you know, Neramin, he didn't want to save Heimerdinger. He probably has his own idea and his own approach to this champ. Maybe not the happiest that the Chipsy is not playing Lulu or Yumi to help his...
Thank you, Chipsy.
Yeah, by the way, this is the Zeri with first strike, so it might be some kind of AP Zeri, maybe Zeri with some poke damage. I don't know, we'll see about it.
I don't know, but I want to see the build of Nerman in this game, because he definitely is having fun. He's planning to have even more fun, but look at Vigil. He has a big wave, but is he happy about it? He's really low right now. There is Prime around looking for a way to go in onto him. He dealt a lot of damage to the poor cat. That is not the nicest top lane for Vigil to stand at whatsoever. But we haven't really seen any of Severo, which is another really interesting and intriguing pick in this game. But wait for it, because Ants is going to find Chipsy. Chipsy is dealing damage to him, and Ants is respectfully retreating from this fight.
That's almost full HP with one rotation of spells.
Roshan
coming in.
Is flushing away. Very low, but still lives. Chipsy, though, might be in a little bit of trouble here, dancing around this bush, very low, but look at that, it's gonna be dead ends. Royson somehow slays the kill away.
Savero came in with so much damage, he didn't even go back to base, so he doesn't have any items yet. But that was enough, because he was facing Pyke, one of the squishiest champs. He doesn't get any extra HP while leveling up, sorry, armor. No, HP. Is it HP or the armor? Do you remember?
I think it's HP, but I would need to check. Because I'm not sure about anything today, to be honest, but I'm not sure about that either. I think it's HP.
Well, didn't really matter because he was low enough for Savero to get the kill. Vigil, he will be chasing him.
Oh, nice!
Good timing.
Savero. Yes, very good. Vigil couldn't have another jump on him. Comes away without a kill. But we have the next dragon, the first Drake of the game, coming up in just 5 seconds from now. Is there anybody who wants to take a little bit of that dragon? Doesn't look like anybody has any clear prior whatsoever to go for it immediately. So it's probably going to live for a little while longer. Plus, it's the Cloud Drake. Whenever the Cloud Drake is the first Drake of the game, usually teams ignore it for a pretty long time.
Oof, Mystique's trying to get some of those Qs down, and that was a nice hook. Neramin with the flash. He had to use it in order to escape. Otherwise, that would be yet another kill for the bot lane from exeed. And they are showing us that it doesn't really matter if it's Ends on AD or Mystiques on AD. They have this synergy that works really well together for them.
Vigil is the one dealing damage to Prem right now. Would you look at that? Oh, the angry bee is in the action now. That is how you know that things are getting really serious. Shelfmate is level 6. Vigil just made his level 6 as well, but S is on the bot lane. Doesn't stick around. Chips Erosion is in. What happened on the top lane? I want to know, but right now on the bot lane, what is happening? Chips has secured the kill on the end. Now poor Mystiques cannot find his way out of this exchange anymore, and Roshan might be the next one because Royson is here. He's spinning up. He's ghostly little thing. Maybe not solid anymore because if he takes this kill, it's going to be a first known for him. But no, Roshan is flashing away. Roshan lives.
Oh, it is AP Cho'Gath. Like I predicted, so Roshan will be doing a lot of damage with all of his abilities. And you can clearly see that he's the man of culture. Cho'Gath is such a simple champ, but it gives you so much joy when you just walk into the enemy face, use your E with the grasp, and then eat somebody for half of his HP with the point-click ability that also shows you if the enemy is under a certain level, under a certain threshold of being executed. What happened in the top lane? Did Vigil just get a solo bolo like that? Yes, he did.
Under a turret against Prime. Yes, he did. Yes, he absolutely did. You know who else just got a kill? Shelfmate on the poor Chipsy. Chipsy's dying over and over. He's not happy with his choice, I'm pretty sure. Because poor Hamadinga, he's so strong, but if he's behind, where is he getting the gold to buy the items? No items for this Yordle in this game.
Oh, by the way, I've looked up the Pyke passive because I knew it has to do something with his HP. So Pyke's maximum health cannot increase except through growth per level. Instead, he gains bonus attack damage per 14 bonus health. So it doesn't make sense to build Pyke in a defensive manner. Maybe besides getting some more armor, but there you have it.
Okay, thank you. Now we know a little bit more. But look at that, we have a fight on the top lane. Prime is fighting around Vigil, but that is not a good choice. He's jumping in with the ultimate, but Vigil still lives, and guess what? Prime might not leave whatsoever. No health, no matter, nothing, and Vigil slays him. Gets a kill. Again.
Well, Vigil is becoming a little too much to handle. Alongside Roshan, who is most likely gonna be building towards some AP or supportive items, this Rengar is about to hit his first power spike in the form of a lethality item. He's also farming a lot in the side lane, so he is likely to be the highest level on the Rift, and he is, just hitting level 8. This duo of Ivern and Rengar can be really annoying to deal with. Yeah, this Rengar is no house kitty for you. He is the full-on cat
who goes in for the kills, had the Dirk during the laning phase, during this last kill on Prime, so he definitely a very important component for any assassin, but he probably is going to build into Duskblade relatively soon, and that is going to be a massive item for him. So much invisibility, so much protection opened up for the kitty cat. He's going to be, as you said, a really big problem for the enemy team.
Okay, so Royson, I was wondering what kind of an AP item he will go for, but there you have it, Everfrost. So this will make it much easier for him, the crucial abilities. He's most likely maxing his Q for the maximum amount of damage. So now he just goes or flashes in the enemy face, uses his E to get the slowdown with the auto attack, probably waits for the mobility ability. Mobility ability, oh, that's actually nice.
Yeah.
The mobility skill, oh, that's a little bit better. And then uses his Everfrost to lock the enemy down. You can actually get such a long CC chain with those, with that exact combo.
Was there a cannon minion missed for Nermin? We need a cannon minion come as soon as possible, because I'm pretty sure that was a cannon minion missed by him. We saw it. Not good, not good. No, you have to live up to the standards. You gotta take all the cannon minions. In last season, it was the ban of Royson's existence, because as Victor, there was especially one game where he was missing all of those, and we saw the cam for every single one in slow-mo. But look at that, Daisy is going in, not in a slow-mo, because Vigil is jumping in. So much damage on the cat. Prime is trying to fight his way out. Vigil almost dead, but this turret shot did not finish him.
Not a chance. I mean, Ivern, he breaks the game for Rengar so much because he just comes in and instantly puts the bush underneath the Rengar, also empowering his next auto. This is just bonkers. And this duo, back in the day, used mostly by content creators because it is just so fun and so unexpected with a lot of damage. Sharpman coming in with the TP. Can he pull it off? Please get one back here.
Oh!
Then instantly dies. Double kill for Savado, who is also becoming a menace on the other side of the map. But Vigil with on the hunt. I think he got him.
Cat! He's a kitty cat. And he jumps. And he kills, and he is a happy kitty cat. But, Royson died, and I need somebody to count how many times throughout the season Royson died so early in the 12th minute. We still have the goddamn turret plates, and Royson has one death on him. That's a rare sight, but Nermin is fighting Mystics. There is an exhaust on Nermin. He's trying to get away. Mystics is gonna miss the cannon barrage, but look at Ans. He is swimming in the deep waters, jumping onto Nermin. Can he hook him in? Absolutely not. Nermin is not so easy to trick, but he still goes down, and it's a kill for Mystics. Support, by the way, Royson is on the target right now. He's targeting Mystics, but Mystics is flashing away very nicely. Ans, can you get away from the thing? No, we cannot.
I appreciate Neramin trying to dodge the ultimate from Ends, but in the process of dodging the ultimate, he was just skipping left and right, and the enemies just autoed him to death. So Neramin was trying to outplay something that... Wow, so much damage from Ivern. But look, okay, he's going the AP route, so he's the man of the culture. He will be
we love it.
Yeah. I mean, in the game like this, you've gotta pick the AP Ivern.
Absolutely. Oh, Vigil in the bush with Severo jumping on him with the ultimate. He's not really sure about his choices because it's gonna be a kill for Shelfmet. Neramin is around. Can they kill Prime? Because Prime is in the fight, but he's solo. He cannot finish out Vigil, and Vigil gets another kill on him. And is around. Neramin, you might be in a little bit of trouble here. Shelfmet has the control, has the damage, and true damage is there for Eds. He finishes him up.
How is Vigil still alive? He survived through all of that! This guy is a complete madman today. They should have been playing Rengar Ivern all along. That combo is just so broken. Royson gets the kill onto Ans. He wants more. He wants that Shelfmate, but there is a bush for him to get away safely. That game keeps delivering. Look at that. We have the second dragon on the map. The teams were too busy to just
fight each other in the jungle and everywhere on the map. They didn't even pay attention to the Drake, but right now this is the time for them to rotate to the bot side of the map.
Well, we should have expected the unexpected. I actually thought,
Yeah.
like I told you, that both teams are going to be taking this seriously and sweating for the W, but right now they didn't take it entirely seriously, but you can see that they are actually sweating for the W because they are playing and looking to get the victory. Vigil, can he jump away, or he will just stay in the pit, right? He's got the help of Daisy, he's got the help of Ivern, and then he can just chase.
He's jumping right now onto the enemies, but he's getting a little bit too much damage. It's shut down finally, and Nerman is collecting all the gold from the kitty cat. It has been domesticated.
Well, Cho'Gath, he cut his run short with that one amazing rapture. You've got to be wary of those. Knockups, you cannot cleanse them with your W as Rengar, and they will be your biggest enemy in the fights.
Look at
So,
that.
15 minutes in.
Look at that. Yeah, it is 15 minutes in, exactly. And we have the second dragon who is still somehow alive, even though Vigil was starting it right before the fight started. Before that, he couldn't finish it, despite even the push that was placed for him in the pit by Roshan. Very nicely, very friendly push. 13-9, 15 minutes in the game. Is anybody going to take the Drake? Is anybody going to do anything else on the map? Looks like the next thing is on the menu for Exceed, because while Ens is around the Drake, it is the Herald that is the next hot thing.
This time around. Oh, Shelfmate jumping in. Does he have enough damage? Where is his second W? It is not upgraded yet, so he doesn't get the CD refund while hitting the enemy. Herald will be taken away by Exceed. And they are probably gonna use it in the mid side of the map, right? Yes, they should. Royson.
Oh, Royson!
Nice dodge.
Royson! Okay, look at the damage! Look at the bite from that thing! It is no more ends for the side of Exceed. That is a lot of damage from Royson.
Usually, when 3 people are running in front of you, in your direction, as a League of Legends player, you turn away, you turn around, and run for your own life. Royson, he casually dodges the bone skewer, knocks the enemy up, walks into his direction, and eats him for the kill, for the 4th one of the game.
Just very casually. Nothing to see here, folks. Just the regular Thursday evening for Cho'Gath. Eating the enemies for a dinner. Very normal. Absolutely normal. And he's getting bigger and bigger. And he's still building up even more damage. Look at him, but Severe is around right now. Gonna be pushed out. So Exceed know he's there. They still have the Herald. And they're releasing it on the mid lane. Is it going to be the Bone that's gonna result in a turret? Is around, so most probably, yes. It is the turret for Exceed. The 3rd one already. Goddamn, they're cutting through those. Oh, it's a second Bone. It did! It did!
Yeah, Royson, I think he was actually trying to get his ultimate
Wait,
stack.
Nerman?
Oh my god, so much damage!
Oi!
They're just dying, and Ens also got the cash out. There you have it, the payday.
Shelfmate. Was the wrong side of the jungle, Shelfmate, but he's fine, he gets out. Maybe don't recall there. Okay, he's good.
We live in interesting times where Zed cannot take a 1v1 against Kai'Sa because Kai'Sa is just so broken. It is Savero who is running away from Shelfmate because Kai'Sa, she's the better ADC and also a better assassin than Zed is. So,
Royson is better assassin than everybody. He's all mistakes, but there is an exhaust on him. It's a little bit harder to deal damage, but not for Royson. He's knocking up ends. He's still dancing around. He is even bigger than the last time we checked on him. Can Exceed both of them do anything about that? No, they cannot. They give up. Severo, is he giving up because he is with Chipsy? The cat is here. The cat is taking the damage, flushing away right into the turret of Chipsy, but the plat is going to deliver him to safety. By the way, look at DrBrilmann. Look at the build. The most straight-on build Loron's Tempest.
Oh yeah. This is why I was pointing out that he went for the first strike. This usually means that Meramin will probably be, looking to max his W and to zap enemies through the walls. That actually used to be a decent build for Zeri one time.
Yeah.
You would go for the Manamune and then instantly into AP items, max your W, and surprisingly, a lot of damage out of that zap came out. So he's kind of reviving.
A double hop of the cat, and it's a dead Gypsy already. Poor Heimerdinger at 2-6 only realized completed for him, which is a good item, but a very late one. Reminds me of my usual solo QBL's own supports, but look at exeed. They are coming onto this turret. They want to take it down, but they can't because Nerman and Rosen are protecting it at all costs. Ends. Are you sure you want to be catching Rosen? Actually, they are very sure. This is a dead Rosen, and Vigil is still jumping around. Nermin is going into the ultimate. Severe is in the ultimate as well, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. exeed have the damage, and Vigil has the kills.
That probably means the inhibitor will fall down. It's just Gypsy and Prime. Prime, who I feel like for the last 20 minutes we have not talked a single sentence about Prime. We have not focused at him at all because he's just standing in the side lane, all and 4 as Yasuo. Most likely the matchup against Rengar is just a super tricky one.
He's gonna be 0-5. He doesn't have a single item completed. He's fighting with Roshan with Shelfmate and is around. Can he run away? It looks like the answer is a clear no, and Roshan gets a 3rd kill already. Ivern, by the way, 14 stacks on Magi. I just noticed the amount of stacks. 14. God damn it.
Quickly, and he got them so quickly because just few minutes ago he bought this Magi's, but a lot of action is happening, so that is why the AP Ivern is working. It's probably hard for him to get any gold because the map is just so hectic and chaotic that you've got to run and help your friends get all the kills. But
Vigil, you're 1 against 3, but he's jumping onto Tripson, deals the damage, and Ends is here to seal the deal. Can Vigil find anybody else? Shelfmate found somebody in the process. He found Neramin.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. It looks like Shelfmate actually used his ultimate ability, so no killer's instinct. He probably found 1 or 2 Void Seekers and then instantly went for it. Orbit Anonymo, they will be looking to get that arrow to maybe stop it. But Saviro, he's just bursted down and loses his life in the process.
No approach to the pit for Orbit Anonymo. Prime has kill force completed. Finally 1 item fighting with Ends right now. Is it gonna be a kill? Finally a kill for Prime. Now his death is gonna mean money for exeed, and they want some of that money. Prime knows it. Prime is like, okay, Roshan, take it. Roshan takes it.
Roshan 22 stacks already. He's got his mythic item. He's sitting on 3 of them. Plus boots. Yeah.
No way.
Rengar and Ivern, those 2 champs are just working together so well.
Honestly, no disrespect to anybody, but nobody else matters in this game. It's all about Vigil and Roshan having all the fun. Everybody else is having fun though. Everybody else is getting the kills, they're getting something, they're playing really interesting picks, but Vigil and Roshan are going absolutely bonkers in this game, and that's what we wanted. Magvayer, I'm very happy to confirm that your promise of the banger was indeed the correct one. Mistakes, are you sure you want to be staying in there? Daisy is fighting under the enemy turret. Xavier is trying to go for a kill onto somebody, doesn't find absolutely anybody. Assassin era is kind of over these days, especially if you're an assassin in the jungle. Though Rengar has a couple of words to say about that. He's looking for a way to go onto the enemy, to deal some damage, to burst somebody down. Cannot find anybody to jump onto, but has a lot of bushes around. Look at Royson! Look at Royson! He's gone! Just like that!
And Vigil, he hopped through the wall. Luckily for him, he had the flash, because he would be left alone against 4 enemies. You can get Royson, but the rest of the pack will quit.
Oh!
Look at the damage.
Look at the move, look at the skills, look at the damage! Shelfmate is securing the kill, but we saw those jumps from Vigil. We saw half of the health bar of everybody who the jump landed on. Just going completely to non-existence. Vigil is still there, still has the bush, so he's fine. Prime is looking for another kill, but Daisy, you cannot go on to Daisy.
It could be just a little bit tricky for Exceed to siege those towers. But it looks like they don't have any problem with that. Uh-oh, Vigil is dead. Vigil is shut down for Savero.
Okay, now we're talking. Now we're playing. Comeback is real for Anonymo. They are going to go for it right now. They still have one inhibitor on the top lane that is very open, but not that, and that's all that matters. And the bot lane turret is still standing. They just need to clear out the minions and maybe not die right now. Severe, yep, that would be a really good idea.
25 stacks for Roshan. He gets another needlessly large road.
Huh? Royson, Shelfmate and Ants, he's fighting with two and he is losing this fight. Going to dodge the ultimate from Ants with going golden, but it doesn't matter. Look at that route though. The cavalry is here. Prime is slaying Ants on the spot and Severe is jumping to the enemy's backline, but he cannot do anything because Shelfmate has the shields for ages and Nerman is firing away. The AP Zeri is struggling to find the kills though.
AP Zeri not working as intended. On the other side, Kaisa with the build, with the Shiv, she's dealing a lot of damage. And while Royson might look tanky due to his huge size and a lot of HP, he's just an AP Cho'Gath. You saw how quickly he was melted down by Shelfmate and Ents. And by now, it should be just a matter of time for Exceed before they finish that game off. They have a huge advantage, more than 10k, and it should be a piece of cake, a walk in the park to get the last few towers down and the Nexus destroyed, and also destroy the Nexus.
To be fair, I think that's why I prefer the something more of a hard steel type build than Cho'Gath, just because he still deals a lot of damage, but he lives throughout the enemies to jump on him. Virgil has found himself in an uneasy situation with a nice pickup and a knockout from Royson, and now the thing continues onto Daisy, but that's more than enough to stop this split push, or rather just the push momentarily. Shelfmate jumping in on the killer instinct, but immediately retreating. Severo, are you sure you want to use your ultimate on Shelfmate? He's flashing away. They are fighting in the jungle. Severo finally has the damage. Nice shot down for him. Look at the lethality damage from this man. Prime troops are looking for ways to push Exceed even further from their base, and they do exactly so.
That was a lot of damage from Severo. For a moment, I thought the very same thing as you did. Kaisa will be able to blow Zed up, right? She's much stronger right now. She's got almost 4 items. But Zed, he got the full combo, another shadow, some more shurikens, and surely enough, he had enough damage to blow her up. Look at this again. Almost half HP with the mark damage. With the pop of the...
And a very nice shutdown as well. This is important. He is getting the items in. 3 items. The boot's too long, so the man is looking good and feeling good. And what's important, the most important, is that everybody's feeling good in this game. 3 items on Royson and Nerman. These guys want to be fighting so much AP damage on their hands. Prime on 2 items, including the static sheep and the KL force. That's an interesting build, but okay, everything is interesting about this game. Our eyes there are still on Visual, because if he's not stopped by anybody from the enemy team, he kills. But as you can see, if he is stopped, he's so damn squishy.
Oof. Chip takes a big one. Royson also takes a hit.
Yeah.
Those Void Seekers, they sting. And Exceed, it's a free Baron from them. It's a free real estate. Shelfmate, can he run away? He's got the pillars in.
Severo!
The question should be, can
he
run away?
This time it didn't work. And Ants is looking for more kills on the chips, and BAM! It's a double kill for Ants. Maybe Nermate is the next one because Visual's here. Bam! It's a jump from Visual. It's a jump from Ants. It's a triple kill for him. Support, by the way. Is it a quadra? It's a quadra. No, it's not! Visual stole the quadra from Ants. Disrespectful!
Visual got it instead. That was a pentakill angle for Ant in his last game. That would be quite funny. Playing ADC for the 17 games of the season, and then you switch to Pi to get the pentakill. But it looks like Exceed, they will seal their deal on this game with the last push, with the last siege, because they are knocking on the door of the enemy base.
Oh yes, oh poor Gypsy, he has to go golden immediately because this was going to be the death of him. Royson is super low as well, fighting with Shelfman, and Shelfman is firing away, but he is dead. It's a kill for Severe. Royson barely alive, somehow still stands on the verge of it, but you know what is not on the verge of it? This Nexus, it's a 3380. This is the most bloody game we had out of all the 5 games we had today, with another victory for Exceed. Does it matter for the standings? Absolutely not. Does it matter for the viewers? Absolutely yes, because it was such a good game.
Wow, I mean, we started off by Komil and Friends and Grypciocraft giving their last tribute to Damkex, who, as we learned today, has officially stated that he will be ending his professional career. So he walked the red carpet for the last time, and now we finished the day off with Ivern and Renger, with Exceed changing the roles, with Royson playing AP Cho'Gath, with Yasuo going 0-7, your typical Yasuo from solo queue. But no, it's actually Prime, one of the best players out of the league.
Do you know who he was blaming? If he didn't blame his jungle all this time, then something was terribly wrong and the Yasuo experience was not full.
Oh yeah, he's like, why did you pick Zed to jungle? We already have damage in form of me. You should have picked something like Sejuani, or maybe Malphite into the jungle, or Gragas. We need some knockups, and you're playing Zed. How dare you? Why are you choosing that champion when we already
and
have
then
Yasuo
all chat and report our jungle. Report our jungle immediately.
And then he's like, he dies in 1v1, and he's like, jungle diff. Okay, GG's. /FFFFFFF.
FF15 GG, yes. I really hope that's exactly what was happening in the chat, because again, otherwise here, Yasuo top lane 0-7 experience, 1-7 experience is not complete.
I wonder if Prime will ever go back to Yasuo, because it definitely sounds like a champion that he could be capable of playing. And in all honesty, I was watching Prime closely because I think he's that type of a player who doesn't like fun games. He's like, why don't we play the normal game? You know, why don't we go in a serious matchup? And I was watching him closely, and I felt like he was actually trying his best at this Yasuo, but it must have felt heartbreaking to see Renger just jump on top of you, blow you up because you are sweating, you are trying to get your A game on, but you are getting owned by Ivern and Renger, the gentlemen, the people of culture, the guys just casually playing the duo and showing you the way around of League of Legends.
To be fair, imagine yourself being a very serious pro player, like dead on serious. Somebody out there is going to be scouting the players around Europe, and they're going to be like, oh, Prime, we have heard about this player, or any other good player, right? And then they go and check their player history, and there is that one game in there with Yasuo 1-7, and you gotta do some explanation after that, right?
So in there are like in TSM. So we wanted to pick up Prime, but he seems to be a little feeder on Yasuo in Ultraliga, so we will not go forward with that.
Oof. Yeah, that would be very hurtful, to be honest. Yeah. Anyway, that was a really fun game.
Unless they have opened up a full match history and they're like, okay, nothing in that game made sense. They were playing AP Zeri, AP Cho'Gath, Zed in the jungle, Ivern Renger, so this might have been actually a fun game. The one that might have happened at the end of the regular season, where and when there's nothing at stake, when you can just troll around, have some fun, and show us a chaotic game of League of Legends that was really enjoyable to watch. Yeah, sure.
That is,
That might have
yeah.
happened.
That is a very important lesson in always looking at the context of whatever happens. Is this game individually isolated from everything else a bad game for Prime? Absolutely so. It is a bad game also for Rosen because he died so often even during the laning phase. It is a bad game for everyone. But did that game even matter? Did anything in this game matter? Not even remotely. So if you look at it like that, you're allowing the guys to have fun on the Summoner Series, because definitely we had the fun watching these guys clashing with each other over and over, going through these explosive and chaotic drafts, and then the game where Vigil was just doing that little hop, hop, hop every time, all the time, relentless, never stopping the jumps. Who's gonna be the MVP there? Who's gonna be who? Yeah, and the Vigil, the man himself, he's going to be the MVP of this game. Not surprising. Look at the gold difference at 15 minutes. He can tell everybody, look at this gold difference at 15. Do you know who I was playing against? Probably the best top laner in Ultraliga.
That is huge. And you know, this guy moving from the mid lane to the top side of the map. He's picking up Rengar and he's making Yasuo 0 and 7. You've got to mad respect that man for doing that. And you know what? He will be joining us for the interview. So let's jump straight into that with Vigil.
Hello, guys.
Matteo, congrats on the win. You really made this fun and enjoyable. Was that a plan all along? Did you guys actually talk to Orbit Anonymo about the picks, about the, you know, how this game will play out, or was it spontaneous from the both sides?
I mean, I spoke a little bit with the enemy coach because he's Italian and I know him from a long time at this point. And we were like, do we want to have fun today or we're gonna all try? Because we know this game wouldn't matter for the playoffs. So at the end of the day, we just decided to kind of have fun. And I always wanted to play the Rengar Ivern because in my career I played the Ivern beside it. So I just wanted to play the Rengar one. And it was so much fun.
You got the MVP for that game and you actually solo killed Prime so many times. That must have felt good, getting a 1v1 against Prime.
Yeah, 3 times. This is just a lesson. Not pick Yasuo against me. At this time.
Apparently, or to not give you Rengar, especially if there is Ivern in your team, because that was honestly so fun to watch, Vigil. So thank you very much, and to your team for bringing this game to us. But I have to ask you right now, with the regular season over, what is next for Team Exceed?
I don't really know what is next for Team Exceed. I think I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything about the team, if it's staying together or not. I just think overall it was like we expected to do a lot more as a team, and I think we could have done it as well. So we have a lot of regrets, to be honest, from this season. But all I can say is just that every single one of this team just wanted to try to win. So probably we just didn't have like what it takes as a team, as a whole, to win together. But I think most of us are just gonna perform in next team. So it's just like that sometimes. At the end of the day, not everybody can be winner, and there has always to be somebody that cannot be. And this time it happened to be us. So it's just fine.
Well, you win some, you lose some. I'm sure that you guys will be definitely able to bounce back, you know, as a team or individually. Vigil, tell me, would you like to continue playing in Ultraliga? Did you enjoy your time here? Did you enjoy your stay with us? How was the season? How would you kind of summarize it from your own perspective?
For me, the season was really fun, to be honest. As like the community of Ultraliga seems really fun. It's like a lot much bigger as well than the Italian one. And it's like they are more involved as well. I feel like they always try to participate as much as they can. So it was really fun. To be honest, I would play again in Ultraliga. I don't mind it. I had fun during the season.
Honestly, we wouldn't mind having you for another season in Ultraliga, especially if you bring us more Rengar Ivern games, because again, that was incredibly fun to watch, and I'm pretty sure it was feeling through the screen that you were having all the fun in this game. But Vigil, as the tradition goes right now, do you have any greeting or shout out to anybody to give, because this is your time to do so?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to shout out all my friends that are always like supporting me and watching all my games. So hi to them. And I want also to shout out the Ultraliga production where we did the photo shoot. It was like probably my first experience as a photo shoot. It was like really enjoyable. I really enjoyed staying with with the casters and like the whole production, also the photographer guy. Also shout out to him because he was like doing the best to make us feel comfortable. So that's it. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Visual, for this interview, and whatever the future holds for you, good luck and have more fun.
Ciao, ciao, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Whew, that was... I couldn't imagine a better way to complete the regular season of Season 10 of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, because this tournament is not just about, you know, try-harding and getting all the victories. It is also about having fun and having good sportsmanship and having a good time on there even outside of it. And I think all of these things were delivered to us today.
Oh yeah, spending time together, having a blast. That's definitely also something that Vigil included and mentioned during that interview. So I'm really happy that we've got to talk with him for the one last time during this season, because he wouldn't mind sticking around in Ultraliga. And I think that he could find himself a new home for the next season. We will see about it. For the schedule, Komil Friends won against Grypciocraft. You've gotta watch that match back if you have missed it, because the players paid tribute to Leku and Damkex, and then they've had a lot of fun. So did players from Exeed and Anonymo. The rest of the games were taken super seriously, and we saw a fight for the last place when Iron Wolves got the W and Yashiro completed the pentakill, while Maturalni Forsaken for another time during the regular season in best of ones overcame Alior Bank team, and I cannot wait to maybe see them battle it out in the best of fives, because that could definitely happen. So maybe Alior Bank team can get their revenge.
All right, would you look at these predictions? Mayhem and Fake One are feeling really confident about theirs. Same as production, actually. That was, you knew something. Everybody else tried to go for, you know, the more obvious picks, and everybody else failed. Kaspersky tried to go for a little bit less obvious picks, but he also failed. That was a day full of upsets for us in terms of the predictions.
That's so unlucky for Kasper, because he didn't pick Orbita, he didn't pick Exeed nor Komil and Friends, but in 2 matches where he actually went for a upset, he also missed. I mean, he got the points for Maturalni Forsaken, so at least he has that going for him. But besides it, maybe he'll be able to bounce back in the playoffs, because in the playoffs, oh my god, anything can happen, and you can also get a lot of points in predictions.
But before we jump into the playoffs, let's look at for the last time at how the standings of the regular season of 10th season of Ultraliga are looking, with Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo completing their run for the first and the second place respectively, securing it for themselves. And the next teams that we are going to see in the playoffs are going to be Maturalni Forsaken, Alior Bank team, Iron Wolves, and Illuminar Gaming. And unfortunately, these were the last games that we saw from teams Exeed, ESCA, Grypciocraft, and Komil Friends. We loved seeing them throughout the season, especially in this season, but we wave goodbye to them because it's only 6 teams that are progressing into the playoffs. And how about we have a look at the playoff bracket to see what is ahead of us?
Yeah, who picked whom, because that is really important. So it will be, in the end, Alior Bank team against Iron Wolves. We have talked with Bezom. He would love to avoid that matchup, because he told us that it is difficult to draft against Iron Wolves, but we will have that best of 5, and the upset could be happening in the very first round of the playoffs. Then Maturalni Forsaken and Illuminar Gaming. So, any hot takes? Do you have predictions ready? Do you have the bracket laid out in your head? What will happen, Solari? Tell me.
So one thing has to happen for sure, and I'm not taking no as an answer. It is that at least one of these games is going to be a 5-game streak. I want to see full-on 5 best-of-5 series. No more 3 or 4 games. That is last season. Okay, this is 10th season. Everything is fresh, new, and exciting here. So I need to see a series of 5 games. However, other than that, I am not sure. I have a feeling, a very strong feeling, that we might just see another finals of Orbit and Anonymo going against Zero Tenacity. Both of these teams really want to get into the EMEA Masters, and they both want to go into the finals. Whoever wins their match on the 1st of August, though, is going to, whoever loses throughout this match, is going to go through an additional match. But who they are going to be playing against out of the other 4 teams, I have no idea right now.
I cannot wait for the round one, definitely, because a best of 5 is a completely different beast than best of 1s, and I can see a lot of upset potential. Maturalni Forsaken, they've been challenging the best in the league and dropping the games to some of the weaker teams. So it's really hard to predict how they will go against Illuminar Gaming, who also been really inconsistent. Iron Wolves, especially towards the end of the season, they've been improving after the addition of 2 players and the coaching staff. So they could also maybe get a win against Alior Bank team. And of course, the cherry on the top will be Anonymo and Zero Tenacity. Winning that game means you progress to the grand final, right? And by progressing to grand final, you also secure yourself a place at EMEA Masters. So whoever wins that will be our first Ultraliga representative at the next European tournament.
But we will have to wait for quite some time to see who are going to be the 2 teams that are going to represent the Polish glory in the EMEA Masters and make us all scream Polska Góra on the top of our lungs. Before that, we're going to skyrocket through the playoffs. Next week, the playoffs are beginning, 25th of August. Not August, it's still July, I'm jumping a little bit ahead of myself. 25th of July is the day when we're returning with more games of Ultraliga. This is when the playoffs are starting. And I think these playoffs are going to be absolutely legendary. But we have to wait for a little while and see how this is going to look like, because this is going to be the end for us for today. And this is going to be the end of the regular season of Ultraliga. It was our absolute pleasure to have you with us. My name is Solari. I was joined here today by Magvayer. Magvayer, any last words to wrap this up?
I cannot wait for the playoffs, but for now, take a well-deserved rest, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you during the next week. But for now, goodbye, good night, and see ya.
You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down and play around, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we fall from the plane. When they still calling our name. Straight from the bottom, we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.